Switzerland as the base for his extensive spying operations, indicated that neither he nor American military officials in Switzerland who examined the condition of every American plane that landed there had found any evidence of airmen trying to evade combat. "I believe this is nothing but ill-willed propaganda inspired by Nazis," Dulles concluded. After the war, Spaatz, still in a slow burn over Arnold's accusations, would order American repair teams to conduct a close inspection of bombers that landed in Switzerland and were being prepared for return to the U.S. Air Force. The report would conclude that, with the exception of only one or two planes, every American bomber that came down in Switzerland had been either heavily damaged in combat or was dangerously low on fuel. When France was liberated, the Axis encirclement of Switzerland was broken. With friendly air bases everywhere in France, the attractiveness of landing in Switzerland and Sweden diminished. During the last 3 months of 1944, only 5 American heavy bombers landed in Switzerland. All were from the 15th Air Force, battle-ravaged planes that had no chance of returning over the intimidating Alps to southern Italy. In London, Army intelligence and OSS agents put Dan Culler through an exhaustive round of interrogations. No one believed his grisly story about Vauvillermoz. "Sergeant, you are a goddamn liar," he was told at one point. "There is no such place as Vauvillermoz, and if there was, the Swiss would not put any American soldier in there for nothing more than an attempted escape." In desperation, Culler stripped off his shirt and shoes and showed his interrogators the boils all over his body. These men, Culler soon realized, did not want to believe his story. At the time, American diplomats were negotiating a reparations payment to the Swiss government for the accidental bombing of Swiss cities, and General Legge was still trying to close a deal with the Swiss for the repatriation of the 600 or so remaining American internees. The American government wanted no negative publicity about the Swiss while these negotiations were in process. If Culler persisted in his story and went public with it, the Army, he was told, would declare him mentally incompetent and put him in a mental detention hospital for years. On February 17, 1945, 473 American airmen were repatriated under an agreement that released 2 Germans for every American, but the last airmen were not freed until the end of the war. In September 1945, André-Henri Beguin, commander of Vauvillermoz, was arrested by Swiss authorities and charged with adultery, embezzlement, and dishonoring his country. He was convicted, sentenced to a 3-year prison term, he served only 2 years, and stripped of his Swiss citizenship. After swearing to remain silent about his captivity, standard procedure for both internees and evaders, Daniel Culler was shipped home in November 1944. When he walked into his mother's kitchen and she saw his condition, the first words out of her mouth were, "I warned you about those awful wars."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Masters of the Air, America's Bomber Boys Who Fought the Air War Against Nazi Germany, by Donald L. Miller. Read for you by Robertson Dean. Chapter 13. My Bellyful of War. I wanted wings until I got the goddamn things. Now, I don't want them anymore. They taught me how to fly and sent me here to die. I've had my bellyful of war. Army Air Corps Song. East Suffolk, September 1944. Before he was interrogated in London, Sergeant Daniel Culler had returned to his air station at Shipdham to collect his personal things, clothing, money, photographs, letters, and a greatly prized bicycle he had locked in a secure place before his last mission. Everything he valued had disappeared without a trace. Gone, too, were his old squadron mates, missing in action or shipped back to the States. Culler did not see a single face he recognized. Even the machines on the hard stands were new. The old beat-up, mean-looking, camouflaged B-24s were missing, and shiny, new, polished aluminum planes had replaced them, he recalled. With 2 crews for every ship, and the men racing through their tours in a matter of months, many of the flyers did not even bother to baptize their bombers with nose art. Some planes had no names, just numbers, and their crews no longer feared the Luftwaffe. Culler talked to gunners who had flown 20 missions over the course of the summer without seeing a German fighter. The Luftwaffe was dead, and with Allied armies closing in on the Rhine and the Oder that September, the war would be over by Christmas, he was told. Captain Ellis Woody Woodward of New Orleans was one of the new 8th Air Force flyers. His group, the 493rd, was stationed at Debich, the airfield Robert Arbib's engineers had helped build, and was the last of the 40 heavy bombardment groups to join the mighty 8th. The group flew Liberators, but 3 months later it was converted to Fortresses. It had entered the war on D-Day, and that summer Woodward's crew had seen plenty of carnage in the flak fields over the oil mills, but none of its gunners had fired a shot in anger. On the morning of September 12, 1944, Woodward, a lead pilot, took his low squadron out over the North Sea and headed toward Magdeburg, with a force of over 300 bombers to destroy an ordnance depot. With dark patches of steel floating over the target, it was a dangerous but typical mission, until the bombers began turning for home. At that moment, one of Woodward's gunners shouted, "Fighters!" and seconds later their plane was hit by a fusillade of exploding cannon shells. Woodward was leading a flight of a dozen tightly grouped B-17s. 90 seconds later, he scanned the skies and saw only one other fortress. Then everything became quiet. At exactly the moment when his bomber was most vulnerable, the enemy fighters had disappeared. 4 hours later, Woodward set down his ruined bomber on an emergency airstrip in England. 7 fortresses of the 493rd, he learned later, had been lost to enemy fighters, and a number of others had been too badly damaged to stay with the formation. Standing on the runway, watching Ramp Happy Pappy being hauled to the salvage yard, Woodward wondered, where did those fighters come from, and why did they leave before completing the slaughter? Unknown to Woodward, Air Force photo reconnaissance planes had recently been reporting alarming evidence of a resurgence of German fighter strength. But not until the day before Woodward's mission had the Luftwaffe struck with force, its first mass attack since before D-Day. Nearly 100 enemy planes evaded the Mustangs and swooped down, 20 abreast, on a trailing low group of the bomber stream, the fortresses of the luckless Bloody Hundredth. In 5 minutes, 12 of the group's bombers disappeared, then 8 more from the 92nd went down. The 8th Air Force toll, after Woodward's squadron was hit the following afternoon, was 75 bombers lost in 2 days. Although Allied intelligence knew that Albert Speer had pulled off a production miracle, not until these attacks did Adolf Galland reveal how the new fighters would be deployed. It was an old strategy with a new twist. Storm groups. Employing the element of surprise, Gallant's all-volunteer storm squadron, Sturmstaffel 1, had enjoyed some success the previous winter, but its ponderous, heavily armored twin-engine fighters, Zerstörers, began to be chewed up by the Mustangs. Gallant's solution was to build an even more strongly armed and armored fighter, a modified FW-190 with enhanced armor plating, a bullet-resistant canopy, 2 auxiliary fuel tanks, and 5 fearsome guns. It was called the Sturmbach, or battering ram. Flying in Sturmgruppen, waves of up to 40 planes, this 8-ton flying tank became for a short time the most lethal bomber-destroyer of the war. Gallant teamed storm group squadrons with groups of faster single-engine fighters. While the angular Me-109s provided top cover, the storm groups went straight for the heavies. Concentrating on one part of the bomber stream to achieve maximum shock effect, they usually attacked from the rear, wingtip to wingtip. Pilots held their fire until they were within 100 yards of the enemy, at the point when the bombers first appeared in the target circle of their gun sights. "From such range, we could hardly miss," recalled one Sturmgruppe pilot. And as the 30mm explosive rounds struck home, we could see the enemy bombers literally falling apart in front of us. After scoring a hit, a Storm Group pilot would dive straight down and head for home to avoid being caught and killed by the faster Mustangs. This is the reason enemy fighters had not stayed to finish off Woody Woodward's squadron. If a Sturmbach pilot failed to score a direct hit on an enemy bomber, he was bound by a solemn oath to ram it. But with pilots desperately scarce in the Reich, Storm Group volunteers were instructed by their local commanders to bail out immediately before or after impact. The chance of surviving a ramming and jumping out with a parachute sounds very much like heroic suicide, recalled Werner Vorbeck, a squadron captain. Yet, incredibly, more than half of the pilots who rammed American bombers, probably glancingly, reached the ground in their parachutes without serious injury. Such tactics placed a premium on blazing courage and unquestioning patriotism. Few pilots defending the homeland were deficient in either of these qualities. "One must keep in mind," wrote Vorbeck, "that the German airmen knew about the escalation of the brutal, unrelenting bombing of residential districts of the central cities and the militarily nonsensical shooting by escort fighters at everything that showed itself below, at farmers behind the plow, at bicycle riders, pedestrians, and Red Cross ambulances. They knew as well that if a peace treaty was sought, not the slightest mercy was to be expected. This knowledge motivated the storm fighter for his tasks." The new storm groups delivered and took frightful casualties. In just 2 days, September 11th and 12th, they lost 38 pilots. Barely reinforced, Vorbeck's unit flew on September 27th against over 300 liberators of the 2nd Bomb Division. The combatants, an air force that had never been turned back and one sworn to protect its home soil, collided in the skies over central Germany. For Jimmy Stewart's old Liberator group, the 445th at Tibbenham, it was the blackest day of the war. It suffered more losses than any single combat unit sustained in the history of American aerial warfare. The 2nd Air Division had expected no trouble from fighters that day. The Luftwaffe had not been seen for over 2 weeks. So confident were the division's commanders that they had ordered the ball turret guns removed from the bellies of the Liberators so that the planes could carry more bombs. When the Liberators approached the initial point and prepared to make their bomb run against industrial targets in Kassel, all 35 planes from the 445th suddenly pulled away from the formation. Navigators and pilots in the main force radioed frantic warnings to the group's lead plane, but all they received back was an order to "tighten it up and follow me." When the errant planes reached Göttingen, about 20 miles from Kassel, and released their bombs, they were hit, low and from the rear, by 3 storm groups. After making their first fire passes, the Sturmbachs hung from the Liberators' propellers and savaged the exposed undersides of the bombers, where the ball turret gunners would have been. As one Liberator after another was turned to smoke and splinters, crews from other bombers, flying further ahead, began bailing out in rows before they were even attacked, reported Captain Vorbeck. Seconds later, a German fighter rammed a Liberator. "As I approached my target, I armed the cannon and pulled the trigger," recalled Storm Group pilot Heinz Papenberg. "Nothing happened. I thought then about the Sturm commitment to ram and decided to do it. I can still see the horrified expression on the face of the tail gunner. My left wing sawed through the bomber's rudder. My wing was so damaged it couldn't hold the plane in the air, and I spun away. For a few moments I decided I was going to die. My crate was out of control. I jettisoned the hood and was sucked out of the cockpit." Papenberg smashed into the tail of his own plane, broke his leg, and lost consciousness. When he came around, he was still free-falling. Moments later, he doesn't remember how, his chute opened. He was only a few hundred feet from the ground. Back in the skies above the Beira River Valley, where Poppenberg had safely landed, American pilots were putting in panicky calls for escorts. The 361st Mustang Group arrived just in time to prevent the total destruction of the 445th. 25 four-engine bombers had been destroyed in 6 minutes of focused fury. Only 4 liberators made it back to Tibenham. Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Stewart, who had been promoted that July to 2nd Combat Wing Headquarters at Hethel, was sent to run the debriefing and settle down the stunned and mostly speechless survivors. Stewart split the men into small groups and tried to get them talking. Survivors suffering from paralyzing shock were unable to utter a word. Some of the group's liberators had landed on special lame duck fields on the English coast, but most of the missing survivors were in German hands. In the village of Nentershauen, 1 crewman was shot by a German soldier on leave, and 4 others were sent to a local labor camp, where they were executed by the guards in the middle of the night. After being roughed up, George Collar and a small group of survivors were sent out to collect the mutilated remains of their buddies. It was ghastly duty. "We traveled up and down the hills and forests all day, picking up approximately a dozen bodies," recalled Collar, whose nose had been broken and both eyes blackened by an irate German farmer. "That night, when we returned to the village, we left the wagons containing the bodies at the cemetery, and we were taken back to the jail and brought a loaf of bread. It was the last white bread we were to eat until we were liberated in May 1945. The 8th Air Force introduced new tactics to combat the storm groups. Fighter formations were sent ahead of the bombers to break up the Sturmgruppen before they formed up into their menacing phalanxes. Or else the fighters got behind them and gunned them down one after the other, the courageous German pilots refusing to engage, yet refusing to flee. Some storm flyers were still able to get through to the bombers, but the escorts almost always caught up with them and made them pay. The faster Me-109s, tethered to the slow-flying Sturmbachs, were massacred by the Mustangs. On October 12th, Chuck Yeager, flying escort for a formation of liberators, destroyed 5 Me-109s over Bremen, making him the 8th Air Force's first ace in a day. But if Air Force regulations had been adhered to, he would not have been flying that day. After returning to England from Spain the previous May, Yeager had begun a fight with his base commanders over the War Department regulation that prohibited airmen shot down over occupied Europe from returning to combat duty. German intelligence kept dossiers on most of us and knew who had been shot down before. They'd go right to work on your fingernails if you were shot down again, trying to extract information on the French underground. But I was raised to finish what I started, not slink off after flying only 8 missions. Screw the regulations. The brassy West Virginian had taken his protest up the chain of command to Eisenhower himself, who finally relented after the Allies landed in France and the Maquis began operating in the open. Yeager was a born aerial killer with matchless vision and reflexes and, in his flight leader's words, more balls than brains. But his 5 victories in one afternoon owed a lot to the dismal performance of the airmen he went up against, 2 of whom he took down without firing a shot. As he came up on their tails and was about to wax them, one pilot panicked and broke sharply left, smashing into his wingman. Jets. Adolf Galland did not have enough pilots and fuel to send out his suddenly reduced storm groups with any regularity, but he had another bullet in his chamber, a plane without propellers, the world's first combat-tested jet fighter. Since July, General Doolittle had been receiving reports about small numbers of jet fighters and rocket-powered planes that were shadowing his bomber formations. They would fly at a safe distance from the bombers and taunt them with their performance capabilities, but rarely engage. The weapon Air Force intelligence was most worried about was the twin-turbo Messerschmitt Me-262, the fastest aircraft in existence. It flew at 540 miles per hour, about 100 miles per hour faster than the Mustang, and it ran on diesel fuel, which Germany possessed in far greater quantity than standard aviation fuel. 8th Air Force intelligence had badly underestimated the number of conventional fighter planes German industry produced over the previous summer, and Spaatz did not want to make the same mistake with the Me-262. If this stunningly fast, powerfully armed plane began to be mass-produced, the Luftwaffe could regain command of the skies over Germany. Spaatz and Doolittle pressed Hap-Arnold to accelerate the production of an effective counterweapon. But America's first jet, the Bell P-59, proved to be no faster than the Mustang, and Spaatz was told that a true high-performance jet aircraft, the P-80A, would not be ready until far into the following year. Britain had a promising jet fighter, the Meteor, but its production schedule was deplorably slow, and it never got into combat. With piston-powered planes his only answer to German jets, Doolittle had begun making systematic attacks on jet fighter production plants that July. They continued into early fall, but were ineffective. The jet aircraft plants were even more cleverly hidden than plants producing conventional aircraft. We flyers had one ray of hope in the fall of 1944, and that was the new jet fighter, recalled a Luftwaffe squadron commander. Historians have long insisted that the Allied air forces were saved from that fate only by the bungling interference of Adolf Hitler. Hermann Goering was one of the sources of this idea. Asked by interrogators after the war what was the reason for the delay of the use of the Me-262 as a fighter, he replied instantly, "Adolf Hitler's madness." This is one of the most persistent myths in air power history. Hitler did interfere with the development of the plane, but this delayed its appearance by only a few months at most. In late 1943, when the Me-262 was about to go into serial production, the Führer had shocked his technical advisors by ordering its conversion from a fighter to a fighter bomber, a blitz bomber, he called it. Without checking with the engineers and administrators directing the project, Goering had promised the Führer that the plane would be ready in large numbers by May 1944, at which point Hitler had hoped to use them in reprisal raids against English cities. Terror is only broken by terror, and to repel the Allied invasion of northern France. Led by Galland, most of the Führer's air advisors had wanted him to increase fighter production, propeller planes as well as jets, and to use these aircraft for the protection of war industries. They had unexpectedly gotten what they wanted when production genius Erhard Milch, director of air armament, secretly disregarded Hitler's order and pushed ahead with the development of the Me-262 as a fighter. Hitler had not gotten wind of this until May 1944, when the first Me-262s rolled off the production line and Goering presented it to him as the fighter that would sweep Allied air power from the skies. The Führer had flown into a rage, demanding that the armament be removed and that the Me-262 be fitted out as a bomber. This is when he dismissed Milch and turned over aircraft production to Speer. Speer later made Milch deputy armament minister. "You had a great ally in your aerial warfare, the Führer," Goering told American interrogators. In the next few months, Speer and Galland implored Hitler to alter his plans for the Me-262 and employ every available plane in the Reich in the defense of the synthetic oil plants. That August, in a stormy meeting with Galland and Speer, Hitler had flown out of control and, in a spitting rage, roared, "I want no more planes produced at all. The fighter arm is to be dissolved. Stop aircraft production. At once. Understand?" He wanted all skilled workers and materiel in the aircraft industry moved immediately into the production of flak guns, he told an incredulous Speer. "A program 5 times what we have now. We'll shift hundreds of thousands of workers into flak production. Every day I read in the foreign press reports how dangerous flak is. They still have some respect for that, but not for our fighters." and with that, Gallant and Speer were ordered from the room. After being advised about the technical difficulties involved in such a massive transfer of munitions resources, Hitler ordered a more modest increase in flak defenses, but repeated his command to Speer and Karl Sauer, Speer's deputy in charge of fighter production, to increase flak defenses at the expense of air defenses. That was the first command from Hitler that neither Sauer nor I obeyed, Speer wrote later. On the following day, Speer assembled his armament staff and told them straight out, "We must maintain the production of fighter planes at a maximum." By then, Hitler had calmed down somewhat and agreed to Speer's proposal for a new fighter production program. Hitler also came around, although only part of the way, on the Me-262, allowing it to be tested as both a bomber and a fighter, but mass production continued to be delayed by persistent problems with its turbojet engine, the first in the world, and 8th Air Force attacks in the winter and spring of 1944, beginning with Big Week. These factors, along with the difficulty of training pilots to handle the temperamental and highly combustible aircraft, did more than Hitler's ill-advised intervention to delay its appearance. As Allied armies pressed closer to the borders of Germany in the late summer of 1944, Hitler finally gave Gallant permission to form a jet fighter unit for the defense of the Reich. On October 3rd, it became operational at 2 fields close to the Dutch border, directly in the path of the main American bomber route into Germany. The unit was headed by Major Walter Nowotny, one of the Luftwaffe's top aces, with 258 kills. That October, Doolittle and Spaatz thought they would have to fight the battle for air superiority all over again, but Nowotny's pilots destroyed only 22 Allied aircraft, at a cost of 26 of his unit's 30 planes. Almost all of the losses were the result of technical difficulties and pilot inexperience. For many pilots, the only previous experience of flying such a revolutionary aircraft had consisted of a few circuits of the airfield, wrote Luftwaffe historian Caius Becker. But Allied pilots did their part. Nowotny's turbojets were dangerously slow in taking off and landing, and were able to stay airborne for only an hour or so. Every time one of them was spotted in the sky by a vigilant Allied patrol plane, British and American fighters would rally to its home field and hover there, waiting for its return. I saw a large airdrome with a 6,000-foot runway and a lone jet approaching the field from the south at 500 feet, Chuck Yeager described his only victory over an Me-262. I dove at him. His landing gear was down, and he was lining up the runway, coming in at no more than 200 miles per hour, when I dropped on his ass at 500 miles per hour. Yeager poured flaming steel into the jet's wings, and the plane crashed short of the runway and disappeared in a cloud of smoke and debris. On November 8th, Walter Nowotny was killed in a crash landing at his home base. Gallant, who witnessed his fiery death and learned that same day of 3 other crashes, withdrew the unit from combat for additional training. While a jet squadron 3 times larger was being readied, Gallant fell back on a strategy that drew on the Luftwaffe's only available source of strength, the 2,500 single-engine fighters Speer had recently delivered, more than double the number of fighters the Luftwaffe possessed in 1943. Gallant called his plan for the final defense of the homeland der große Schlag, the Great Blow. Since August 1944, Gallant had been training a great part of this fighter force for a tremendous attack on a single American bomber formation. He expected to take down as many as 500 bombers and to lose an equal number of his own fighters. This was going to be the largest and most decisive air battle of the war, he wrote later, an aerial Armageddon. The shock of these unprecedented losses might convince the 8th Air Force to suspend its raids on the Reich's oil plants and go after its harder-to-hit aircraft industry. Gallant hoped that the Wehrmacht could then delay the Russian advance until either the Western Allies conquered Germany or a compromise peace was negotiated by the secret enemies of the Führer. In mid-November, the assault armada was ready. At the first sign of clear weather, it would be launched, and Galland expected the battle to decide the fate of the Reich. In the following weeks, the weather remained miserable, and Galland was forced to use up to 2/3, but never all, of this husbanded force in 4 concentrated attacks on Spatz's radar-directed bombing operations. It was a difficult decision to hold back all of the defensive fighters, Galland wrote later, but the leaders kept calm and did not insist on vain and costly forced action. Even so, these were tremendous air battles in which the Luftwaffe lost a staggering 348 pilots. The flying in November 1944 was the toughest I encountered during the entire war, reported a German fighter commander. The odds against us were 20-1, and sometimes even 30-1. Every time the enemy rose to fight, Mustangs destroyed as much as a quarter of his attacking force, Spatz reported to Robert Lovett, Assistant Secretary of War for Air. His pilots are not well trained, although very aggressive, which for them was a catastrophic combination. One of the American casualties in these terrible November battles was a Mustang pilot of the 339th Fighter Group, the promising writer Bert Stiles. After flying 35 bomber missions, Stiles had requested a transfer to a fighter outfit. "I want to fly a real plane," he told an English friend. "I want to feel the wind blowing across my face, to climb, dive, soar, be free." He died in a sky fight over Hanover as part of an American formation that destroyed 132 enemy aircraft. On November 20th, while Galland was still waiting for exactly the right weather, he received crushing news. The air units he had prepared for the great blow were to be moved to the Western Front in early December in preparation for a great land battle. Only 2 fighter wings would remain in the Reich. Galland had no time to retrain his pilots for the low-altitude air fighting they were about to experience in support of the ground forces. They would leave for their new duties unprepared and disheartened at the failure of the scheme which had given all of them hope. The transfer of his pilots was Adolf Galland's last official duty as commander of the fighter arm. Having fallen out of favor with both Goering and the Führer, he would take no part in the coming operation. That December, his phones were tapped, SS spies were placed on his staff as clerical help, and his political past was investigated, for he had never joined the Nazi Party. At the end of the month, Goering called him to his headquarters and in a 2-hour monologue accused him of devising ill-advised tactics, of failing to obey orders, and of setting up a private dynasty in the fighter arm. He then stripped him of his command. Galland asked to be sent to the front as an ordinary pilot, but Goering ordered that he take a leave until his successor was found. So Germany would fight one of the largest infantry battles of history without its finest air commander. That November, the Führer was completing plans to launch an all-out counteroffensive the following month in the Ardennes forest, extending north to south from Belgium to Luxembourg. It would be his last great effort to reverse the course of a war that was going disastrously against Germany, a counterstrike as spectacular in scope and intent as the great blow Galland had intended to deliver. The Battle of the Ruhr. While Hitler plotted his surprise counterstrike, the Allied air barons began the decisive bombing initiative of the European war, one that delivered unrecoverable blows to the entire German war economy, not just one essential part of it. But that campaign began in earnest only when Allied bombers were prevented by cloud cover from accurately hitting their main targets, Germany's oil installations. Ironically, the foul weather that Albert Speer considered the only possible salvation for the German economy opened the way for its utter destruction. In September 1944, as the Allied armies approached the Siegfried Line, their lightning-like advance across northwestern Europe came to a sudden halt. Eisenhower's forces were the victims of their own success. They had advanced so rapidly that they outran their supply line, which reached all the way back to the invasion beaches, where 90% of their fresh supplies still came across from England. The advancing Allied armies were now perilously short of ammunition, medicine, food, and gasoline. Getting these necessities to the front was difficult. The French rail system had not recovered from the Allied air assault in preparation for D-Day, and the Germans were still holding on to a number of major Channel ports, among them Le Havre, Brest, Calais, and Dunkirk. Cargo planes and heavy bombers were enlisted to fly gasoline to the Allied armies stalled along the German frontier, and an emergency around-the-clock truck service was rushed into place. Over 6,000 trucks and trailers and 23,000 men were mobilized to carry fuel, ammunition, and rations from the original landing beaches and the only functioning port in Normandy at Cherbourg to the armies advancing on the Rhine. This improvised supply system line could not nearly keep up with the demand for supplies, and there were not enough airfields in the vicinity of the troops for the airlift that was organized to be of much use. This logistical nightmare focused attention on Antwerp. The British had just captured the Belgian city, one of Europe's largest ports, but had failed to take the Scheldt River estuary, the long, narrow approach to the port. If Antwerp were opened, the Allied fuel problems would end. But instead of applying full force to clear the Germans from the banks of the Scheldt, Eisenhower made a risky attempt to win the war by the end of the year. Prodded by Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, he approved a mission to land paratroopers in Holland behind the Siegfried Line and have them drive hard through the industrialized Ruhr in the direction of Berlin. Codenamed Market Garden, the operation was launched on September 17, 1944, and was a catastrophic failure, with heavy losses, most of them British airborne troops. Eisenhower then decided to break the Siegfried Line by a series of crushing frontal assaults along the German border. The first attack of that bloody fall and winter was in early October at Aachen, an ancient cultural center just west of the Rhine. After a vicious fight, Aachen became the first major German city to fall, but the Allies were unable to break through to the Rhine. At the southern end of the Allied line, Patton, without sufficient fuel for his tanks, found it equally difficult to reduce the citadel city of Metz. Montgomery did clear the Scheldt estuary and open the port of Antwerp, but in late 1944, the war along the Siegfried Line settled into a stalemate, with Allied infantry moving slowly and at terrible cost against fixed German positions. That fall, Allied air commanders, released now from Eisenhower's direct control, wrestled with the question of how air power could help finish off Germany. A new advisory organization, the Combined Strategic Targets Committee, was established, but Harris and Spaatz had authority to hit targets of their choosing, subject to the overall control of the combined chiefs of staff and the heads of their respective air forces. A coordinated strategy was called for, but the commanders could not come up with one. In some ways, this was a reprise of the dispute that occurred in the run-up to D-Day, with Spaatz favoring attacks on oil, Harris on industrial cities, and Tedder on transportation targets. This time, Spaatz prevailed, and for the same reason that it put Tedder on top earlier in the year. Back then, the pressing objective was to prepare the way as quickly as possible for the Normandy invasion. Now, it was to finish off Germany by Christmas. The combined chiefs decided that greatly intensified oil strikes, in conjunction with an autumn offensive by Eisenhower's ground forces, offered the best chance of doing that. A cagey bureaucratic infighter, Tedder continued to lobby for his own plan, using his considerable leverage with the chiefs of staff and the Royal Air Force commander, Sir Charles Portal. Tedder and his chief policy aide, Professor Solly Zuckerman, proposed that the campaign against railways begun in France in the spring of 1944 should be carried into Germany, since its economic and industrial life, as well as the freedom of military movement, depended on the untrammeled use of a railway system. That September, Allied fighter bombers, with occasional help from the heavies, had begun attacking rail and water transportation targets in northwestern Germany, but Tedder wanted something far more ambitious, a full-out assault by the Allied air forces, both strategic and tactical, on Germany's transportation infrastructure, its rail, river, and canal traffic. Deprived of these economic arteries, neither the industrial cities that Bomber Harris was pulverizing nor the synthetic plants that Spots was destroying could continue to function, and factories everywhere in the Reich would be cut off from the raw materials, component parts, and markets they needed to survive. Coordinated assaults against the transportation network would also play havoc with Albert Speer's ingenious but vulnerable system of industrial decentralization. The more industries have been dispersed, the more they depend on good communications, Tedder reminded Portal. And the German army's dependence on communication needs no comment. Conceding the success of Spots's oil offensive, Tedder proposed that transportation and oil be treated as complementary, not competing, target systems. Zuckerman's intelligence sources indicated that the pre-invasion devastation of the rail system of northern France and Belgium had also fatally weakened the Reichsbahn, the German National Railway, as it was forced to supply cars, locomotives, and rail service lost to Allied bombing in those countries. The system needed only a slight push, he argued, to topple it. Why, he wondered, did the American warlords fail to see what was directly in front of their eyes, the enemy's transportation system on the precipice? It was not that clear-cut. 8th Air Force intelligence experts insisted that the attacks on the French railway system had not been as effective as Zuckerman claimed. They had inconvenienced, but not incapacitated, German troop movements. Why divert the heavies to new targets when oil raids had already put Germany on the ropes? As in Operation Overlord, timing was everything for the Allied leadership. Knocking out the best-run rail system in the world by the end of the year seemed beyond possibility, whereas ultra-intercepts offered unassailable evidence that the Reich oil industry was about to be sent to the mat. Zuckerman, an eminent zoologist, insisted that his strategic bombing plan was based on scientific principles and objective analysis. This was preposterous. Strategic bombing was the furthest thing from a science. It was founded more on faith than fact, on incomplete or erratic data, most of it gathered from photo reconnaissance conducted over a part of the world that lay under perpetual cloud cover for great parts of the year. Everything about the strategic bombing was new and untried. The only thing it shared with science was its experimental impulse. Unlike the other military services, the bomber commanders and their advisors had neither precedent nor experience to fall back on. Flexible Allied air leaders like Tedder and Spots had learned how to bomb by the very act of bombing, by experimenting with new tactics and strategy until they found their way to what worked most effectively. Their only correctives were the black and white infrared photographs of their reconnaissance pilots and information gleaned from ultra-intercepts, and the latter were of distressingly limited value because almost all German business communication was by landlines, not encoding machines. Zuckerman and Tedder forged an excellent war plan, but they were hardly the strategic visionaries they have made themselves out to be in their otherwise excellent autobiographies. They advocated oil attacks focused on the Ruhr, for example, whereas the vastly more important targets of Leuna and Perlitz lay further east. If Spots erred in not giving sufficient attention to transportation bombing, Teddy and Zuckerman made the equal error of not giving oil the emphasis it deserved. At a crucial meeting of the air chiefs in late October, oil was given top priority, with transportation a distant second. But a proviso unintentionally swung the initiative to Tedder's plan. When weather grounded Spots's oil raiders, who needed clear skies to hit synthetic plants with even a measure of accuracy, they were instructed to go after transportation targets with blind bombing techniques as necessary. As it turned out, the weather remained atrocious into the following year, throwing the advantage to proponents of railroad bombing. In the last part of the war, the 8th Air Force would drop nearly half its tonnage on transportation targets. One of the reasons Spots did not want to make German railroads his priority, the system's immense size, made it an ideal target of last resort. It was a target that was almost always available. Bomber Harris was given virtually the same bombing directive as Spots, but with Portal still unable to control him because of Harris's strong ties to Churchill and his immense popularity on the home front, the headstrong air commander did almost as he pleased. In the last 3 months of 1944, his force dropped 53% of its bombs on cities, 15% on transportation targets, and only 14% on oil facilities. Because of the tremendous lifting capacity of his Lancasters, Harris made a stronger contribution to both the transportation and oil offensives than he is generally credited with. It is a stain on his reputation that he did not do more. After a saturation attack on Darmstadt on September 11th, a raid that ignited a firestorm that consumed over 10,000 people, nearly a tenth of the town's population, Harris zeroed in on the Ruhr and the regions just to the west of it. That autumn and early winter, he unleashed attacks on over 30 industrial cities, some of the same towns his crews had torched the previous year. Much of the wreckage was industrial property and transportation infrastructure, gas plants, electric grids, and water mains, but too much of it was human blood and bones. If the preponderance of the 60,000 tons of explosives Harris's heavy bombers dropped on the cities of Ruhr had been used against oil and rail targets, he would have better served the Allied war effort and his own troubled legacy. The Allied Air Force's communications bombing also centered on the Ruhr, the country's largest producer of coal, iron, and steel. A knockout blow delivered there, Tedder argued, would have a rippling effect on the entire German economy. He turned out to be right, but for the wrong reasons. In attacking transportation, the Allies blundered into a war-winning bombing offensive, one that deprived German factories and power plants of the one raw material without which they could not function. Almost all freight in Germany was shipped by either rail or canal, and the most important commodity that these systems transported was coal, the source of 90% of Germany's energy. Just as the Allies failed to see the close connection between Germany's synthetic oil and munitions industries, so they failed to appreciate the full significance of the coal-Reichsbahn relationship. When the 8th Air Force arrived in England in 1942, its only guide to bombing policy was a hastily prepared plan based on the American, not the German, economy. But the United States was an oil and automobile society, whereas Germany was heavily dependent on coal and railroads. Not even Tedder, who came from a coal-driven economy, had emphasized the close connection between coal and railroads in his passionate pleas for transportation bombing. Depriving some key industries like steel of their coal supplies was one part, not the main thrust of his transportation plan. Here, Tedder was the victim of his own intelligence sources. No Allied intelligence agency envisioned what would be the most effective bombing outcome of the European war, the destruction of the Reich's coal railway nexus. While oil was essential to the Nazi war machine, coal was even more important. Deprived of it, the entire German economy would collapse. Bad weather and good fortune thus conjoined to produce a devastating assault on Germany's most essential commodity. Most of Germany's coal reserves were located in 3 regions: the Ruhr, Upper Silesia, and to a far lesser extent, the Saar in southwest Germany on the French-German border. The Ruhr Basin was the source of 63% of Germany's coking coal, the key ingredient for smelting iron, and 80% of its most valuable coal, bituminous, as opposed to lignite or brown coal, which contains decidedly less energy. Coal from the Ruhr powered the region's own industries, as well as those of central and southern Germany. Upper Silesia's coal met the energy needs of the Berlin metropolitan region. The Allied bombing campaign in the Ruhr was not aimed at the pitheads or production centers, but at transportation arteries that led in and out of them, all of which passed through the enormous marshalling yards of the Reichsbahn. The dispatching centers of all railway freight, these yards were, in Tedder's words, the heart of the rail system, and yet they had been relatively untouched. When Allied bombers began systematically destroying them, they created a nationwide coal famine that would build in intensity until it brought the entire economy to a standstill in early 1945. It is ironical, wrote historian Alice S. Millward, that of all Germany's raw materials, the one in which she was best supplied should have been so responsible for the final collapse. By November, relentless raids by the Allied air forces had severed the Ruhr's waterway connections to the rest of Germany. This created economic havoc, for over a third of the region's coal exports were shipped by water. From this point on, the full burden of keeping the economy running fell on the Reichsbahn. A railway that ordinarily carried 3/4 of the country's freight was now asked to carry nearly all of it. Stated simply, the new bombing philosophy was this: instead of concentrating on the industries that produce the freight, attack the carriers that move it, a rail system being easier to knock out than an entire industrial economy. And when that rail system was destroyed, the economy would crack and collapse. As with oil, it was a battle between the bombers and the repair crews. By November, Speer had almost 200,000 workers engaged in industrial repairs in the Ruhr alone. 50,000 of these were expendable slave laborers from Holland, but 30,000 had been released from the armaments industry, creating an unavoidable drain on the war economy. Through a gigantic effort, parts of the system were kept open, but the battle between destruction and reconstruction, always an uneven one, turned disastrously against Germany in the winter of 1944. It was then that attrition became fatal, for it was only after the 5th or 6th bombing attack that a marshalling yard was disabled. As with the oil campaign, it was the frequency and weight of the attacks, not their accuracy, that was most telling. American Air Force publicists lauded the surgical precision of the raids, boasted about killing the enemy's industry with 1,000 clean cuts, but the German economy was bludgeoned to death by the blunt instrument of saturation bombing. Indispensable supply and troop trains could often get through the wreckage on a single track, but only with the greatest difficulty, and fighter-bomber attacks on moving trains made it necessary to move troops to the front almost exclusively at night. It was the near-perfect marriage between the strategic and tactical forces that Tedder envisioned. The heavies hit the big, easy-to-spot marshalling yards, and the fighters and medium bombers went after moving trains, viaducts, and bridges. The disruption of our communications, Speer warned Hitler that November, may well lead to a production crisis which will gravely jeopardize our capacity to continue the war. The outcome of the Battle of the Ruhr will determine the fate of our Reich. Blind bombing. From September 1944 to the end of the European War, the American forces dropped twice as much tonnage on marshalling yards as any other target, with radar attacks predominating. Attacks on marshalling yards raised troubling moral issues. Unlike oil plants, the big rail yards were located in the central districts of industrial cities, adjacent to workers' housing. These cities, although not their marshalling yards, were easily detected through the clouds with H-2X radar. In destroying large marshalling yards, the 8th Air Force destroyed densely settled residential neighborhoods, killing and maiming thousands of civilians. How could this not happen when, by the Air Force's own calculations, only 2% of the bombs dropped in a typical radar attack hit within 1,000 feet of the aiming point? Human error was compounded by Curtis LeMay's militarily effective policy of bombing on the leader. My squadron was on the tail end of a bombing strike against a railroad yard in a small industrial town. 8th Air Force pilot Craig Harris described a typical raid against an urban rail center. There were about 400 bombers in front of us as we approached the target. Our shadow, if we had had one, would have covered almost the entire town. The clouds were so thick we couldn't see a thing on the ground. The lead plane carried the radar equipment. When it passed over the target, it dropped its bombs, along with a smoke marker, the signal for the rest of the formation to drop. The planes at the head of the formation wasted the marshalling yard, but the rest of us wasted the town. Even when bombing was done visually on clear days, the collateral damage could be enormous. We bombed the marshalling yards of Mayen, wrote Sergeant John J. Briol of the 457th Bomb Group. The railroads went right through the center of the town. Bombs away, and Ozzy, the bombardier, hit the toggle switch. Minutes later, the bombs landed, and from his ball turret, Briol had a perfect view of the carnage. This was a little city of about 2,000 people. We blasted the yards all right, and the entire city with it. I saw the whole city disappearing, and I suddenly realized again what a rotten business this was. The specter of the extermination of innocents would forever lie in the back of my mind as I matured, recalled 8th Air Force pilot Bernard Thomas Nolan. While some airmen killed without remorse, studies conducted by 8th Air Force psychiatrists found that most men on heavy bomber crews could not tolerate well the guilt of killing, despite the fact that the victims were remote, almost abstract. For the most part, personal hatred was directed at German leaders, not the pilots the 8th fought or the people it bombed. We live with fear, but not with a consuming hatred for another human, who, given his wish, would not be involved in this madness any more than we, radio operator J.J. Lynch wrote in his combat diary. But the more typical reaction after an ugly raid was to bury the experience. The 8th had done blind bombing before, but never this remorselessly. Approximately 80% of the 8th's and 70% of the 15th's missions during the last 3 months of 1944 were conducted in dense to moderate cloud cover. Now it was open season on any community that had a major railway facility, and that was almost every city and town of economic consequence in Western Germany. In December, the arc of destruction widened to include the entire Reich. If the main target could not be found, Air Force crews were given clearance, beginning in November, to bomb targets of last resort, towns or industrial sites large enough to produce an identifiable return on the H-2X scope. This was a policy pressed on Doolittle by General George Marshall in his haste to conclude the war. The presumption was that such towns had to contain a military objective of some kind, even if it was only a single railroad bridge or oil storage tank. The new bombing directive, dated October 29, 1944, was a clear departure from the 8th Air Force's standing policy against indiscriminate bombing. Up to this point, the 8th had rarely aimed its bombs directly at civilians, and it would never employ the fire-raising tactics used by Bomber Harris. But pressure to finish off the enemy created a new situation in which the German people could now expect the neighborhood-destroying raids in daylight they had previously experienced only at night. The 8th had a unit called the Air Scouts, former bomber pilots who flew ahead of the attack fleets in Mustangs to alert them by radio about late-breaking weather conditions they might want to avoid. But for the most part, the weather over Germany during this winter, as during the winter before, ceased to matter in determining whether to send out the force. Bombers were dispatched unless conditions over their home bases were absolutely impossible. By the winter of 1944, the differences between the bombing practices of the 8th Air Force and Britain's Bomber Command had narrowed, although they were still significant. The 8th killed unaccountable numbers of civilians when it began intensively bombing vital urban targets that it could not possibly hit accurately. Bomber Harris continued to launch city-consuming attacks after his night force developed, in 1944, guidance technology that allowed it to hit targets within and around urban areas with considerable accuracy. One Air Force deliberately targeted civilians. The other, with only a few exceptions, did not. The declared intention of the attacker may be insignificant to the people of a neighborhood shattered by a string of bombs aimed elsewhere, but it is a matter of surprising significance to the residents of entire cities coldly mapped out for slaughter. Blind bombing put American airmen, as well as German civilians, in greater jeopardy. "If we fall into most German hands now, they will kill us," John Briol wrote in his diary. But most crewmen on blind bombing missions feared the weather more than the Germans. Lost in heavy clouds, a lead navigator took Lewis Wells's 95th Bomb Group down the bomb run backward. Lou pulled the nose up until the ship stalled out to avoid hitting another plane. Wells's tail gunner, Rulon Paramore, described the incident in his war journal. We lost our wingman in the ordeal. The plane that missed us hit him. They both blew up. That winter, Lieutenant Kenneth Deacon Jones, a 20-year-old pilot from Janesville, Wisconsin, took a train to Cambridge for the funeral of a friend from his 389th Bomb Group who was killed in a crash landing in England. It was a mass burial service. So many names with no one to grieve for them. Bundled up in his trench coat, Jones began to shake with emotion when taps was played. After the service, he and another airman walked to a local pub and ordered a glass for their departed friend. We took off some time later, and one full drink was left standing on the bar. Some men who sought relief from the war in the towns of East Anglia returned to the base more depressed than when they arrived. On a 3-day visit to Cambridge, Georgia-born Ben Smith fell in love with the old timbered buildings, the ancient inns, and the lawns and gardens that ran from the backs of the colleges down to the slow-flowing River Cam, from which the town took its name. 20 miles removed from death and terror, Smith found peace and sanctuary, and he did not want to leave. The bus trip back to Molesworth felt as long and depressing as any mission he had ever flown. Hangar music. While Ben Smith was at Molesworth, his Hells Angels group celebrated its 200th mission with a wild 3-day party. Military trucks hauled in enormous quantities of scotch and lager and were then dispatched to pick up girls from the local towns. So it began, non-stop drinking for days on end. The casualty lists mounted. The dispersal tents were booked solid. Bars were filled with wall-to-wall humanity, sodden and riotous. Some of the women stood on the bars and stripped for the boys, and the MPs could not keep drunken couples from sneaking into the Nissen huts to enjoy each other. Finally it was over, Smith recalled, and what the Germans had not been able to do, alcohol had. The 303rd Bomb Group was completely out of business. For its 200th mission party, the Bloody 100th chartered a train to pick up hundreds of women in London, most of them of questionable virtue. After being tested for venereal disease, they were billeted in special barracks guarded by MPs, although most of them didn't sleep there, recalled pilot Keith Lamb. There was clean fun as well. Families from the surrounding villages were invited, and there was a traveling English carnival with rides, concessions, and a fortune-teller. While village children devoured real American hot dogs and rode the gorgeous carousel brought in for the occasion, fortresses took off for the Reich. When the boys returned that afternoon without a single loss, they joined the merrymakers, drinking bitter and eating thick steaks cooked on open pits near the airfields. When the sun went down, the action shifted to the big hangar. Flyers and their dates jitterbugged to the driving music of the 100th Century Bombers Orchestra. Once you'd learned to jitterbug, you never wanted to do any other dance, recalled a local woman. The American boys would swing you around and throw you over their shoulders and between their legs. Everyone got lost in the music. It was bloody wonderful. About a week after the party, the commanding officer learned that several London women were still on the base as guests of a group of flyers who were kind enough to share their beds with them. The MPs were sent to roust them, but they refused to leave. The guards were ordered back, and the women disappeared from the Nissen hut. "I never saw men look so sad," Rosie Rosenthal recalled the expressions on the faces of the disappointed flyers. 2 days later, the same girls were found in the beds of the MPs. When Lewis Wells's 95th Bomb Group celebrated its 200th mission party, the guests of honor were Bing Crosby, Dinah Shore, and Captain Glenn Miller and his Army Air Force band. For an hour the walls of the hangar pulsated and vibrated, Wells described Miller's concert in a letter home. When it seemed as if the roof would fly off, the band piled into their trucks and took off. Miller arrived in England with his 40-piece orchestra just after D-Day, causing a sensation in a country where his soft swing music had been copied by nearly every British dance band. During the previous year, the band, with its handsome lead crooner, Sergeant Johnny Desmond, the boy Sinatra, had raised millions for the war effort with a Saturday radio program, I Sustain the Wings, and concerts at war bond rallies all across America. But Miller wanted to go to Europe, into the heart of the war, to entertain the airmen with the tunes they listened to on German radio while flying back from the Reich, In the Mood, A String of Pearls, Tuxedo Junction, Chattanooga Choo Choo, Pennsylvania 6-5000, and the band's sentimental theme song, Moonlight Serenade. At age 38, with a wife and 2 toddlers, the lean, scholarly-looking trombonist was 3 years past the upper age limit for the draft, but "I sincerely feel that I owe a debt of gratitude to my country," he told his disappointed American fans. Miller broke up the band he had formed just 4 years before and was commissioned a captain in the Army Air Forces. With a boost from General Hap Arnold, he was given permission to organize a new band, filling it with an unlikely combination of jazz musicians and classically trained string players, all of them Air Force volunteers. Some of the band's older players had no desire to go overseas, but Miller lobbied hard for the reassignment, and General Eisenhower finally requested that the band be posted in England to broadcast shows for a new radio service of the Allied Expeditionary Force. Some of the musicians had been declared unfit for overseas duty, but Miller had the requirements waived. "You're all going no matter what they said on your service records," he told them. Miller was flown to London to make advance arrangements. The rest of the orchestra followed by sea. The Miller Band arrived in the city at the height of the buzz bomb scare. The musicians found Captain Miller spending most of his time in a bomb shelter underneath the BBC building at 25 Sloane Court, where they were scheduled to do their broadcasts. When a pilotless bomb landed 3 blocks away, Miller received permission to take the band to Bedford, 50 miles north of London. Here the band was billeted for the next 6 months, close to the American air bases it visited on a busy summer tour. The day after the band left London, a V-1 rocket slammed into the street directly in front of 25 Sloane Court, shattering buildings and killing over 70 people. Miller's band played most of its concerts in giant steel hangars and flew from base to base in war-weary bombers marked with bright white paint, condemned for combat. Music-hungry airmen crowded the stage, stood on the wings of planes, and perched on the beams high overhead, swaying to the sounds of home. "That sound was something in that hangar," a bomber pilot recalled Miller's concert at Attlebridge. "I mean, people went nuts." In late November, Miller told his orchestra that they would be going to liberated Paris for a Christmas concert, giving the American fighting forces on the continent a hunk of home. He would fly ahead to set things up. On December 15th, as he and his friend Colonel Norman F. Bessel prepared to take off from an RAF field near Bedford, Miller was noticeably nervous. The weather was vile, freezing drizzle and dense fog, and they were in a light single-engine plane without ditching equipment or parachutes, a Norseman D-64 piloted by RAF Flight Officer Johnny Nipper Morgan. Before they boarded, Morgan had assured them the weather was improving. This was scant consolation to Miller, who had an aversion to flying. The Norseman took off into the gloom and vanished forever. For 40 years, Glenn Miller's death remained an unsolved mystery. In 1984, 2 members of an RAF bomber crew, the navigator and pilot, came forward with an explanation. On the afternoon of December 15th, their 4-engine Lancaster was returning from an aborted daylight mission to a marshalling yard in Germany. After their bomb aimer jettisoned the bombs over the English Channel, the navigator, Fred Shaw, said that he and a gunner, who died in 1983, saw a Norseman aircraft fall from the sky, the victim, apparently, of the concussion created by their discarded bombs, one of them a 4,000-pound cookie that exploded near the surface of the sea. The rear gunner, who was looking around all the time, saw it tip up and go into the sea. Victor Gregory, the pilot, told a New York Times reporter. When Gregory was asked why he had not disclosed this information sooner, he said he had forgotten about the incident until Shaw contacted him, and had failed to connect it with Miller's disappearance, which had not been reported for 9 days after he left England. Fred Shaw said his curiosity was first aroused in 1954 after seeing the Hollywood film of Glenn Miller's life, starring Jimmy Stewart. Shaw checked his wartime logbook and realized the downed Norseman might have been Miller's plane. For years, his story was discounted by reporters, historians, and Glenn Miller enthusiasts, until it was corroborated by aviation historian Roy Nesbitt, who conducted an exhaustive study of meteorological charts and declassified operational documents. The Battle of the Bulge. On the evening Glenn Miller was scheduled to meet friends in Paris, Field Marshal Gert von Rundstedt issued the order of the day to the armies he had secretly amassed in the Eifel Mountains, opposite the Ardennes forest. "Soldiers of the West Front, your great hour has struck. Everything is at stake." At 5:30 the next morning, a thunderous artillery bombardment announced the opening of the assault that would stun the world. This was Hitler's final attempt to turn the tide of the war, a colossal gamble made against the advice of his senior military commanders, including von Rundstedt. The Führer's plan was to raise a new army, the Volksgrenadier, a people's infantry made up of transferred airmen and sailors, retired infantrymen, conscripts from Nazi-occupied countries, and German boys as young as 15. It would link up with veteran army units, including the Waffen-SS, in a lightning counterattack along an 80-mile front that ran from southern Belgium to the middle of Luxembourg. The attack would be spearheaded by the hundreds of tanks that Albert Speer's accelerated armaments program had produced that summer, and would be supported by the new Luftwaffe units Galland had assembled for the great blow. After breaking through the twisted terrain of the Ardennes, 2 armies, with another protecting their southern flank, would swing north across the Meuse River and capture the port of Antwerp, some 125 miles away. This would cut the flow of supplies to the Allies and split the British and Canadian forces from the American armies to the south. At this point, the Western Allies might agree to a separate peace, allowing Hitler to throw everything he had against the oncoming Bolsheviks. For his plan to succeed, Hitler needed at least 3 things: the element of surprise, bad weather, and additional gasoline, which he expected to capture in the fight. Fog, night, and snow, he predicted, would ground the Allied air arm and give him his victory. In the opening hours of von Rundstedt's offensive, almost 250,000 German troops and 900 tanks swept through the thinly defended American lines, a ghost front manned by untested units and veterans exhausted by a savage November fight in Germany's Huertgen forest. Fighting in heavy snow and fog and caught completely by surprise in dense, untracked forests, defense lines broke down and the Germans made enormous initial advances, creating the great bulge in the American lines that would give the battle its name. All the while, heavy cloud cover extending all the way back to England grounded the Allied air forces, giving the attackers the advantage Hitler had banked on. How had Hitler pulled off the surprise, amassing a tremendous army directly in front of American lines at a time when the Allies enjoyed air superiority over this entire region? It was a case of the armies having the intelligence, but not believing it. Aerial and ground reconnaissance had detected a German buildup west of the Rhine, but American ground commanders were convinced it was nothing more than an effort to reinforce existing defensive positions along the Siegfried Line in expectation of a coming Anglo-American offensive to the north and south of the Ardennes, where most of the Allied troops were massed. As historian Charles MacDonald, a veteran of the battle, wrote, "The American commanders looked in a mirror and saw there only the reflection of their own intentions." For a worrisome succession of days, the weather held, and the impetus of the surprise assault carried Hitler's panzer armies, the sharp point of the advance, deep into the Ardennes. The heroes who turned the battle were the losers of the first few days. Soldiers in small rifle companies, engineering groups, and anti-tank teams fought in 0-degree temperatures, slowing the German penetration and giving Eisenhower time to bring up massive reinforcements. Blunting the initial German advance was crucial for another reason. Unknown to the Allies, the Germans had only enough fuel for a 5- or 6-day attack. Before their gasoline ran out, the armored columns, headed by Colonel Joachim Peiper's 1st SS Panzer Division, counted on capturing fuel depots behind enemy lines. The defiant resistance of American GIs defeated these plans, as small units attacked Tiger tanks with bazookas and rifle grenades and raked infantry outfits with small arms fire, grenades, and mortar. "Our orders were to hold or die," recalled one soldier. "Somehow we held." They and airborne units rushed to the front in trucks, held on precariously at crossroads towns like Saint-Vith and Bastogne, and by the end of the first week of the enemy offensive, Patton's Third Army was racing toward imperiled Bastogne in one of the most thrilling rescue efforts of the war. All the while, Eisenhower moved 250,000 men into the thick of the fight. No army has ever been reinforced in such numbers and at such speed. 2 days before Christmas, the skies cleared, and Allied fighters and medium bombers chewed up panzer columns already hobbled by fuel shortages. "We'd look up at the sky and say, 'Thank goodness they're flying again,'" recalled Sergeant Roger Rutland. That day, the 8th put up every heavy bomber available, an air armada of nearly 20,000 men. It saturated airfields and marshalling yards east of the Rhine, dropping more tonnage than on any other single day of the war. The following day, the 8th Air Force lost one of its founders, one of the original 6 that Ira Eaker had brought to England to set up American bombing operations. After spending a year at Eaker's headquarters, Brigadier General Frederick Castle had volunteered to take over the newly committed 94th Bomb Group, and after restoring discipline to that unruly outfit, had been given command, in April 1944, of the 4th Combat Wing, the largest in the 8th Air Force. On Christmas Eve 1944, he led the greatest force in the history of aviation against communications centers and Luftwaffe fighter fields. Flying over Belgium, Castle's plane was forced out of the lead by engine problems. With friendly troops beneath him, he refused to jettison the bombs to gain speed, and his trailing bomber became an easy target for 7 Messerschmitts that had been tracking the bomber stream, a formation that stretched for 300 miles all the way back to the Channel. General Castle's Medal of Honor citation describes what happened next. Repeated attacks started fires in 2 engines. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the bailout order was given. Without regard for his personal safety, he gallantly took the controls to afford other crew members an opportunity to escape. Still another attack exploded gasoline tanks, and the bomber plunged earthward, with Castle guiding it toward an open field. The explosion spread metal fragments and human remains for over 600 feet. Attacking pitilessly that day, and right through Christmas, the strategic and tactical forces knocked out bridges and rail lines and cratered highways, creating a supply crisis that helped doom the German offensive. The Luftwaffe rose to defend the Wehrmacht's lifelines, but lost nearly 250 fighters in 5 days. Running low on both fuel and ammunition, harassed by American engineering units that blew up bridges and by attack planes that blanketed the skies, Colonel Peiper's SS unit abandoned its tanks and began walking back to Germany. On Christmas Day, General Hasso von Manteuffel's 2nd Panzer Division, having passed Saint-Vith, ran out of gas only 3 miles from the Meuse, where it was pilloried by a column led by General Lawton Collins, the hero of the Saint-Lô breakthrough. The next day, advanced columns of Patton's army broke the siege of Bastogne. With these twin defeats, all chances of the Germans reaching Antwerp evaporated, although Hitler insanely ordered his armies to continue to press the fight, refusing to believe that its objectives were beyond reach. Allied heavy and medium bombers continued to smash rail junctions, bridges, and marshalling yards behind enemy lines, preventing German units from reaching the fighting front. Even soldiers on bicycles could not get through some railway towns wrecked by Allied bombs. The German offensive would have succeeded, von Rundstedt told Allied interrogators after the war, if supplies and reserves could have been brought up as quickly as General Patton could move up from the south. That is doubtful, but the destruction of rail transportation west of the Rhine helped seal the fate of the German army in the Ardennes before the onset of the new year. On New Year's Day, the Luftwaffe, under direct orders from Hitler, undertook a daring offensive to reverse the course of the battle. Before the sun came up, over 800 German fighter pilots made final preparations for an early morning strike against Allied fighter fields in Holland, Belgium, and northern France. The objective was to catch the fighters while they were still on the ground, paralyzing a good part of the enemy's air force in one stroke. Some of the German squadrons took to the air barely an hour after celebrating the New Year. We danced, laughed, and drank until quite suddenly, on a gesture from the commandeur, the orchestra stopped playing, recalled Lieutenant Gunther Blomitz. Meine Herren, the commandeur's voice rang out across the silent room, we will check our watches. Take off in 50 minutes. With the winter sun beginning to rise on the horizon, the pilots were in their planes, 2 of them dressed in their mess uniforms, white shirts, patent leather shoes, and white gloves. If captured, they wanted the enemy to know they have to deal with superior people. Moments later, 60 aircraft thundered across the airfield, blowing the virgin snow of New Year's Eve into the whirling clouds with their takeoff. Approaching their targets at treetop level, the attack forces caught the British and American tactical commands with their pants down, destroying or damaging over 450 planes, most of them on the ground. But in Operation Baseplate, the Luftwaffe fighter arm lost over 400 piston-engine aircraft and 237 pilots, including 59 of the force's commanders. It was the greatest single catastrophe the Luftwaffe would suffer. In this forced action, we sacrificed our last substance, said Galland, who had prepared most of these pilots for the great blow. In the previous year, the Luftwaffe had lost over 13,000 aircraft, destroyed or damaged beyond repair, in combat operations on all fronts. After Baseplate, the single-engine fighters would be able to mount only occasional harassing attacks on the Allied bombers. That December, the Luftwaffe had accepted shipments of over 2,900 new combat aircraft, but without sufficient fuel and pilots, most of these spanking new planes would spend the rest of the war in air parks, with blocks on their wheels. By the first week of January, the Allies were on the advance in the Ardennes, slowly pushing the Germans out of the 70-mile deep bulge, a month-long operation. In January 1945, the U.S. Army suffered more battle casualties, over 39,000, than in any other month in the fight for Northwest Europe. The best friends the GIs had in the final weeks of battle were the Allied air forces. Clouds of thunderbolts and British typhoons flew in over the treetops, following the tracks of German tanks in the snow. All the while, the 8th Air Force continued to savage marshalling yards on both sides of the Rhine, creating transportation delays and deep shortages of weapons and ammunition. Essential supplies continued to get through to the Wehrmacht, but with immense difficulty, as 2 entire transportation systems, one in the Cologne area, the other around Frankfurt, were turned into railway deserts. And as von Rundstedt's armies retreated from the frigid forests of Belgium, they were fatally delayed by gasoline shortages caused by Spatz's oil offensive. By the end of January, the enemy's brilliant fighting retreat turned into a rout, a race back to the Siegfried Line, where the battle had begun 6 weeks earlier. The Battle of the Bulge was almost entirely an American fight, the biggest and costliest in lives ever fought by the U.S. Army. Over 1 million German and Allied soldiers were engaged, 600,000 of them Americans. 19,000 Americans were killed, 47,000 wounded, and 15,000 captured. The Germans suffered over 100,000 casualties. It was preeminently a rifleman's battle, but air power had been indispensable. January was the climax of the Allied air campaign against Hitler's war economy. The Reichsbahn was damaged beyond hope of recovery. With this, the coal famine turned into an irreversible energy catastrophe. The Ruhr, the beating heart of the German economy and the chief source of its coal and iron ore, was almost completely cut off from the rest of the country. Deprived of the raw materials essential to production, gasworks, power plants, and munitions, mills either closed down or were forced to drastically curtail output. And with Germany's rail system under daily assault, component parts, including ball bearings, could not reach the final points of production. Unable to ship the products it was still able to manufacture efficiently, the entire ball bearing industry collapsed. Allied oil raids compounded the chaos caused by the coal crisis. Heavy cloud cover in the late autumn had helped the oil industry recover a small part of its productive capacity, but Allied bombers got through to their targets with enough regularity that fall and winter to demolish any hopes that Speer might have had to salvage the sinking industry. By late January, it was impossible for either the Luftwaffe or the motorized units of the Wehrmacht to organize effective resistance in the West. By then, the general economic situation had become irremediable. The final curtain had fallen on the German war economy. From January 1945 on, German armies on both the eastern and western fronts would experience severe shortages of both fuel and weapons, the direct result of the bomber war. When the Allied breakthroughs occurred west of the Rhine in February, across the Rhine in March, and throughout Germany in April, lack of gasoline in countless local situations was the direct factor behind the destruction or surrender of vast quantities of tanks, guns, trucks, and of thousands upon thousands of enemy troops, said General Omar Bradley. And by Joseph Stalin's own admission, Russian victories in Silesia in February and March 1945 and the Red Army's final drive on Berlin were aided by the enemy's fuel crisis, the massive impairment of his rail system, and the transfer of German fighters from the Eastern Front to the defense of homeland industries. Interrogated after the war, the German High Command was almost equally divided on the question of which air attacks had hurt the Reich the most, those on transportation or oil. Field Marshal Keitel thought transport raids because of their direct importance to military operations and war production. Goering said oil raids. Without fuel, nobody can conduct a war. But German field commanders on the Western Front, men actively conducting operations, realized that it was the simultaneous blows against oil and transportation that had made it impossible to conduct effective ground operations. "Three factors defeated us in the West," said von Rundstedt. "First, the unheard-of superiority of your Air Force, which made all movement in daytime impossible. Second, the lack of motor fuel, oil and gas, so that the panzers and even the remaining Luftwaffe were unable to move. Third, the systematic destruction of all railway communications so that it was impossible to bring a single railway train across the Rhine. This made impossible the reshuffling of troops and robbed us of all mobility." General Georg Thomas, former head of one of Germany's major war production boards, put it most succinctly. "Victory is production, and you destroyed German production. Victory is movement. You paralyzed us." Conducted simultaneously and unsparingly in the fall and winter of 1944-45, the oil and transportation offensives hastened the end of a war that could have dragged on into late 1945. The January Crisis. In January 1945, the air commanders who had destroyed the German economy failed to realize it. Persistent cloud cover prevented photo reconnaissance planes from gaining a complete picture of the destruction that Allied bombing had wrought. Not until February, when the weather improved and Sir Norman Bottomley, the RAF's Deputy Chief of Air Staff, ordered a thorough review of ultra-intercepts of German commercial message traffic, would a complete picture emerge of the extent of the damage done to the German transportation system. Bottomley's investigators would discover thousands of enemy reports describing the parlous state of the national economy. In its enthusiasm for oil over transportation bombing, the Combined Strategic Targets Committee had either failed to scrutinize carefully or deliberately ignored these reports. Lacking this invaluable information in early January, the Anglo-American air chiefs were despondent. "The fighting quality of the German ground armies is still very high," Assistant Secretary of War Robert Lovett described the prevailing pessimism of American air leaders. "Their offensive possibilities are still large. The recuperative power of German industry has exceeded our expectations, and the morale of the civilian population has shown no signs as yet of breaking." In a remarkable letter to Karl Spaatz, Hap Arnold conceded for the first time in the war that "we may not be able to force capitulation of the Germans by air attacks." At a January 11th conference of Allied air leaders, General Frederick Anderson reported that, "From the strategic point of view, the picture is very sad," a verdict that Jimmy Doolittle backed 100%. Anderson had just seen a disturbing report prepared by Brigadier General George C.M. MacDonald, the 8th Air Force's intelligence chief. It warned that a staggering proportion of German aircraft production was going into the jet program, and that if the war continued beyond June, jet-powered fighters, in numbers approaching 700, could be capable of completely upsetting the present balance of aerial power in Europe. Ultra-intercepts also indicated that Germany had begun a production program to assemble fast, silent-running submarines with supplemental electric motors that would allow them to remain submerged for up to 72 hours. By January, almost 100 new boats were under construction, and 36 were already in training exercises in the Baltic Sea. The new U-boats, said A.V. Alexander, the First Lord of the Admiralty, were capable of inflicting losses of a level we suffered in spring 1943. "Our estimate of the situation does not lead up to the conclusion that German strength will crack in the near future," Spaatz wrote Arnold in early January. "Unless our ground armies succeed in obtaining a significant victory over German ground armies west of the Rhine in the reasonably near future, it will be necessary to reorient ourselves and prepare for a long, drawn-out war." The combined chiefs of staff agreed. The European war they had confidently expected to win by Christmas 1944 looked to them like it might last far into 1945, with the defeat of Japan coming 18 months after that. At the conclusion of a February 2nd meeting of the Allied air commanders, General Frederick Anderson delivered an impassioned plea for replanning the strategic air offensive on the assumption of a longer duration of the war. The oil and transportation offenses would have to be prosecuted with renewed vigor, and heavy attacks would have to be made on jet aircraft plants and submarine assembly yards at Hamburg and Bremen. Draconian measures against German population centers might also be required to extinguish the last embers of Nazi resistance. This threatened to put Berlin back on top of the 8th Air Force's bombing agenda, and from Robert Lovett's office came a dramatic plan to form a new fighter-bomber raiding force, named after the legendary Confederate cavalry leader Jeb Stuart, an idea that had originated with General Pete Quesada. Its purported aim was the systematic destruction of enemy communications, small factories, power plants, etc., deep inside Germany. But it was really a thinly disguised proposal for terror raids, designed to break the morale of German citizens in the hundreds of towns that had not yet felt the fury of Allied air attacks. If the power of the German people to resist is to be further reduced, Lovett ominously suggested to Arnold, it seems likely that we must spread the destruction of industry into the smaller cities and towns now being used for production under the German system of dispersal. Arnold's headquarters staff dismissed Lovett's plan. His proposal for the early provision of 500 additional aircraft to carry it out was not within current AAF capabilities. But Arnold urged Spots to consider equally visionary plans that would result in greater destruction than we are getting now. Air power must not let the war in the West become a stalemate. In early January, Hap Arnold and other discouraged leaders of the Anglo-American coalition were banking heavily on the success of a massive Soviet offensive that was about to begin. Hopefully, this would force Hitler to heavily reinforce the Eastern Front and prevent his depleted forces at the West Wall from mounting a strong defense along the Rhine. The fate of thousands of Allied prisoners of war also rode on the fortunes of the Red Army. Among the POWs being held by the Germans in camps along the eastern reaches of the Reich, directly in the path of the impending Soviet advance, were 95,000 Americans, including over 30,000 airmen. One of these camps was Stalag Luft III in Zagan, part of German-occupied Polish Silesia, one of a half-dozen Luftwaffe-run stockades for Anglo-American airmen. On the morning of January 12th, Stalin unleashed the Red Army's final winter offensive. 8 days later, elements of the Soviet Army smashed into Silesia, depriving Germany of one of its great coal-producing regions. On January 27th, with the Russians closing in on Posen and Breslau, cities to the north and south of Zagan, Hitler ordered the Luftwaffe to evacuate the prison camps that were about to be liberated. He wanted to keep the Anglo-American terror flyers as hostages, possible bargaining chips for a separate peace agreement with the Western Allies. Listening to the thunderous discharges of Soviet artillery, airmen at Stalag Luft III grew concerned about their approaching fate. As prisoners, they had felt a strange sense of security. Despite the hardships, their lives had not been endangered unless they had tried to escape. They were actually safer in a German Stalag than in an American bomber over the Reich. Now real fear set in, said navigator Lulovsky, the kind of fear we had felt when we jumped from our burning bombers into the land of the people we were bombing. Chapter 14. The Wire. It was always with us, that fence, and we were on the wrong side of it. Eugene E. Halmos, prisoner of war, 8th Air Force. Berlin, March 22, 1944. As Lieutenant Louis Lovsky was falling to earth over bombed-out Berlin, he had two concerns, what he was wearing around his neck and what he had left behind in England. Even before I pulled the ripcord, it occurred to me that I risked being shot by the Gestapo or the SS if I kept on my dog tags, which were marked with an H, Hebrew, to ensure that I received a proper burial. I also knew that if I ripped them off and threw them away, I risked being shot as a spy. Since our military briefings had not covered these minor details, I decided to risk being shot as a Jew. Lovsky's second problem was this. In a matter of minutes, he was either going to be killed or captured. In either case, he would be listed as missing in action, and his personal belongings, including some horribly embarrassing items, would be shipped home to his parents in Lyndhurst, New Jersey. A week before his 466th Bomb Group had been shipped out to England, some of the men went to the base PX and bought big boxes of Hershey chocolate bars. The English girls were said to love them. Lovsky had taken a bolder approach, buying a gross of condoms and stuffing them into the pockets of every uniform he possessed, including the one he had on. Here I was, free-falling over Berlin, and I was thinking to myself, holy shit, when my parents open that Air Force footlocker, they'll think, what kind of a sex fiend did we raise? Asked years later if he was sexually hyperactive at the time, Lovsky replied, no, just an optimist. Lovsky was the 24-year-old navigator of the Liberator Terry and the Pirates. Hit by flak over the target, the bomber careened out of control and collided with another B-24, the Brand, shearing off its tail and sending it into a fatal spin. Before the Brand exploded, one of its propellers smashed into the underside of Terry and the Pirates, trapping the bombardier, Leonard Smith, in the forward gun turret, directly underneath the plexiglass nose. Smith was in pain and shock, and in his delirium he pulled off his gloves and oxygen mask. He was rapidly turning blue at 23,000 feet, and with the temperature nearly 40 degrees below zero, I knew he'd have severe frostbite in no time. Lovsky remembered. I had to get him out of there quick. I'm a little guy, 5'4", and he was a big guy, so it was a hell of a struggle, but I managed to hook an arm around his chest and pull him out. Then I let the bombs go. I had no idea where they landed, but I knew we had lost some of our guys in that collision, and I didn't want our mission to have been in vain. After that, I booted Len out of the plane and jumped right behind him. Bill Terry, our pilot, followed right behind me. I landed in a tree on a downtown Berlin street. 2 Wehrmacht soldiers apprehended him and marched him at gunpoint through the bomb-blasted city to their headquarters. As we went along, civilians began gathering around us, and soon we had an infuriated mob to contend with. People began to spit on me, make throat-cutting motions with their hands, and chant in perfect English, "Hang him, string him up." The German soldiers were forced to lower their rifles to contain the crowd. If it hadn't been for them, I'm sure there would have been a necktie party. When they arrived at headquarters, Lovsky met up with Len Smith, who had somehow managed to pull the ripcord with his severely frostbitten hands and land on the roof of a small hotel. Later, Lovsky learned that his pilot was dead. The Germans informed the 8th Air Force that Bill Terry's body had been found near the wreckage of the plane he had gone down in. Lovsky knew this was not right. He had seen his pilot jump from Terry and the pirates. "I have no evidence for it," he said years afterward, "but I'm convinced that he was either shot in his chute or killed by irate civilians. We were really pasting Berlin and other German cities, and we were warned to avoid German civilians if we were shot down. Reports had come back to us that they were beating and even lynching American flyers. Kinder killers, child killers, they called us." Terrorfliegers. Unlike most infantrymen who were captured by the Germans, airmen were apprehended alone because they came out of the sky alone, which made it impossible to determine how many of them were beaten or killed. There are, however, dozens of documented cases of the murder and brutal mistreatment of the reviled terrorfliegers, terror flyers, bomber boys as well as fighter pilots. At the time Lou Lovsky was captured, American bombs were falling regularly into residential areas of Berlin and other cities, and long-range fighter escorts were under orders to dive low and strafe targets of opportunity on their return to England. These were usually enemy airfields and marshalling yards, but the German government reported attacks on passenger trains, schoolyards, cyclists, pedestrians, and peasants at the plow, and called for reprisals. It would be demanding too much of us to expect that we should silently accommodate ourselves as victims to this unlimited barbarity, declared Minister of Propaganda Joseph Goebbels. An unknown number of German civilians were killed in fighter sweeps over small towns and villages, killings verified by film taken from the gun cameras of downed American Thunderbolts and Mustangs. But many of the German reports of civilian casualties were the rank fabrications of Nazi propagandists, intent on inflaming public opinion. Sensational reports also appeared in German papers describing killer squads of American bomber boys recruited from gangland Chicago to fly murder raids against cities like Berlin and Hamburg. In late 1943, the photograph of a B-17 bombardier wearing a flight jacket with the words "Murder Inc." emblazoned on the back had appeared on the front page of a Berlin newspaper. Soon, a story on the bombardier's life was featured in a popular German magazine. The writer claimed that Lieutenant Kenneth Williams of the 351st Bomb Group was one of Al Capone's stone-cold killers who had been freed from Alcatraz at the insistence of President Roosevelt in order to organize an Air Force outfit called Murder Inc., whose supposed objective was to massacre German women and children. Each air assassin was reputedly paid $50,000 a mission. "Gangster Williams is now in our hands," a Nazi radio broadcaster gloated. "He is living proof of America's murder lust. He belongs to America's secret weapon, a mass murder league, which has been set loose against us." The truth was more prosaic. When Kenneth Williams and his crewmates had arrived in England, they were assigned a war-weary fortress, Murder, Inc., and in a burst of bravado, Williams had an enlisted man paint the bomber's nickname on the back of his leather flight jacket. He was never to fly in Murder, Inc., however. With the old bomber under repair in a hangar, Williams's crew had flown its first 2 missions in standby planes. After the crew was shot down on their second mission, a German sergeant took pictures of Williams in his flight jacket, and in one photo he was posing with his back to the camera. This was the photograph Nazi propagandists feasted on. Investigators from the Luftwaffe did not take the story seriously, but thousands of Germans did. Captured near Bremen, 8th Air Force Airman Roger Burwell was loaded onto a truck and driven through the streets of the still-burning city, where he saw the body of a fellow American flyer hanging from a lamppost. "I was glad that I was in the hands of the military rather than a mob of civilians," Burwell said later. Goering had issued instructions early in the war that captured enemy airmen were to be protected by Luftwaffe police from the inflamed wrath of the German citizenry. A famous World War I flying ace, Goering believed in the universal kinship of flyers, knights of the sky. He also wanted to ensure that his own captured airmen were treated humanely by their Allied comrades. By early 1944, however, official German policy had begun to shift ominously at the insistence of the Führer. In late May of that year, Goebbels published an editorial in a Nazi Party paper condemning Anglo-American air attacks against defenseless women and children as naked murder, not warfare. In the future, Germans should not be expected to protect enemy manhunters from the righteous wrath of the people. "It will be," Dr. Goebbels declared, "an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Less than a week later, Martin Bormann, Hitler's private secretary and one of the most sinister figures in the Reich, issued a secret circular to local Nazi Party officials detailing alleged incidents of Anglo-American fighter pilots deliberately targeting civilians. A number of captured airmen were, he admitted, lynched on the spot immediately after capture by the populace, which was incensed to the highest degree. These mob attacks had gone unpunished, a policy of non-interference that must be continued, he insisted. As Hitler's generals testified after the war, the Führer wanted downed terror aviators to be surrendered to public fury. Hitler's security police chief, Ernst Kaltenbrunner, obliged, informing his entire security force that pogroms of the populace against the English and American terror flyers are not to be interfered with. On the contrary, this hostile mood is to be encouraged. Shortly after Bormann's circular was issued, the German High Command, under pressure from the Führer, issued a highly secret and patently criminal order. Oral briefings, not traceable written orders, were to be given to all military officers concerned to prevent intervention by soldiers against citizens who attacked Luftgangsters, air gangsters. And from the deepest reaches of the Nazi bureaucracy, direct orders occasionally went out to execute downed airmen. At a post-war investigation into the murder of 4 Anglo-American flyers, a party functionary named Hugo Gruner testified that he had received orders from the local Nazi leader, Robert Wagner, to execute any Allied airman taken prisoner. Gruner carried out this command with ruthless resolve, discharging a machine gun burst into the back of each airman. The limp bodies were then dragged by the feet and cast into the Rhine. Finally, on March 15, 1945, a month after the firebombing of Dresden, Hitler issued a blanket command that all downed terror flyers were to be shot or lynched on capture. This was, in his demented mind, not just an act of retribution. He was also angered by mass surrenders of German troops to Eisenhower's forces. "The soldiers on the Eastern Front fight far better," he told General Heinz Guderian. "The reason they give in so easily in the West is simply the fault of that stupid Geneva Convention, which Germany and the Western Allies, but not Russia, had signed, which promises them good treatment as prisoners. We must scrap the idiotic thing." Even Heinrich Himmler's SS was unwilling to carry out Hitler's bestial command for fear of post-war Allied retribution. At the Nuremberg war crimes trials, Alfred Jodl, chief of the operations staff of the German High Command, testified that he and other Wehrmacht leaders had used delaying tactics, a kind of passive resistance, to block Hitler's measures to turn over low-level flyers to lynch justice. These stratagems, he admitted, were only occasionally successful. The motivation of the German high staff was hardly humanitarian. Their paramount concern was the protection of German airmen in enemy hands, and the impact such egregious violations of the Geneva Convention would have on the morale of remaining Luftwaffe flyers. Expediency, not moral concern, saved the lives of thousands of downed Allied airmen in the last months of the war. But with the Nazi Party's encouragement, and with the more than occasional surrender by the Wehrmacht to Hitler's madness, vigilante violence continued. When a B-24 Liberator was shot down over Mecklenburg on June 21, 1944, all 9 crew members were executed on the pretext of attempting to escape. In another documented incident, the Gestapo was marching 6 American flyers through the town of Rüsselsheim, which they had bombed the previous day, when workers from a local factory came pouring into the street, demanding that the Americans be lynched. According to witnesses, 2 women began screaming, "There are the terrorizers of last night! Kill the dogs! We can't have pity!" One of the women threw a brick, and the mob soon joined in, pelting the airmen with stones and beating them with farm tools until they collapsed and died, one airman pleading before he took a fatal blow, "Don't kill me, I've got a wife and 2 children." The bodies of the airmen were left unburied for a day before they were thrown into a communal grave. After the war, a military court at Darmstadt sentenced 5 German civilians to death for the murders. The 2 women who incited the crowd also received death sentences, but General Eisenhower reduced their punishment to 30 years imprisonment. 2 years after the war, at an American military court at Dachau, a Wehrmacht doctor, Max Schmidt, admitted that he had cut off the head of an American flyer, boiled it and bleached it, plucked out the eyes, and sent it to his wife as a souvenir. The court sentenced Schmidt to 10 years imprisonment for abusing the dead body of a combatant. Official records of the Nuremberg trials contain at least 66 legally documented incidents of killings or beatings of unarmed American airmen in the custody of the Reich, over 70% of the offenses being murder. Downed Allied airmen felt safer in the hands of the German military than they did with the local citizenry they had bombed. Luftwaffe police and interrogators were in official charge of captured airmen, and their tactics for extracting information were rough but rarely barbaric. After being captured, Lou Lovsky was shipped with other downed American airmen to Dulag Luft, the Luftwaffe interrogation center for Allied airmen at Oberursel, a suburb of Frankfurt am Main. After being strip-searched, he was placed in solitary confinement in an unheated cell that was colder than a Nazi's heart. The windowless room was only a few inches wider than his cot and was unlit. Without his watch, he had no idea whether it was day or night. After a meal of stale black bread and evil-tasting ersatz coffee made from oak leaves and coal, Lovsky was removed from his cell for interrogation. "They knew I was a greenhorn, had been shot down on my first mission, and had nothing to give them, so they released me after a few days of questioning. The airmen who blabbed, or were high-ranking officers, usually stayed longer." The Luftwaffe interrogators at Dulag Luft were deeply skilled specialists who preferred methods more subtle than the rubber hose. All of them spoke fluent English, and some had spent time in England or America. One of them was a former piano salesman from Yonkers, New York, who had returned to the fatherland after Hitler took power. The Luftwaffe resisted Gestapo and SS pressure to be harder on the captured airmen. After the war, Hans Scharf, the famous master interrogator at Oberursel, claimed that he and his colleagues were horrified when our German radio stations broadcast a statement issued by Goebbels that all Allied airmen falling into German hands in the future were to be declared to be fair game in the eyes of the populace. We stood fast. Our orders remained the same as before. We were to fully protect the prisoners. If a prisoner was an officer, the smoothly proficient Scharf, a man said to be able to extract a confession of infidelity from a nun, would begin by offering him chocolate and cigarettes and then draw him into some light banter about American baseball or movies. The conversation became so congenial that many airmen were unaware that the interrogation had begun. Luftwaffe interrogators tried to impress airmen with the thick files they already had on them and their bomb group. "You will not be telling us anything we do not already know." At one point in his interrogation, a smiling Luftwaffe major asked Roger Burwell why the men in his 381st Bomb Group at Ridgewell had not yet fixed the broken clock in their officers' club. Airmen who refused to provide military or personal information were usually threatened verbally. Some were told that their families would not be informed they were alive and safe until they began to cooperate. Men captured without identification tags were warned that they could be turned over to the Gestapo to be executed as spies. One stubbornly tight-lipped officer, married and with children, was told that if he persisted in his obstinacy, a report would go out the next day from the German radio station in Calais that the night before he was shot down he had been at the Grosvenor House in London, in room 413, with an attractive blonde woman. Knowing that the information was exactly correct, the major is reported to have fainted on the spot. Such threats were rarely carried out. Under mental pressure because of his civilian-looking flying clothes, the prisoner told all, a captured interrogation report reads. Prisoners were also softened up by the appalling conditions at Dulag Luft, the tomb-like isolation, the starvation rations, and the mice that ran free in the dank cells and crawled in prisoners' pockets searching for food. Sometimes the promise of a shower, a shave, and a hot meal was sufficient to loosen a man's tongue. The guards also fiendishly manipulated the temperatures in the cells, shutting off the electric wall heaters in the winter and turning them up to intolerable levels, to 130 degrees, in warmer weather. Hundreds of airmen arrived at Dulag Luft wounded and were denied medical treatment, a flagrant violation of the Geneva Conventions regarding prisoners of war. My interrogator said he could see that I was injured and needed treatment, and that my being stubborn would only delay my being sent to a hospital, Roger Burwell recalled. On the other hand, high-ranking Allied flyers believed to possess specialized military information were taken on hunting trips or invited to raucous drinking parties with German officers. It was the interrogators' immense amount of information about American Air Force operations that was their most effective tool in extracting information. In intelligence briefings back in England, airmen had been warned about what to expect, but the apparent omniscience of their captors unnerved more than a few of them. My interrogator actually inquired about my mother's health in Terre Haute and asked how my kid sister was doing in high school, recalled one flyer. Many POWs assumed that the Germans had spies on every American airbase in England. There is no evidence, however, that their agents had penetrated a single air station. They didn't have to. Most of the information was gathered from Allied sources by Dulag Luft's efficient staff, who scrutinized American magazines and newspapers brought in from neutral Portugal, including Stars and Stripes, a rich source of hometown information about airmen. Additional information, including logbooks, briefing notes, and airmen's personal diaries, was gathered from clothing and other personal belongings found in the charred wreckage of bombers. These documents often contained highly secret data about flight patterns, the effectiveness of German defenses, and targets marked for future bombing. An officer in the American Air Force's Counterintelligence Corps noted at the time that it was not uncommon for large German manufacturers to ask the Luftwaffe if their factories were on the list, and if so, when they could expect to be bombed. German linguists also monitored Allied airmen's wireless communications. According to Hans Scharf, the interrogators at Dulag Luft had at their disposal a copious file in which nearly every single word spoken in the air from plane to plane, or from base to plane, or vice versa, was carefully noted. As Air Force counterintelligence experts noted in their own secret files, nothing in the way of documents, written or printed, was too insignificant to merit close scrutiny by the intelligence staff at Dulag Luft. A case in point is the airmen's ration cards. Every American flyer in the European theater received exactly the same kind of card, and there was nothing on the card to indicate where he was stationed. But investigators at Dulag Luft were able to identify an airman's bomb group by the way his card was cancelled. At Thorpe Abbott's, for example, the clerks on duty in the PX marked the cards with a heavy black pencil. The PX counter was made of rough board. All the cards cancelled there carried the impression of its distinctive pattern in the black pencil markings. The Air Force's Counterintelligence Corps estimated that 80% of the information obtained by Dulag Luft was supplied by captured documents and monitored radio traffic, with the remainder coming from POW interrogations. After the war, when he was hired as an interpreter by the American military, Hans Scharf estimated that all but 20 of the more than 500 airmen he questioned disclosed operational and tactical information that proved useful to the Luftwaffe. Few of these airmen, he emphasized, did it knowingly, or through intimidation or a conscious desire to improve the conditions of their confinement. "I suppose he got something out of me," said one flyer, "but to this day I haven't the least idea what it could have been." After being released from Dulag Luft, Lovsky and several dozen other airmen were taken by tram to Frankfurt, where they were herded onto cattle cars and sent deep into German-occupied territory to Stalag Luft 3, Air Camp No. 3, near the town of Sagan, 100 miles southeast of Berlin, one of the half-dozen main POW camps operated by the Luftwaffe, hence the term Luft, or air, for Allied airmen. The Wehrmacht and the Kriegsmarine ran their own Stalag systems. Two of the camps, Stalag Luft 3 and Stalag Luft 1, near the town of Barth on the desolate shores of the Baltic, were officers' camps. The others were entirely for sergeants or for sergeants and a sprinkling of officers. By the end of the war, there would be approximately 33,000 Army Air Forces personnel in German prison camps, a little less than one-third of the total number, 93,941, of Americans captured and interned by the Germans in the European theater. At Sagan, two of the most powerful men in the prisoner hierarchy were Gail Kleban and John Egan from the Bloody Hundredth. Egan was a member of the prisoners' Secret Intelligence Committee in charge of escape activities, and Kleban was a valued education officer. Both worked closely with the Hundredth's first commander, Colonel Dar Alkire, the senior American officer in charge of one of the prison's 5 compounds, to establish a military-style command structure, with the men organized to do everything imaginable to make life difficult for the goons, as the prisoners called their guards. "We were thrown together, the Germans and us, in this bleak pine forest in Upper Silesia, one big unhappy family," Kleban recalled. "And it was a rapidly growing family. The more we punished the Germans, the more airmen poured through the gates of our Stalag." All of them were victims of a terrifying air experience that had dropped them suddenly and unexpectedly into the hands of the enemy. All had been put into solitary confinement and closely interrogated by the Luftwaffe. At least half of them were still suffering from wounds, and a number of them were permanently maimed or disfigured. They arrived exhausted, hungry, and distraught, many of them wrapped in bandages or hobbling on crutches, with lost, far-away looks in their eyes, surprised and angry, even ashamed, that they had been captured. "It's a strange thing when you go to war. You somehow never expect to be taken prisoner," recalled Eugene E. Halmos, a B-24 navigator who had been a magazine writer in New York City before the war. Every combat flyer arriving in England knew he might be killed or wounded. But taken prisoner? That's a role few men picture for themselves. As American bomber pilot Hank Plume said long after the war, If I had known I was going to be a POW, I'd have done a better job preparing for it. The Great Escape. They were Krieges, slang for Kriegsgefangenen, prisoners of war in German. Most of them had been told when captured, "For you the war is over." That was a lie, said Lulovsky. Capture was the beginning of our longest mission. Arriving at the camp's main building for delousing and processing, a new purge of prisoners would see groups of fellow American flyers crowding close to the gates of their compounds, shouting and waving. Practically everyone recognized someone, and almost immediately a great outcry arose, recalled one prisoner. "Hey, Joe, how in the hell did you get here? Come on in, the water's fine. Henry, have you seen Bill? I've been expecting him. You've had it, chums. For you, the war is over." After being photographed, fingerprinted, and assigned a POW number, Lulovsky received his bedding and eating utensils. 2 thin army blankets, 1 sheet, a burlap mattress cover filled with wood shavings, a small linen towel, a mixing bowl and cup, and a knife, fork, and spoon engraved with swastikas. Lovsky entered a place alive with excitement. 76 RAF prisoners had escaped from North Compound several days before he arrived, crawling through a 30-foot deep tunnel that 1,000 men had been digging for over a year. The breakout, later called the Great Escape, had taken place on the night of March 24th to 25th, and the escape parties, each led by a German-speaking prisoner, had scattered in a dozen different directions. The SS and the Gestapo were called in, and the government issued a Grossfahndung, the highest search order in the Reich. Almost 5 million Germans took some part in the roundup. When Lovsky arrived at Zagan, the escapees were still believed to be on the loose, and there was a feeling of euphoria in the camp. Unknown to the men, all but 3 of the escapees had been quickly apprehended, and on Hitler's orders, 50 of them were executed by the Gestapo and cremated to destroy the physical evidence of cold-blooded murder. The Fuhrer had wanted all 76 prisoners shot, but his generals persuaded him to reduce the number to 50. It was the duty of captured Anglo-American officers to do everything in their power to escape. Escapes, although not successful ones, were common, and prisoners who were caught were sent to the cooler, a grim solitary confinement lockup, for a period of roughly 10 days. Since the punishment for escape was not extreme, many of the Krieges considered it a kind of game. So on April 6th, when the senior British officer, Herbert M. Massey, was informed that 41, the number was later changed to 50, of his escaping officers had been shot while resisting arrest or attempting further escape from arrest, he was stunned. How many were wounded? He demanded to know. No one was wounded, he was told. When word reached the prisoners, they were plunged into anger, shock, and despair, said Lovsky. I'll never forget the words of our compound commander, Colonel Delmar T. Spivey, when he called us together. Gentlemen, we're helpless and hopeless. This was my introduction to Stalag Luft 3. Camp Commandant Colonel Friedrich Wilhelm von Lindeiner-Wildau was arrested, and a chain reaction was set in motion that led to a September 30th order from Martin Bormann to transfer control of all POW camps from the armed services to the SS. Fortunately for the Krieges, Himmler delegated prisoner of war matters to SS Obergruppenführer Gottlob Berger, a man with a sharply developed sense of survival. Knowing that Germany could not win the war, he hoped that his humane treatment of Anglo-American POWs in the last stage of the conflict would save him from the hangman. Berger allowed the Luftwaffe to retain operational control of their camps. The prisoners were warned, however, that future escapes would bring their lives under the direct authority of Himmler, who, rumor had it, wanted to dispose of all prisoners of war. Posters were placed in conspicuous places in all stalags. The escape from prison camps is no longer a sport. Some Jewish prisoners began to fear they might be sent to concentration camps. In December 1944, the Kriegis at Zagan learned of the camps from other prisoners who had recently spent time in one of the worst of them. In the summer of 1944, 168 Allied flyers, 82 of them Americans, were evading capture in civilian clothes in Nazi-occupied France when they were betrayed by a Gestapo spy that infiltrated their escape line. Charged with being saboteurs and terrorists, they were shipped off in cattle cars to Buchenwald, near Weimar, Germany, where they spent 9 horrifying weeks before a sympathetic Luftwaffe officer intervened and had them transferred to Zagan. They arrived in a pitiful state. They were like skeletons, with sunken chests, hollow eyes, and stick-like limbs, recalled one POW. Questioning them, we realized how bad it would be if any of us went into a concentration camp. If Himmler and not Berger had been in active control of the POW camps, it is likely that thousands of Jewish war prisoners would have been sent to one of the special SS slave labor camps like Berga, 60 miles from Buchenwald. There, 350 American infantrymen captured in the Battle of the Bulge, men known or thought to be Jewish, worked alongside concentration camp inmates, excavating tremendous tunnels for an underground synthetic oil plant. After the Great Escape, relations between prisoners and Luftwaffe guards deteriorated badly at all the camps, particularly Zagan. Colonel Spivey, who had been in charge of a school of Air Force gunners in the States before being shot down in August 1943 while on an inspection mission in the European theater, instructed his men to leave the room if a German entered it, unless ordered to remain. Nazi propaganda about Luftgangsters, along with intensified RAF raids on Berlin, made our guards increasingly surly, wrote David Westheimer, later the author of Von Ryan's Express, a best-selling prisoner-of-war novel. Shooting into the camp from the watchtowers, very rare in the past, increased. When nerves on both sides of the wire were stretched tautest, Brigadier General Arthur W. Vanneman turned up at Stalag Luft 3. The rumor sped quickly that he bailed out of a B-17 over Germany, which later got back to England with all its regular crew unharmed, and that he spoke fluent German, was a pre-war acquaintance of Hermann Goering, and had been sent to defuse the situation. Vanneman did know Goering from his 4 years as assistant air attaché in Berlin before Pearl Harbor, but he had not been sent to Stalag Luft 3 to calm the waters. He was there because he had made the stupidest mistake of his life. As the 8th Air Force's new Chief of Intelligence, he had been briefed on Ultra shortly after arriving in England. Then he decided, after gaining Doolittle's reluctant permission, to fly in combat so that his intelligence staff would have greater respect for him. On his 3rd mission, his fortress was struck by flak and one of the engines caught fire. The pilot hit the bailout button, and Vanneman was the first man out of the plane. Moments later, the pilot got the fire under control, canceled the bailout order, and headed back to England with the 4 remaining crewmen. Word of Vanneman's capture sent shock waves through the top Allied command structure. Eisenhower was furious at Doolittle for giving Vanneman permission to fly over the Reich with knowledge of the Allies' most closely kept military secret. "When Van went down, we thought we lost everything," said General Lawrence Cooter in a post-war interview. "He had all of the highly classified stuff. He should have never, ever been there." Fortunately, the rank-conscious Germans did not interrogate him. The highest-ranking Air Force officer captured during the war, Vanneman was brought to Berlin, treated with deference, and told he would be sent to a comfortable castle in Dresden for special prisoners. Pounding the table for effect, he insisted that he be sent to the largest Air Force POW camp. When he arrived at Stalag Luft 3, he replaced Colonel Charles Goodrich as senior American officer. He was assigned to Center Compound and made his predecessor, Spivey, his chief of staff. Vanneman had injured his back on his fall into Germany, and at night he would tear off small pieces of his bandages and tape them over his mouth to prevent himself from talking in his sleep and revealing his sensational secret. Using mind control, he succeeded in driving the very word ultra out of his head. When I came out of Germany, I did not know and remember the code word ultra," he recalled in a post-war interview. "It's funny what a man can do with his mind." That October, the prisoners received word from Washington, through secret channels, that devising escape plans was no longer their duty as American soldiers. The risks were too great, and with Anglo-American armies within striking distance of the Rhine, the prisoners' liberation seemed imminent. Some men continued to hatch escape plans and dig tunnels, if only as antidote to depression. Both they and the Krieges who decided to stay put lived in hope that fall and winter of 1944, but it was not an easy time for them. Just keeping up your hopes, which was all part of keeping your sanity, was tremendously difficult, said Lovsky, the son of a struggling immigrant brass maker. "I wouldn't take crap from the Germans or anyone else, but some nights I wanted to cry, I was so damn lonely and scared." Lovsky had a recurring dream. "I have never been a practicing Jew, but in my dream I was asked by some fellow Jewish prisoners to join them in private prayer services in the barracks. The dream was always the same. The guards would crash through the door, herd us into the pine forest, and shoot us. I couldn't shake that dream, nor could I share it with anyone else. I was a tough guy. I had a reputation." Life in the Bag. Stalag Luft III had been opened in April 1942 as a small, high-security camp for RAF airmen. But by late 1944, its prison population had swelled to more than 10,000, with over half of the new prisoners American flyers. For purposes of control, the Krieges were kept in 5 separate compounds, north, south, east, central, and west, with the German guard force and command staff quartered in their own compound. In one corner of the camp was the Vorlager. It contained special facilities for the Krieges, including an infirmary, a bathhouse, a storage building, and the cooler. RAF airmen were segregated in the north and south compounds. The other 3 compounds were reserved for American prisoners. Each compound contained a dozen or so weather-beaten barracks called blocks, a cookhouse, a shower building, a laundry, and a combination theater and chapel. Scattered around the drab gray barracks buildings were playing fields for baseball, football, and soccer that had been built by the Krieges. A barracks building housed up to 150 men in double and triple-decker bunks. There were from 12 to 15 sleeping rooms of various sizes, each furnished with a few benches, some shabby wooden lockers, and a table with a 20-watt bulb hanging straight down from the ceiling over it, exactly as it is pictured in the popular post-war film Stalag 17. This was the only electric light in the combine. Men made their own primitive lamps with tin containers filled with the grease that floated on top of their rank-smelling soup. High-ranking officers were given 2- and 4-man rooms. The other officers slept 12 to 15 to a room, and the orderlies, sergeant gunners who had been sent to the camp in the summer of 1944 at the request of the compound leaders, were housed in a large, crowded room in the center of the barracks. They did much of the cleaning, washing, and cooking for the officers, the only labor they were required to perform. By the terms of the Geneva Conventions, flying officers were not permitted to do work for the detaining power. At each end of the narrow central hallway that separated the living areas was a washroom with cold water faucets, a cramped communal kitchen containing 2 coal-burning stoves, and a small latrine that was used only after nightly lockups. Large daytime pit latrines, or aborts, were located between the barracks. The blocks had been shabbily constructed by Russian slave laborers. Heavy rains overwhelmed their thin beaver-board roofing, turning some rooms into miniature lakes, and in the ferocious Silesian winters, freezing blasts of wind penetrated the cracks in the walls, forcing the men to sleep in their clothing. Some airmen retained remnants of their flying uniforms, but most wore military clothing supplied by the U.S. Army and delivered by the International Red Cross. Additional clothing arrived in personal packages from home. "Everything you owned, you wore to keep warm," recalled Elmer Leon, an airman from Fairdale, North Dakota. In summer, swirling clouds of sand would blow into the rooms, and the dirt would embed itself in the men's clothing, under their nails, and in their skin. Lice and bedbugs lurked in the mattresses, and the aborts overflowed regularly, filling the air around the living areas with a deplorable smell. Staying alive was the prisoners' paramount concern, security the Germans. A stalag was enclosed by two high metal fences, running parallel to each other. Between them was a dense thicket of rolled concertina wire with long, sharp barbs. 3-story wooden sentry towers, goon boxes, were placed around the perimeters of the compounds. They were equipped with powerful searchlights and manned by guards with expressionless faces. About 30 feet from the perimeter fence, and inside the camp, was a low-hanging wire. In some camps it was a rail. Prisoners were warned that if they crossed this warning wire for any reason, even to retrieve a baseball, they would be shot on the spot. The barracks were built 2 feet off the ground to discourage tunneling. Ferrets, English-speaking security guards dressed in blue overalls and equipped with metal probes, would sneak under the barracks to check for tunnel-building activity. The ferrets used the small crawl spaces in the attics of the barracks to eavesdrop on Kriegi conversations, and they placed hidden listening devices all over the compound. They also conducted unannounced searches, often in the middle of the night. Mattresses were torn open, beds overturned, wooden floors ripped up, and the prisoners' meager possessions tossed about, chewed up by guard dogs, and sometimes stolen. At 10 o'clock at night, the German guards shuttered the windows and barricaded the barracks doors with heavy wooden bars. Sentries with Schmeisser machine pistols slung around their necks patrolled the camp the entire night, their snarling Alsatians pulling at their leashes. These attack dogs were trained on Allied uniforms in the woods outside the camp, and were so unpredictably vicious that they occasionally turned on their masters. If the shutters were open after dark, it was risky to put your hand out the window, lest it be snapped off at the wrist, recalled John Beater, a pilot with the 15th Air Force, who was a guest of the Führer in Stalag Luft 1 at Barth. Similar incidents occurred at other camps. In Stalag Luft 6, a sergeant's camp in East Prussia, 8th Air Force radio gunner Glenn A. Jostad, a shy Wisconsin farm boy, counted 16 holes in the walls of his compound after the guards opened fire for no apparent reason. Guards were tougher on prisoners in sergeants' camps. At Stalag Luft 4 in the Reich province of Pomerania, now Poland, the most notorious of the guards was Sergeant Hans Schmidt. Known to the Kriegis as Big Stoop, he was a slow-moving giant of a man, 6 foot 7 inches tall and nearly 300 pounds, and he was a twisted sadist. Sneaking up behind prisoners, he would slap their ears with his unnaturally large hands, bringing men to their knees with pain and rupturing the eardrums of several of them. Big Stoop patrolled the compounds with his eyes cast down, swinging a thick leather belt. Air Force gunner George Gooderly watched helplessly as Schmidt beat a prisoner senseless with that belt, using the buckle to inflict scalp wounds so deep that the bone of the man's skull was exposed. He wasn't even human, says Gooderly, a street-tough Chicagoan. He was a beast. I would have killed him if I had had the chance. In all matters save security, the Luftwaffe kept a loose leash on the prisoners, allowing them to run the day-to-day affairs of the compounds. At 7 a.m. there was roll call, appel. The prisoners stood at attention in a hollow square on the parade ground as the camp officials performed a count. When the tally was complete, sometimes after as many as 10 recounts, the Germans would salute the Allied senior officers, and they in turn would dismiss their men. For the rest of the day, until lockup, the Kriegis were under the unofficial authority of their own military superiors. A senior Allied officer was in charge of each compound. In the enlisted men's stalags, the prisoners elected a man of confidence. Answering to him were block commanders, each responsible for a barracks or block. Camp leaders acted as go-betweens in negotiations with the Germans and communicated with delegates of the Swiss government, which acted as the protecting power in Germany. The Geneva Conventions of 1929 called on belligerents to accept the aid of protecting powers to help resolve disputes over prisoners of war and to conduct regular camp inspections to ensure that living conditions were in line with the standards set down in the Geneva Codes. The International Committee of the Red Cross, an independent humanitarian agency headquartered in Geneva, also conducted inspections under the auspices of the Geneva Conventions on Prisoners of War. When inspections were scheduled, the Germans would invariably make hurried improvements in camp conditions, improvements that rarely lasted longer than the visits of the inspectors. Every Stalag had its Central Security Committee. At Stalag Luft 3, it was called the Big X, and was run by a charismatic 8th Air Force fighter pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Albert P. Bub Clark, one of the first Americans to be shot down in the war, and the officer who had been in charge of security in North Compound for the Great Escape. All escape plans were to be cleared with X. If a plan was given a reasonable chance of succeeding and did not interfere with another escape plan, it could expect to receive X's approval and active assistance. Each compound also had its own security committee to guard against infiltration by Gestapo plants. Before being assigned to their barracks, new Creekies were interrogated by the members of the committee. We also interviewed them to find out what their skills and backgrounds were as far as things that might help us to plan escapes, Bub Clark recalled. Men with special skills were assigned to small, secret factories located all over the compound. Peacetime photographers became expert forgers, making passports, German ration cards, and travel passes. The documents were made to look official with rubber stamps fashioned from the heels of men's flying boots. Miniature compasses were assembled with needles, razor blades, and small pieces of glass, the metal magnetized by stolen German magnets. Camp tailors made German uniforms out of old blankets, burlap bags, towels, and clothing from home. The uniforms were dyed gray in a solution made by boiling book bindings. Amateur sculptors used blocks of wood to make fake German pistols that looked exactly like those the guards carried. "We never failed to find someone who could do the things that needed to be done," said Clark. While these men were at work, or while a tunnel gang was burrowing under a blockhouse, men called stooges were placed on guard at each of the barracks' entrances. If a German approached, a stooge would shout out, "Goon up," and clandestine work would cease. Tunneling was difficult and dangerous work, especially at Zagan, where the sandy soil seemed to be perpetually shifting. The two-man tunneling crews, moles, worked on their stomachs, using their elbows for locomotion. Bed slats from the combines were used to shore up tunnels, digging tools were fashioned by Kriegi metalworkers, and fresh air from handcrafted bellows was fed into the tunnels through ducts made of empty klim, milk spelled backward, cans. Entrances were hidden under burning stoves and bathhouse drains. The work lasted months, and some tunnels reached as far as several hundred feet. Excavated soil was disposed of by flushing it down the barracks' toilets and by filling mattresses and lockers. There were also penguins, men assigned to carry freshly dug dirt in sausage-shaped cloth bags hidden inside their loose-fitting trousers. The bags hung from a long sling around their necks. The penguins would waddle around the camp perimeter, slowly releasing the sandy soil by pulling on a string attached to openings in the bags. Other men walked behind them, kicking dark-colored dirty sand over the freshly excavated yellow sand, which even smelled different from the surface sand. All this was for naught. As a Kriegi leader reported after the war, every time a group of prisoners crawled underground to a point outside the camp, there was the saddening anticlimax of finding German guards pointing rifles into their exit hole and ordering them to solitary confinement. The writer Damon Runyon has one of his characters in tone, "Life is 6 to 5 against." Chances of escaping a German stalag were slimmer than that. The men knew it, and realized, as well, that to have any chance of making it through German lines, they had to be wearing either civilian clothes or an enemy uniform, a virtual guarantee that they would be shot on the spot if apprehended by the Gestapo. There are no reliable records, but in the entire war, probably less than 2% of American prisoners attempted to escape German camps, and an unknown number made it to freedom. British intelligence sources claim that 28,349 British Commonwealth and Allied, Greek, Polish, French, Czech, and Russian soldiers and 7,498 Americans escaped from camps or evaded capture in World War II, with evaders vastly outnumbering escapees. After the Great Escape, no prisoner who set out for freedom from a Luftwaffe camp reached an Allied or neutral country. In an effort to keep the men orderly and in strong spirits, military discipline was enforced by Allied officers. If you left them alone, they would have gone to seed, grown beards, gotten slovenly, Bub Clark recalled. They would have just unraveled. But we had hut inspections on Saturday mornings. We marched them. We took every opportunity to keep them from forgetting that they were military men and their country would need them when they got home. POW life was resolutely communal. Men formed themselves into combines, groups of from 4 to a dozen Kriegies who lived together in a cramped room and shared virtually everything. In this group we live. Find our friends, Eugene Halmos wrote in his secret prison diary, which he kept on scraps of paper. The combines prepared most of their own meals in the barracks. The camp cookhouse supplied only one cooked ration a day, usually barley soup that had the consistency of glue and was served with tiny white bugs floating on the surface. The bugs were prized. They provided protein. The Germans also dispensed uncooked rations for the Kriegies to prepare in their makeshift kitchens: worm-infested potatoes, margarine that looked like axle grease, and blutwurst, a sausage made from onions and congealed animal blood. All meals were eaten with goon bread, a hard black concoction whose ingredients included sawdust. The Luftwaffe food was so bad that some new prisoners refused to eat it. A freshly arrived Kriegie, a cocky captain wearing his officer's hat at a jaunty angle, was assigned to Lulovsky's combine. On his first evening in camp, he stared at a foul-looking piece of meat and growled, "What the fuck is that?" Told it was sausage made from the blood of slaughtered animals, he pushed his portion aside and announced, "I'd sooner eat shit." The following day he returned to the table, his stomach growling, pointed at the blutwurst and said, "Please pass the shit." German rations were supplemented by more nutritious food that arrived in Red Cross parcels. Each Kriegie usually received one parcel a week. The Allied armed forces paid for and packaged these parcels, which were shipped into Germany by the Swiss Red Cross. In addition to cigarettes and Army-issued chocolate bars, each cardboard suitcase contained about 10 pounds of canned food: raisins, tuna, liver pâté, corned beef, sugar, jam, Spam, prunes, crackers, powdered coffee, and a 1-pound can of condensed milk. Red Cross parcels saved thousands of Kriegies from debilitating dietary disorders. The combine split up the contents of the parcels equally, except for cigarettes, chocolate bars, and jam. Theft occurred, but it was not common. You could lay a piece of bread on your pillow, and no one would ever touch it, said Elmer Leon. One of the most ingenious of the prisoners' self-created institutions was Foodaco. At this Stalag swap shop, located in the camp cookhouse, Red Cross food was exchanged in a highly regulated barter system, with cigarettes serving as the principal medium of exchange. Each item had its own price, or point value, 1 cigarette equaling 1 point. Foodaco, an abbreviation for food account, also stocked toilet articles and spare clothing. There was a surcharge on each item. The money was used to bribe nicotine-starved guards for escape and survival equipment: cameras, clothing, radio parts, and small tools. Combines were allocated stove time in the barracks kitchen to cook hot meals from the rations they received from the Germans and the Red Cross. Cooks surrounded the stove, poking, prodding, stirring, testing, and recipes were exchanged with avidity. Men who had never touched a skillet proved to be surprisingly inventive. Having no flour, they made biscuits from crackers and tasty soups from Spam and German onions. And thirsty Kriegies found ways of making home brew from the raisins, prunes, and sugar. 3 drinks produced a pleasant glow. 4 caused a stomach eruption. The Germans rarely provided fresh vegetables, so the men dug victory gardens behind the barracks, planting radishes, carrots, kale, lettuce, and onions. But this Kriegie ingenuity produced a daily diet that barely sustained life. You could tell an old-timer in camp by the fact that he didn't bother to pick out the maggots when eating his barley, said Roger Burwell, who was quartered in Lovsky's compound. Historians have made much of the Germans' general adherence to the Geneva Codes and the low death rate in the stalags, approximately 5 deaths per 1,000 prisoners, but the Germans provided neither food nor clothing that met the standards of the Geneva Agreements. A normal-sized man at that time required 3,000 calories a day to lead a reasonably active life. The Germans provided from 1,500 to 1,900. And airmen at the officers' camps were fed far better than sergeants imprisoned in separate stalags or infantrymen held in camps in other parts of the Reich. Medical services in all the stalags were scandalous. The equipment was medieval and the number of trained personnel inadequate. Captured airmen who were seriously wounded were sent first to a German hospital where they received good care. But few patients received essential follow-ups after they were shipped to stalags. "We had men in camp with arms and legs missing," recalled Sergeant Richard H. Hoffman, a prisoner in Stalag 17B in Krems, Austria. "The American medics set up a therapy room to help them. The wounded exercised their stumps using homemade weights and pulleys in an attempt to make their limbs stronger. The Germans would not supply artificial limbs." At Stalag Luft 4 in Pomerania, where Big Stoop patrolled the compounds, Captain Leslie Kaplan, an American flight surgeon, handled a staggering sick load brought on by overcrowding, pervasive filth, the camp had no communal showers, parasitic sand fleas, and starvation rations. This was the worst of the Luft camps, presided over by Lieutenant Colonel Aribert Bombach, a strident Nazi who had lost his family in an Allied bombing raid. Here, in the summer of 1944, a group of nearly 2,000 Anglo-American flyers were victims of one of the most fiendish acts of cruelty committed by the Germans in their prison camps. These sergeant gunners were being transferred from Stalag Luft 6 at Heidekrug, a desolate town in East Prussia on the border with Lithuania, and in the direct path of a furious Russian summer offensive. On the sweltering afternoon of July 14th, the Heidekrug sergeants were taken in closed cattle cars to the port of Memel on the Baltic Sea, where they were herded into the stinking holds of 2 rusty coal freighters. "Packed in," said one POW, "worse than slaves in the old slave ships." The stench was so horrible that one prisoner, upon first entering the hold, would only go halfway down. He clung to a ship's ladder for the entire time at sea. He was Sergeant John W. Carson, the missing twin brother of 8th Air Force tail gunner Eugene Wingding Carson. A radio gunner with the 15th Air Force, he had been shot down over Athens, Greece in late December 1943, and the Air Force had been unable to locate him. After 2 days at sea, the ship that carried John Carson's group laid anchor at the German port city of Spinamunda, at the mouth of the Oder River. There the airmen were placed in boxcars and handcuffed in pairs. The next morning they reached a remote railroad juncture called Kiefheide. When the guards pulled back the doors of the cars, the men crawled and fell to the ground in sickening slow motion, yelling and crying, recalls B-17 pilot Tommy Lamore, a prisoner at Luft 4 who had been enlisted to help move the new POWs to the camp. The Heidekrug prisoners were covered with scrapes and sores, vomit and excrement, and they were cursing at the Germans. "Go ahead and kill us now, you crouch shitbags." The men, Lamore would write, were beyond reason, ready to charge the guards. Captain Walter Pickart, a camp guard renowned for his brutality, was there to make sure that did not happen. Waving a pistol and raising himself to his full 5 feet 3 inches, He was inciting a group of prison guards and young naval cadets who happened to be in the area. The Kriegsmarine cadets were standing around him, dressed in their freshly pressed uniforms, their shining bayonets unsheathed. "These are the people who bombed your women and children. Now is the time for revenge," Picquart shrieked. When the suffering men were unloaded from the cars, Picquart ordered his guards to march them up a narrow road through a dense pine forest. As soon as we started up the road, orders were given for us to increase our pace, and the Kriegsmarines began to hit some of the prisoners with the butts of their rifles and to prick us with bayonets, recalled William D. Henderson, an 8th Air Force tail gunner from Mississippi. They continued to yell at us to run faster. They then turned dogs loose on the column. Hidden machine gun nests had been placed on both sides of the forest road. Picquart wanted to provoke his prisoners to try to escape into the inviting woods, but none of them took the bait. There had not been enough chains for all of the prisoners, and those not shackled were able to run at a dead heat. Many of the men who were handcuffed together fell. When they did, the Marines and the dogs were on them, the Marines shouting out the names of bomb-damaged German cities as they pricked and stabbed them. "Eine für Hamburg, eine für Köln." Some of the prisoners were still suffering from war wounds. Others were broken down and deathly sick from the Baltic nightmare. Sergeant Edwin W. Hayes was handcuffed to his best friend, Robert Richards, who had an open wound in his leg and had lost an eye when he was shot down. When Richards stumbled, Hayes pulled him up and carried him the rest of the way. Other men did the same for weaker comrades shackled to them. It was a time of heroism unsung, said prison poet Robert Doherty. Brother carried brother. After a 2-mile run, the prisoners emerged from the forest into a broad clearing, with the pine-board camp in front of them. The men threw themselves on the ground, and Picquart called off the dogs. None of the estimated 150 men who were bitten and stabbed on the Heidekreuk Run died, but some were permanently disabled. "Like everyone else," recalls John Carson, "I settled into the routine of obedience and slow starvation. It would have been easier to die than to live. But after learning from some POWs from the 92nd Bomb Group that his twin brother was back in England on a second tour of duty, he knew that Wingding had come back looking for him. I was determined to survive." Bomber crewmen were trained to cooperate, and this training served them well in the camps, as it had on the Heidekreuk Run. The strain of living together in close quarters with 12 to 16 men for months, even years, led to friction, flare-ups, and occasional fistfights. But the barracks of the Luft camps, like the compartments of the bombers, were surprisingly harmonious places. Men of vastly different backgrounds buried their differences as well as their prejudices, bending to the will of better judgment, as one airman put it. Some men found it more difficult to live with themselves than with their mates. Time was the enemy of every Kriegie. Each day was born to be killed, a slow, agonizing process, wrote a POW. In a diary he kept throughout his 2-year confinement at Bart, Fortress pilot Francis Bud Gerald endowed The Wire that penned him in with human characteristics. A silent, stern tyrant. It is barbed. There are exactly 8,369 barbs in his stark perimeter in front of our barracks. I have counted them. We all count them, often. There used to be 8,370 barbs, but recently one has rusted and fallen off. This was quite an event. You can cheat The Wire, but not for long. You can turn your back to him and escape him by building a picture frame out of a tin can, or doing your weekly wash, or scribbling out a poem, but when you look up again, he is there, blocking every dream, every plan, every vain soaring of enthusiasm. A persistent reminder of the prisoner's helplessness, The Wire drove a number of men over the brink. Barbed wire disease, as the Kriegies called it. Its most conspicuous symptom was a demoralizing melancholia, a feeling of being hopelessly trapped. In its more pernicious form, it devolved into a captivity psychosis that left a victim unable to concentrate or even remember his name. Afflicted men became apathetic and inattentive, and would spend entire days in their bunks vacantly staring at the walls. Others fell from listlessness into a paralyzing depression, unable to talk or even communicate with their hands. The inherent uncertainty of POW confinement aggravated the condition. Unlike most criminals in a civilian prison, Krieges never knew when they would be freed, if at all. This led some grievously sick men to prefer death to continued confinement. On a rare summer night when the prisoners' windows were left open, John Veter and a friend saw a bombardier crawl out of his barracks and make a suicidal rush for the wire. A few seconds later we heard a shot and the subdued snarling of a dog. In a minute, a blinding glare of searchlights swept the area. 10 feet away was the prostrate body of a wounded prisoner. Standing over him was a growling Alsatian and a stocky guard, still holding his pistol. At night, in the fetid combines, it was impossible to distinguish the anguished cries of men with barbed wire disease from those of men haunted by night dreams, visions of exploding planes, flaming parachutes, and baked bodies. One night I heard a man call out, "Waist gunner to pilot. Joe's been hit hard. Dear God, he's been shot in half," wrote Richard Hoffman in his searing prison memoir. There was silence, then muffled sobs. During the war, thousands of American infantrymen feigned insanity in order to be removed from the line and sent to a field hospital and then back home. No one feigned insanity in a stalag. Conditions in the camp hospitals were as appalling as they were in the barracks, and the Germans refused to repatriate prisoners suffering from mental disorders. Prisoners counted on friends to help them keep their moorings. "I feel I'm on the verge," a crewmate of Glenn Jostad confided to him one evening. "Keep an eye on me. If you see me acting crazy, get hold of me." This helped. Still, a number of prisoners overcome with despair tried to take their lives. B-24 Bombardier Lieutenant Philip B. Miller tells of a quiet, withdrawn man in his combine at Bart who cut his throat and wrists with a razor blade and lost enough blood to paint a house. There was an excellent British doctor who stitched him up, and he was returned to the compound. There are no reliable records on suicides in the stalags, but by all accounts the number was low. Most Krieges bore up under the pressure, and more than a few actually profited from the experience. "The most wonderful friends I've ever had came out of these camps," Lieutenant Colonel Bub Clark said later. "None of us felt it was a total dead loss as an experience. A lot of us learned a lot about ourselves, and we certainly learned how to get along with people under difficult circumstances, which is a very important lesson." The deprivations Krieges endured led many of them to a keener appreciation of things they had previously taken for granted. In his prison memoir, John Veter quoted the ancient Arab proverb, "I murmured because I had no shoes, until I met a man who had no feet." In his first weeks at Zagan in July 1944, Eugene Halmos fell into a soul-deadening depression. Always the wire around you, always the towers with the guards, always no place to go. But he quickly learned that the trick was to keep busy. The camp had a couple of foils, so he took up fencing and began pushing himself to get involved in organized activities. By early August, he found himself writing in his diary, "Amazingly, in such a place, you broaden your horizons." With David Westheimer, he found books the best escape. Generous donations from the American Red Cross, the YMCA, and folks back home allowed the Luft camps to amass substantial libraries. The library in South Compound of Stalag Luft 3 occupied 2 adjoining barracks rooms, one of them furnished with armchairs and settees the prisoners had made from packing cases. Immediately after roll call, there would be a mad rush for the best seats and the best books. Almost every day, a group of regulars could be found in the reference section, some of them preparing for their return to college after the war. Nicholas Katzenbach, the navigator of a medium bomber flying out of Italy, and, years later, a United States Attorney General, read with such disciplined purpose that when he returned from the war, he was able to skip his final undergraduate years at Princeton. He persuaded the university to give him 2 years' worth of classroom examinations in 6 weeks so that he could graduate with his class. What my father did took on a sort of mythic value in our household, wrote his son John, author of the prisoner of war novel Heart's War. The lesson was simple. An opportunity could be created out of any situation, no matter how harsh. Katzenbach's friend David Westheimer began reading almost entirely to kill time, but soon found himself transported to unexpected worlds. In the bag, books often conveyed vivid images undreamed of by their authors, a richness beyond anything experienced by a casual reader in an easy chair in a comfortable room. As Millicent ran along the path, twigs brushed her legs. Legs. I saw legs all right, bare legs, and everything above them, also bare. The most popular items in the Kriege libraries were Swiss movie magazines featuring photographs of impossibly gorgeous Hollywood queens. Cherry-lipped Betty Grable was a huge hit, but in a poll taken at Stalag Luft 3, sultry Ingrid Bergman easily beat her out as the girl Krieges in West Camp would most like to have opened their Klim cans. The Krieges also established their own colleges. The one at Zagan offered almost 40 courses, all taught by the prisoners. There were courses on chemistry, mathematics, physics, philosophy, Latin, literature, history, auto mechanics, marketing, accounting, printing, and bodybuilding. Textbooks were scarce, but the YMCA supplied blackboards and plenty of notebooks. One POW wrote home that he was studying French and English literature at Zagan U and was reading War and Peace for pleasure. By the end of the war, a number of American colleges and universities were offering credit for rigorous courses taught by qualified prison instructors. All of the Luftkamps had exuberant theater groups. Some men had stage experience, but enthusiasm was more plentiful than talent. With materials supplied by the YMCA, the Krieges made costumes and stage scenery, and they built surprisingly comfortable theater seats from Red Cross food crates. Chandeliers were fashioned from tin cans, and with YMCA instruments, the men formed their own symphony orchestras with names like the Luftbansters and the Zagan Serenaders. Professionally trained musicians wrote their own music from memory on scraps of toilet paper and taught the uninitiated how to read music. The YMCA supplied playbooks, but the prisoners wrote and produced dozens of their own plays. The theater was an all-purpose facility. After we got our loudspeaker system and hundreds of symphonic recordings from the YMCA, we would darken the theater in the early afternoon, Colonel Spivey remembered, and our orchestra leader would play Mozart, Beethoven, or some other famous composer, explaining the music as it was played. The theater would almost always be filled on such occasions. The men couldn't get enough music. South Compound at Zagan received a portable phonograph from the Red Cross that was passed around from combine to combine, along with stacks of mildewed records. When it was our turn, the phonograph was never off, recalled Westheimer. Overnight was best. We played it long after lights out. One man would volunteer to stay up to wind it and change records, while the others lay in their sacks listening, blissful and yearning, to the same records over and over again. Rosalita, You Are Always in My Heart, That Old Black Magic, and a dozen or so others. Kriege dreams were filled with women, and the men's letters to wives and girlfriends were sexually charged. One POW told his wife to have the bedroom ceiling repainted in her favorite color. She would be seeing a lot of it when he returned. Occasionally, some village women would walk teasingly outside the perimeter of the camp, swaying their bottoms and driving the men mad. The sight of untouchable women drove some prisoners to despair. 2 British flyers were walking around the camp perimeter at Zagan on a brilliant Sunday morning, reminiscing about what they would be doing if they were back home on a day like this. Unexpectedly, two attractive women emerged from a path in the woods and began walking along the line of the camp fence. As they passed by, one of them said in a soft voice, "Good morning, gentlemen. What a beautiful morning." "Those few words hit us like a laser beam right between the eyes," said John Cordwell, "and we didn't have to say anything to each other. We staggered back, went back to our beds, and went into complete depression. We lay there for weeks until we shook it off." Glee clubs and jazz bands also held forth in the camp theaters, and on Sundays, church services were offered by courageous chaplains who had volunteered to parachute into Germany to be with the prisoners. Religion provided solace, but mail was more important. Prisoners were permitted to send 3 letters and 4 postcards a month. After passing the censor, each communique took 3 to 4 months to reach its addressee, the delay caused by its having to pass through both the prisoner's own and the German censors. The job of the Kriegi censors was to make sure that no prisoner inadvertently disclosed escape plans or clandestine operations within the compounds. The amount of incoming mail was not restricted, but the German delivery system was wildly erratic, leading some men to suspect, incorrectly, that the enemy was torturing them by withholding letters from home. Incoming mail contained some choice passages, which men sometimes shared with their fellow prisoners. One captain received a sweater from a woman through the Red Cross. After he wrote to thank her, she replied, "I am sorry that a prisoner received the sweater I knitted. I made it for a fighting man." Another flyer received unexpected news from his wife. "Dear Harry, I hope you are broad-minded. I just had a baby. He is such a nice fellow. He is sending you some cigarettes." On a wall next to his bunk, an enterprising Kriegi created a gallery of impatient maidens, row upon row of snapshots of women, including one in her bridal dress, who had sent Dear John letters to husbands and boyfriends at Zagen. The photographs were donated by the jilted Kriegis. "There was a lot of laughter in the camp," said Lulovsky. "Even the cuckolds laughed at themselves. Life was so grim, you needed humor to keep your sanity." Nothing did more to raise or lower prisoner morale than mail call, with the possible exception of war news. Kriegis got their war information from 3 sources: new prisoners, Allied and German radio broadcasts, and clandestinely published camp news sheets. Unlike the gossipy Kriegi newspapers, these newsletters contained breaking information from the world's war fronts. "The only truthful newspaper in Germany," is how editor Lowell Bennett, a former international correspondent, described Powwow, prisoners of war waiting on winning, the daily underground newspaper he helped establish at Stalag Luft 1. The war news it reported was obtained from a radio set hidden in a barracks wall of one of the British compounds. The nails that held the receiver in place acted as terminals, to which an antenna and earphone cables were attached. The parts to make the radio had been smuggled into the camp by German guards in exchange for American cigarettes. A typist printed the news on toilet paper that was delivered to Bennett's compound by a British liaison officer who had prior permission from the Germans to carry important open messages between the Allied leaders of the various compounds. The British officer carried the news in a hollow wristwatch. To avoid detection, he would adjust the hands to the proper time of day in case he was stopped and searched by the guards. The scraps of toilet paper were then passed on to Bennett and his staff, who went to work preparing a hand-typed single-sheet paper. Only 4 copies of each issue were produced on carbon paper, which was made by smoking sheets of plain paper over tin can lamps, 1 copy for each of the American compounds. The resourceful British produced their own news sheet. Couriers delivered the sheets to barracks security officers, who read them aloud to the men, usually in the washroom, with stooges placed at both ends of the barracks and in front of the washroom window. The paper was then tossed in the barracks wood stove. The Germans ultimately found out about both Powwow and the secret radio. The barracks where the paper was produced was searched more than any other at Bart, but the 2,000-word sheet never missed a deadline. Nor did the Germans ever discover the location of the radio. Each Luftkamp had its own newspaper, and when war news arrived, the progress of the Allied armies was pinpointed on large handmade maps that were posted on the walls of the blocks. The news was encouraging in the fall of 1944. Both the Western Allies and the Red Army were on Germany's frontiers, and the skies were filled almost every day with silver bombers from England. Every time a formation of them flew overhead, the Krieges would gather outdoors and let loose roars of approval. But as winter approached and the Western Allies became stalled along the Siegfried Line, the mood in the stalags turned somber. That December, word reached the camps of the furious German counteroffensive in the Ardennes. Our guards, most of them old and fat Wehrmacht soldiers, were jubilant, Cale Clevin remembered. A mood of despair crept through the ranks, and older prisoners especially began to speak in hushed tones about the possibility of lifelong imprisonment. The temperature plummeted, and men stayed in bed all day to keep warm. Both food and mail became depressingly scarce as Allied planes savaged German rails and roads. Only a small backlog of Red Cross food parcels from Geneva kept the men from starving on their diets of thin soup, worm-ridden vegetables, and goon bread. Even bright-spirited Eugene Halmos began to despair. The day of deliverance from here is receding further and further into the future, he confided to his diary. The only consolation Lou Lovsky had that dreary winter was news from England that his footlocker had been purged. A friend had confiscated the condoms before his belongings were shipped home. The war news dampened but did not kill the Christmas spirit. At Stalag Luft 1, the airmen decorated their combines with scraps of paper they painted with watercolors donated by the Red Cross, and they built a camp Christmas tree with a broom handle and strips of wire cut from clim cans and decorated it with toilet paper cut and colored to simulate needled foliage. Slivers of cellophane from cigarette packages were strung out like tinsel. The varicolored paper of soap wrappers, tin can labels, and notebook covers were meticulously cut to make decorations, and razor-shredded paper produced snow. A chaplain, a rugged Briton who had been captured at Dunkirk in 1940, celebrated midnight services in the mess hall, and a choir of nearly 2,000 men, most of them standing outdoors, was accompanied by a small YMCA organ. The weather on Christmas morning was cold but splendidly clear, and the airmen at Stalag Luft 3 were issued special Red Cross parcels filled with canned turkey, cookies, and plum pudding. The Germans even pitched in, handing out cheap party hats and noisemakers. The prisoners tried to make the best of it, but for most of them it was an empty show. Like other men, Eugene Halmos's thoughts were entirely of home. Waiting for him, and for the honeymoon the couple never had, was a girl named Anne. The families of the German guards were visiting Zagan that day, and the Krieges could see them through the fence. For men with young children, this was pure torture. When the mail unexpectedly arrived at Bart that Christmas day, John Veter tore open 2 letters from his father, filled with happy news from home. Then he opened a 3rd letter. It was from a boyhood friend offering condolences for the death of Veter's father. On New Year's Day, with the Americans still fighting in the Arctic landscape of the Ardennes, the BBC announced that the Red Army, camped on the banks of the Vistula, was preparing to move out. Nearly 4 million men and 10,000 tanks formed a front that stretched from the Baltic to the Balkans. Part of this overpowering invasion force was poised to advance across western Poland to the Oder, the border between Poland and Germany, and then forward into the fascist lair. That put them on a collision course with Zagan, strategically situated between the Vistula and the Oder. The Russian advance produced mixed feelings among the Krieges. Hope that liberation was near conjoined with fear that the Germans would dispose of them before the avenging Soviets arrived. News of the Russian offensive had a mixed impact as well at 8th Air Force headquarters near London. Here was an opportunity to use bombing to hasten the Soviet advance and bring the war to a speedy end. But General Frederick Anderson and other advocates of hard war insisted that the bombing would have to be cataclysmic, for the enemy had shown he had plenty of powder left in his arsenal. War industries would have to be smashed, but so would civilian morale. The 8th Air Force had reached a moral divide and was about to cross it. Chapter 15. Terror Without End. We have not yet killed enough. We must make this war so fatal and horrible that a century will pass before new demagogues and traitors will dare to resort to violence and war to achieve their ends. General William Tecumseh Sherman, August 20th, 1863. England, January 30th, 1945. That evening, Jimmy Doolittle received an urgent directive from Carl Spaatz. The aiming point of the 8th Air Force's next mission was the center of Berlin. As on its previous strikes against the German capital, the 8th would target government buildings that were nerve centers of genocidal warfare. But this time, the principal targets were not military installations. They were railway passenger stations overflowing with refugees, mostly women, children, and the elderly. These panic-stricken families were fleeing their homes in the easternmost regions of the Reich, blood-drenched lands being overrun by the Red Army on a revenge march of rape, pillage, and mass murder. To General Doolittle, this was terror bombing, and he urged Spaatz to reconsider his order. What kind of behavior is morally justifiable to bring down a repugnant regime that refuses to surrender, even in the face of certain defeat? Hitler's insane orders to fight to the finish would subject Germany to a veritable reign of ruin in the last months of the war. The Japanese government's decision to continue the war after the fall of the Philippines in early 1945 would make the end of the war even more terrible for the people in that country's combustible cities of paper and wood. On the evening of March 9th, General Curtis LeMay would send his Saipan-based fleet of B-29 superfortresses on a low-level incendiary raid against Tokyo that would kill at least 100,000 people and burn 16 square miles of the city, an area equivalent to 2/3 of Manhattan Island. The Great Tokyo Raid was merely the first of 64 firebombings that incinerated hundreds of thousands of Japanese civilians. In Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya alone, the areas leveled, almost 100 square miles, would exceed the areas destroyed in all German cities during the entire war by the Anglo-American Air Forces, approximately 79 square miles. It has been argued that the March 1945 Tokyo raid was a historic turning point in American military policy, the abandonment of long-standing restraint against the indiscriminate killing of non-combatants. But that moral threshold had been crossed the morning of February 3, 1945, when the entire 8th Air Force appeared in the freezing skies over Berlin. Thunderclap. The Berlin raid had its genesis in a plan Carl Spaatz had originally opposed. In July 1944, the British Chiefs of Staff suggested to the Prime Minister that the time might well come in the not-too-distant future when an all-out attack by every means at our disposal on German civilian morale might be decisive. The method by which such an attack should be carried out should be examined and all possible preparations made. Thunderclap, the plan's code name, was to be an apocalyptic Anglo-American air assault on Berlin, a continuous 4-day blitz designed to deliver a coup de grace to German morale by killing and maiming over 250,000 people and demolishing the administrative center of the Nazi government. Such an attack resulting in so many deaths, the great majority of which will be key personnel, cannot help but have shattering effect on political and civilian morale all over Germany, declared Chief of Air Staff Charles Portal. Thunderclap was not to be unleashed until Germany was on the brink of defeat, when a crippling blow to civilian morale stood a reasonable chance of forcing an organized surrender or igniting a popular uprising against the Nazi regime. But that psychological moment might be fast approaching, the British Chiefs of Staff believed that July, as two determined armies converged on Germany from the east and the west. British planners, however, were unable to obtain American cooperation. Spaatz, with strong support from Air Force headquarters in Washington, led the opposition, arguing against joining the RAF in what would be obliteration bombing, the purposeful targeting of civilians. It was one thing to kill non-combatants in raids on military installations inside urban centers, a revolting necessity in the opinion of most American air commanders. It was quite another to aim bombs at residential neighborhoods. It is contrary to our national ideals to wage war against civilians, declared Major General Lawrence Cooter, now Hap Arnold's Assistant Chief for Plans and Combat Operations. Brigadier General Charles P. Cabell, a key tactical planner, went further, denouncing Thunderclap as a baby-killing scheme. These air commanders were not soft-shelled humanitarians. Their policy was founded squarely on military considerations. "It wasn't for religious or moral reasons that I didn't go along with Thunderclap," Carl Spaatz would later tell Air Force historians. He was waging all-out warfare against a perversely evil enemy, and morale bombing was not, in his estimation, a war-winning policy. "Our entire target policy has been founded on the fact that it was uneconomic to bomb any except military objectives and the German productive capacity," Cooter said, speaking for Spaatz, Doolittle, and other air leaders who remained committed to economic bombing. The German people had been hammered from the air for 4 years by the British without any sign of a general breakdown in resolve or an upsurge of organized opposition to the regime. Now, the British were asking the Americans to join them in yet another and even greater effort to break morale. This led Spaatz to question their motives for advancing Thunderclap at this late moment in the war. "There is no doubt in my mind that the RAF wants very much to have the U.S. Air Forces tarred with the morale-bombing aftermath, which we feel will be terrific," he wrote Arnold. Winston Churchill also opposed Thunderclap, and that ended the discussion. "At the present moment, none of the German leaders has any interest but fighting to the last man, hoping he will be that last man," he noted shrewdly. Instead of delivering a leveling blow on the government center of Berlin, the Prime Minister suggested making a list of war criminals that would be executed if they fell into Allied hands. This, he thought, might place some distance between the Nazi leadership and the German people, who feared sweeping reprisals against all Germans if the war was lost. The idea behind Thunderclap never died, however. In late August, Eisenhower told Spaatz to be prepared to take part in anything that gives real promise to ending the war quickly. Spaatz should continue to hit economic and tactical targets, Ike instructed, unless, in my opinion, an opportunity arises where a sudden and devastating blow may have an incalculable result. That fall and early winter, with the German army showing unexpectedly strong resistance on the Western Front, Thunderclap was premature. But in January, when Marshal Georgy Zhukov executed a lightning advance to the Oder River within 40 miles of Berlin, the time had arrived, some top planners argued, for Eisenhower's sudden and devastating blow. The plan settled upon was not the original Thunderclap. Berlin remained a target, but sobered British intelligence experts now considered it very doubtful that an attack on the Thunderclap scale in the near future would be decisive. The aim was to continue to progressively weaken Germany rather than trying to deliver a single aerial death blow. This could be accomplished most effectively, the British believed, by aggressively supporting the Russian ground offensive. With the Western Allies still recovering from the heavy German assault in the Ardennes in December 1944 and not yet ready to resume their march to the Rhine, bombing German positions along the Eastern Front would assist the only military initiative that stood a reasonable chance of breaking the enemy by the conclusion of winter. A secret report by the British Joint Intelligence Committee suggested that a massive bombing of Berlin, the main transportation nexus of eastern Germany and a city inundated with millions of refugees, would be bound to create great confusion, interfere with the orderly movement of troops to the front, and hamper the German military and administrative machine. Adding urgency to the bombing was the belief that the 6th SS Panzer Army had just left Belgium and would be passing through Berlin on its way to the collapsing Eastern Front. Blasting these cities might also have a political value in demonstrating to the Russians a desire on the part of the British and Americans to assist them in the present battle, thereby improving Churchill and Roosevelt's bargaining position with Stalin at the upcoming meeting of the Big Three at Yalta, scheduled for the first week of February. Although not thunderclap, this was a bombing design of chilling resolve. Rail stations bursting with homeless people would be targeted, not to break morale, but to create transportation and urban confusion. When Bomber Harris was shown the plan, he recommended additional strikes on the Saxon cities of Chemnitz, Leipzig, and Dresden, all major railroad centers close to the Eastern Front and swollen with refugees. At this point, Winston Churchill jumped into the discussions, asking his Secretary of State for Air, Sir Archibald Sinclair, whether Berlin, and no doubt other large cities in East Germany, should not now be considered especially attractive targets. Pray report to me tomorrow what is going to be done. The Prime Minister's impatience was fueled by a recent intelligence report indicating that German resistance might collapse by mid-April if the Soviets broke through into Germany. Otherwise, the war could drag on into November. Churchill's intervention sped up the timetable. Sinclair informed the Prime Minister that the attacks would commence as soon as weather and moon conditions were favorable. At this point, the Russians were given advance notice, and later, at the Yalta Conference, Stalin himself asked that Dresden be bombed, along with Leipzig and Berlin. The official records of the conference indicate that the only targets the Soviet representatives specified were Berlin and Leipzig. But recently, the official interpreter for the British Chiefs of Staff, who attended every session of the Yalta meetings, has come forward with the revelation that Stalin himself requested verbally and quite strongly that Dresden be added to the list of the Eastern German cities the Anglo-Americans planned to bomb. When Spaatz was briefed on the British plan, he revealed that his staff was already planning a major raid on Berlin, although not one that targeted refugees. Spaatz had equal faith in the Soviet offensive. The power of the Russian advance is the greatest strategic factor at the present time in this war, he wrote Hap Arnold, and I believe it should be strongly supported by bombing Berlin, the focal point in the control and supply of the defense against Zhukov's spearhead. Up to this point, the revised thunderclap had been entirely a British plan. Presently, a new joint bombing directive was issued by Spaatz and Air Vice Marshal Norman Bottomley. The 8th would hit the center of Berlin, while the RAF, with American assistance, would bomb the other 3 rail junctions. At Spaatz's insistence, there was a proviso. These city targets were to be bombed only when weather ruled against attacks on oil installations. Why did Karl Spaatz agree to a plan that was in direct violation of his long-stated policy against targeting civilians? Heavy pressure from Hap Arnold to end the war quickly was a major factor. That January, Arnold was snapping at Spaatz's heels, his anger and anxiety bringing on a 4th heart attack in mid-January, one that nearly killed Arnold at his desk. Arnold's frustration with the inability of American air power to finish off Germany spilled over in a succession of intemperate communiques to his European commander. With our tremendous striking power, it would seem to me that we should get much better and much more decisive results than we are getting now, he wrote Spaatz. I am not criticizing, because frankly I don't know the answer, and what I am now doing is letting my thoughts run wild with the hope that out of this you get a glimmer, a light, a new thought, or something which will help us to bring this war to a close sooner. With his thoughts running wild, Arnold had recently tried to revive his disastrous pet project, Aphrodite. The previous fall, he had approved the use of war-weary bombers as unmanned robots against German industrial targets, some of them located in major urban centers. Although all 11 robots that were launched failed to make contact with their targets, Arnold continued to press the combined chiefs of staff for an ambitious expansion of the experiment, one that called for the employment of over 500 Weary Willies against large industrial targets, as an irritant and possibly a means of breaking down the morale of the people of interior Germany. Arnold was a terrorizing and intimidating figure to high-ranking Air Force officers. In a fiery argument with the former Assistant Secretary of War, he picked up the crippled man's cane and threw it at him. And he had considerable influence with General George Marshall, who, on his behalf, waived the regulation that forced officers with heart disease to retire. Marshall himself had a serious heart murmur. Arnold may have gotten his way on Aphrodite had the British not strenuously objected. Churchill and Portal feared retaliation attacks on London by hundreds of unmanned German planes that had been rendered non-operational because of shortages of fuel and pilots. The Germans had already tried to hit London with combat-damaged Junkers 88 bombers, guided by automatic pilot. While Spaatz was unenthusiastic about the Weary Willys project, Arnold continued to push it until Roosevelt's successor, President Harry Truman, at Churchill's urging, buried it in the last month of the war. Writing to a convalescing Arnold in early 1945, Spaatz tried to rein in his boss's raging impetuosity. The war would not be won by new and untried measures, he told him emphatically. Victory would be achieved by grinding warfare, on the ground and in the air, with unrelenting attacks on oil and transportation. But not knowing yet how badly his air offensive had hurt the enemy's economy, Spaatz was also frustrated by Germany's steely resiliency, and was willing, at this point, to condone at least one unprecedented measure, a terror raid on Berlin. This was a raid he could square with his beliefs. It was not morale bombing, and it accorded with his desire to assist the Russian ground offensive. Unknown to Spaatz or any other Allied commander, Albert Speer had decided in late January that the war was lost, although the self-protecting Minister of Armaments did not have the courage to inform his Führer of this until March 15th. The final push came from George Marshall. Anxious to move all American war resources to the Pacific as soon as possible, Marshall was willing to give morale bombing a try. General Frederick Anderson met with Marshall just before the Yalta summit, and Marshall told him he wanted Munich bombed, along with the cities along the Berlin-Leipzig-Dresden rail nexus. Intelligence reports that had come across Marshall's desk indicated that government offices were being evacuated from Berlin to Munich in expectation of even heavier bombing raids on the capital. Attacks on Munich would probably be of great benefit because it would show the people that are being evacuated to Munich that there is no hope, Marshall told Anderson. Generals Eisenhower and Bradley agreed. President Roosevelt did not have to be consulted. The American military command was thoroughly apprised of his insistence on hard war against Germany. The Germans had started the First World War, yet not a single ground battle had been fought on their home soil. It is of the utmost importance that every person in Germany should realize that this time, unlike World War I, Germany is a defeated nation, Roosevelt told Secretary of War Stimson. The fact that they are a defeated nation, collectively and individually, must be so impressed upon them that they will hesitate to start any new war. Too many people here and in England hold to the view that the German people as a whole are not responsible for what has taken place, that only a few Nazi leaders are responsible. That, unfortunately, is not based on fact. The German people as a whole must have it driven home to them that the whole nation has been engaged in a lawless conspiracy against the decencies of modern civilization. In September 1939, when Germany began World War II, Roosevelt had sent appeals to all belligerents to refrain from the inhuman barbarism of bombing civilians. 3 years later, the President was telling Congress that the Allies intended to hit Germany from the air heavily and relentlessly. The people who bombed Warsaw, Rotterdam, London, and Coventry are going to get it. In February 1945, the Americans planned to hit Germany harder than they ever had before, with the clear intent of sowing terror and chaos. It would begin with Berlin in the first week of February and Munich soon afterward. Weather and other target priorities prevented the 15th Air Force from hitting Munich until March 24th, and with a different objective than Marshall had originally suggested. No one in the Allied High Command believed that Germany could still win the war, but no one doubted that it had the will and capability to battle on with suicidal resolve. And with England once again under round-the-clock assault from Nazi rocket bombs, there were few voices urging restraint. Nazi rockets. On September 7, 1944, a British official went before the press and announced, "Except possibly for a few last shots, the Battle of London is over." The flying bomb barrage had ended. The following day, there were two tremendous back-to-back explosions in the city. To calm fears, the government encouraged rumors that several gas mains had exploded. After more explosions rocked the city in the next weeks, a Londoner saw an American soldier building a fence around an enormous crater. Had a Nazi rocket landed there? He asked. "No, man," said the GI. "That's no rocket. It's one of those flying gas mains." Until the following March, when the launch sites of the new V-2 rockets were overrun by Allied troops, the people of the southern cities of England would have to live through the uncertainty and daily terror of yet another blitz. Not as many would die as in the first blitz, but with this new vengeance weapon, German scientists had raised the art of killing to the highest peak of science and efficiency ever attained, wrote one reporter. Like the V-1, the new weapon was wildly inaccurate, killing indiscriminately. In all, 2,700 Britons died, and another 6,500 were badly mangled. Almost equal numbers were killed and maimed in Antwerp, Brussels, and Paris. But unlike the V-1, neither early warning nor interception was possible. From small, difficult-to-detect launching pads in occupied Holland, these 12-ton supersonic rockets climbed 70 miles into the stratosphere and hurtled silently to Earth at speeds of up to 4,000 miles per hour, too fast to be seen. This made them greatly more frightening than the noisier, slower-moving V-1 flying bombs. "If I'm going to be killed," a London woman commented sardonically, "I would like to have the excitement of knowing it's going to happen." The British government was so concerned about public panic that it was not until November 10th that Churchill revealed that many of the missiles aimed at England, the Germans had also resumed firing V-1s, were supersonic rockets carrying 1-ton warheads. They were the most feared weapons the world had yet seen. Designed on a wilderness Baltic island by scientists working under the odious opportunist Dr. Werner von Braun, they were produced at a super-secret facility called Mittelwerk, a system of deep storage tunnels in an isolated valley of the Harz Mountains. Albert Speer had personally selected the site, near the small city of Nordhausen, after the British bombed the original production facility at Peenemünde. And he approved the use of concentration camp laborers who were shipped in from Buchenwald and worked in the medieval-like tunnels under SS supervision. Until the 3rd Armored Division liberated the facility in early April 1945, 60,000 prisoners passed through the Mittelwerk slave system, and over 1/3 of them died of starvation, disease, and murder. Another 1,500 were killed in 2 successive RAF raids on the facility. The A-4, as the Germans called their new liquid fuel weapon, was the world's first short-range ballistic missile, the grandfather of all modern guided missile and space boosters. At the same time that it was being aimed at English cities, von Braun and his team of physicists and engineers were also trying to rush into production an ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missile, the A-10, or New York rocket, named for the city it was intended to hit. Allied intelligence knew about this project and suspected the Germans were also developing an atomic bomb. The future of the world could have been horrifyingly altered had the Nazis built the bomb and perfected a long-range delivery system. But Hitler's persecution of Jewish scientists, along with his interest in more conventional vengeance weapons, robbed both programs of industrial resources and indispensable talent. In May 1945, an American intelligence team found that German scientists were about as far as we were in 1940, before we had begun any large work on the atomic bomb at all. Even the transatlantic rocket would not have been operational until 1947 at the earliest. But no one on the Allied side knew this in January 1945, when thunderclap-style bombing operations were being discussed by Anglo-American air barons. What London-based war leaders did know was what they witnessed in their midst. At the height of that Christmas season, 164 shoppers and 2 infants in prams were obliterated when a V-2 smashed into a London Woolworths. This was after 115 British women were killed with terrifying suddenness while waiting in line at a food market for their weekly meat ration. The launch sites for the new rockets were small and heavily camouflaged, and their underground manufacturing facility was virtually bomb-proof. The only way the RAF could hit back at the enemy was to target his cities. Although there is no mention of retaliation in the planning documents for the February bombing campaign against the cities of eastern Germany, it had to be in the thoughts of those who directed air operations from London. As the 8th Air Force's Berlin raid was in the final hours of its planning stage, an extraordinary thing happened. General Jimmy Doolittle asked Spaatz to reconsider his directive. There are no important, strictly military targets in the designated area, he wired him, and to bomb the city accurately, the 8th would have to bomb visually, exposing the crews to murderous anti-aircraft fire. Doolittle was that rare 8th Air Force commander who opposed terror bombing on both military and moral grounds. And unlike Spaatz, he saw the Berlin raid as an effort to lower German morale, to terrorize people, but also to destroy their will to endure. The chances of terrorizing into submission by merely an increased concentration of bombing a people who have been subjected to intense bombing for 4 years is extremely remote, he told Spaatz, who had made exactly the same argument against Thunderclap the previous summer. Doolittle's final appeal was to Spaatz's conscience, and, more directly, to his widely known concern for the Air Force's post-war legacy. We will, in what may be one of our last and best-remembered operations, regardless of its effectiveness, violate the basic American principle of precision bombing of targets of strictly military significance, for which our tactics were designed and our crews trained and indoctrinated. Leave area bombing to the British, he pleaded, and continue to concentrate on strictly military targets. Even if inadequate technology and hostile weather conspired to prevent these targets from being hit accurately, the American effort would still be seen by history as well-intentioned. Spaatz's clipped reply came in the form of an order, with no appending explanation. Hit Berlin whenever weather conditions do not indicate possibility of visual bombing of oil targets, but do permit operations to Berlin. He further informed Doolittle that his own weather forecasters had assured him that this would be a radar operation, and hence safer for the crews. What went without saying was that bad weather meant badly inaccurate bombing. Women and children day treatment, Doolittle's bomber boys called their radar missions. On the morning of February 2nd, Doolittle massed every available bomber in his command, but heavy cloud cover nixed the mission. When Spaatz ordered a massive raid for the following day, Doolittle cabled him for a clarification, hoping that Spaatz would reconsider. Is Berlin still open to air attack? Do you want priority oil targets hit in preference to Berlin if they definitely become visual? Do you want Center City hit or definitely military targets on the western outskirts? Spaatz replied within the hour by telephone, later documenting the gist of his message in a bluntly worded note. Hit oil if visually assured, otherwise Berlin, center of city. To cloak what was unquestionably an area raid, Spaatz instructed Doolittle to stress in his news releases effort to disrupt reinforcement of the Eastern Front and increase administrative confusion. Doolittle did that, but he also added some military targets to the bomb list, including marshalling yards and munitions factories. 6 years before his death in 1974, Spaatz came as close as he ever would to admitting that the Berlin raid of February 3rd was terror bombing in all but name. We never had as our target in Nazi-occupied Europe anything except a military target, except Berlin. February 3rd, 1945. At 3:30 a.m., a sharp voice broke the silence in the cave-like hut. "Gentlemen, you're operational. Now!" Aiming his flashlight at the sleeping men's faces, the first sergeant shouted even louder, "Out of the sack!" Then he was gone, the most hated man on the base. This would be the 13th mission for Captain Charles Alling and his crew, part of the 34th Bomb Group flying out of Mendlesham in Norfolk. Lean and athletic, with sharply cut features, Chuck Alling was a natural leader, bright, well-trained, and rock-steady under pressure. That morning, as he slid out of his cot and walked through the chill air to the washroom, his thoughts were of home. If war had not intervened, he would have returned that week to Wesleyan University for the spring semester. But here he was, an ocean away, preparing his mind to lead 9 other college-age boys into the most treacherous airspace in the world. Outside Alling's Nissen hut, an army truck waited, its brown tarpaulin billowing in the wind. Alling and his fellow officers jumped aboard and huddled together in silence with other crews on the frost-covered wooden benches. As the truck sped toward the officers' mess hall, the men stared blankly at the flapping canvas. The only sign of life in the darkened truck was the glow of a dozen or so cigarettes. At breakfast, no one uttered a word. When someone wanted the salt or the pepper, he pointed to it. There was no conversation, Alling recalled. Guys were tense and anxious, and some may have wondered if their time was up. They had been briefed for a Berlin raid the morning before, so no one was surprised an hour later when the intelligence officer drew back the curtain over the wall-size map of Western Europe, and a line of red tape formed an aerial assault avenue to Big-Ass Berlin. The men knew that the 8th had been there before, delivering its heaviest punishment the previous winter, before most of them had arrived in England. But at many bases the flyers were told that this time it would be different. The aiming point was the thickly populated city center. Gestapo, SS, and other odious Nazis would die in great numbers in their office buildings, but so would non-combatants. We were told today that if we had any scruples about bombing civilians, it was hard luck for us, because from now on we'll be bombing and strafing women, children, everybody. Ball turret gunner John Briol of the 457th Bombardment Group wrote in his diary. At the air station of the 95th Bomb Group, the sergeant gunners were advised to carry their Army-issue sidearms. If you go down over the target area, you are going to need them, because the target is the center of town. Arms, legs, and assholes. The briefing officer, "Put it just like that," recalled James Henrietta, radio operator on pilot Lewis Wells's plane. In other words, there was no military target there. It was just get whoever you can get. It was just to demoralize. After being brought up to date on the weather and the state of the enemy defenses, Alling and his fellow officers were driven out to Miss Prudy, the silver fortress they had named for Alling's sister, who was struck down at age 21 by spinal meningitis just days before her brother was shipped overseas. By 4:43, Miss Prudy was aloft, cutting through black skies and menacing fog, the lead ship in the group's high squadron. As the sun rose, the fog lifted, and the outward-bound bombers began forming up, wingtip to wingtip. Sometimes they look white and as graceful as gulls against the blue. At others they look black and sinister as they come and go between the clouds. An East Anglian described these majestic air fleets. But the impressive thing, the thing that makes land girls pause in their stringing of the hop fields and makes conductors of country buses lean out and look up from their platforms, the impressive thing is the numbers. Never in the Battle of Britain, in the days when the Luftwaffe was beaten over these fields and woods, did the Germans send over such vast fleets. Never were their bombers 4-engined monsters, such as these of the Americans, that go out in their scores and hundreds. They have an appointment abroad, and they're keeping it. More than 900 fortresses and over half as many escort fighters were dispatched to the target, the largest force ever sent against a single city. That same morning, the 8th 2nd Air Division dispatched over 400 liberators to the Magdeburg synthetic oil plant, where better weather was predicted. The Berlin-bound air train was 300 miles long. By the time the forward elements nosed into Germany, there were still bombers over the North Sea. In The Warriors, his classic account of ground combat in Europe, American intelligence officer J. Glenn Gray called attention to the aesthetic appeal of war, the powerful fascination and emotional attractions of warfare. Waist gunner John Morris felt the pull of what Gray called war as spectacle as he gazed in wonder from his gun portal at the tightly disciplined bomber formations cutting through the North German skies, contrails flaring white and fluffy behind every battle-bound squadron. The first bombers over the target flew into unexpectedly beautiful skies, high blue and crystal clear, wonderful weather for bombing, but also for flak gunners, and Berlin had more of them than any city in existence. Just as his pilot announced over the interphone, "She's clear as a bell over Berlin, guys, not a goddamn cloud in the area," Lieutenant Robert Hand, flying his 35th and final mission, began to experience the familiar symptoms of combat panic. Sweat began to pour out of his flak helmet, his vision blurred, and his entire upper body began to shake. His was the third group over the target, and ahead he saw a veritable mountain of black puffs. 2 shells burst below them, tossing his fortress around like a rowboat in the rapids. The lead ship dropped its load, and Hand released his ship's string of bombs seconds later. Then his squadron banked and headed into protective cloud cover just outside the target area. As they did, Hand saw a ship just behind them take a direct hit. One of the 25 bombers lost that day. A black ball of smoke was all that was left of 10 men and 3 tons of metal. "It just doesn't seem possible that anything that large could disappear so fast," Hand said later. Bob Hand and Chuck Alling made it back to England that day. Robert Rosie Rosenthal, flying his 52nd mission, did not. Almost every American in the air this day was seeing Berlin for the first time, but Rosie had been there several times before with his original crew, Rosie's Riveters, most memorably on March 8, 1944, during the week the Mighty Eighth broke the back of the Luftwaffe. That was to have been his 25th and final mission, but at a celebration that night, Rosie had decided he would continue flying. "Go home to the ice cream, the girls, the ball games, and all in one piece. You deserve a break," his friend Saul Levitt pleaded with him. It was no use. "I had to do what I could for as long as I was able," Rosie said later. 2 months into his second tour of duty, flying as a command pilot, Rosenthal made a hair-raising landing on an emergency field in England on his return from Berlin, bringing down the bomber with 3 engines out and half the tail sheared off by a runaway propeller. The following September, his lead fortress was hit by flak over Nuremberg and crash-landed in northern France, an area controlled by American forces. Rosie was pulled from the cockpit with a broken arm and nose and was flown, unconscious, to a military hospital in Oxford. When he returned to Thorpe Abbotts 5 weeks later, he was assigned to wing headquarters, a desk job he loathed. He wanted to be back in the fight, and he made such a pest of himself he was returned to the 100th, promoted to major, and given command of his original squadron, the 418th. Approaching Berlin on February 3, 1945, Major Rosenthal was flying in the co-pilot's chair in the lead plane, a place reserved for the officer appointed that day to lead the entire 3rd Division. Nearing the initial point, Rosie's division encountered thick columns of smoke sent aloft by raging fires set by the 1st Division. "The smoke came up over 7,000 feet, said one airman, causing most of the 3rd Division to miss their main targets and hit residential districts east of the main target. "Before we left Germany, I tuned in a propaganda broadcast from Berlin," said radio operator Clifford Whipple. The announcer said, "Every man, woman, and child is out fighting the flames." Turning into the bomb run, Rosie's plane was hit by exploding flak. 2 crewmen were killed instantly, and flames began shooting from one of the engines. When dense white smoke began filling the cockpit, Captain John Ernst looked over at Rosie for guidance. Without saying a word, Rosie pointed straight ahead with his left hand. After Ernst completed the bomb run, Rosie radioed the deputy lead to take over command of the division, and when his shattered plane reached the Oder River, where he knew the Red Army would be, he pushed the alarm bell, the signal to abandon ship. At that moment, the fortress was hit a second time, and a raging oil fire began consuming the central section of the bomber. Other crews looked on in horror, watching for shoots, as the blazing fortress began to go into a slow, sickening spiral. 6 shoots were spotted. Then there was an explosion, and seconds later, aircraft number 448379 disappeared from sight. Rosie the Indomitable is gone, Harry Crosby wrote in disbelief that night from his hut at Thorpe Abbot's. Unknown to Crosby, that day his friend had fought a solitary fight for survival and had won. No one watching the dying bomber that morning could have known what happened inside it. Taking the controls from Ernst just after the plane was hit a second time, Rosenthal ordered the pilot to bail out. Then, alone with 2 dead crewmen, he struggled to get to the forward escape hatch in the nose of the plane. With the autopilot disabled, the plane was dropping fast, in a dizzying spin, and Rosenthal was pinned down by centrifugal stress. I could barely move. It felt like I was in quicksand, but somehow I managed to reach the open hatch and squeeze through it just before the plane blew up. Rosenthal bailed out when his bomber was barely 2,000 feet from the ground and landed with body-breaking force, fracturing the same arm he had broken on the September 10th mission to Nuremberg. Hiding in a bomb crater, his .45 pistol in his left hand, he saw 3 soldiers with red stars on their hats approaching. Thinking he was a German, one of the Russian soldiers came at him with the butt of his gun. At that point, Rosie threw his arms in the air and shouted, "Amerikansky! Coca-Cola! Lucky Strike! Roosevelt! Churchill! Stalin!" Seconds later, the Russian was holding Rosenthal in a bear hug and kissing his cheeks. Rosenthal was passed back through the lines to Moscow, where he became the guest of American Ambassador Averell Harriman. From there, he sent a telegram to Thorpe Abbot's, asking his buddies to reserve a plane for him. His war, he said, was not over. And so, the Rosenthal legend was kept intact, Saul Levitt recalled. It was a real legend made up of the following ingredients: that he could have stopped flying and that he couldn't get killed. Robert Rosenthal would forever remember the sight he saw only minutes after he landed behind Russian lines. As 2 Red Army soldiers led him to a jeep, he looked back instinctively in the direction of Berlin. Out on the horizon was a solid curtain of lurid crimson and black. It looked like the end of the world. Flying over Berlin, Lieutenant John Welch, John Briol's co-pilot, thought about the people down below, under the bombs. His squadron's target was the Friedrichstrasse railroad station, which he had been told would be bursting at the seams with refugees. "God help them," he whispered as his bombardier released a load of 500-pound explosives. A week or so after the Berlin raid, a report was smuggled out of Germany by Harry Granberg, a Swedish newspaper correspondent who had taken refuge during the bombing in an underground railway tunnel. The ground heaved, lights flickered. It seemed the concrete walls bulged. People scrambled about like frightened animals. As more bombs rained down, the lights went out, and great clouds of dust filled the tunnel. The chalky dust penetrated people's eyes, blinding them as they knelt on the railroad tracks and prayed. When the bombing ended, Granberg found dead and dying victims scattered all over the square in front of the station. At the same time, in another neighborhood in the city center, Ursula von Kardorf, a young Berlin newspaper reporter, was racing through the streets in search of friends and family. Carried along by the stream of people who had been bombed out, their faces gray and their backs bent, heavily laden with their belongings. Von Kardorf loathed Hitler, blaming him for a barbaric racial war and the death of her 2 brothers on the fighting fronts. Part of her accepted the bombing as Germany's due, but she thought it cruelly ironic that the working-class neighborhood she was passing through, where she had friends who shared her political sentiments, had gotten the worst of it, not a patch of sky to be seen, only clouds of poisonous yellow smoke. She wrote that night in her secret diary, an incendiary document that would have placed her life in jeopardy had it been discovered by the police. When evening fell over the burning city, one hardly noticed it, because it had been so dark all day. For several days after the raid, earth-shaking explosions from delayed-action time bombs could be heard throughout the city. Water, gas, telephone service, and electricity were knocked out. Unexploded bombs and vast puddles of filthy water from burst mains made the streets impassable, and clouds of smoke hung for days over the stricken city. Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels announced that looters would be shot on the spot, but gangs of drunken soldiers fleeing from the collapsing Eastern Front roamed the ruined city, smashing store windows, pillaging linen and silver, glassware and porcelain, stealing cars from garages, and killing chickens and pigs. Amid the smoking rubble, Harry Gramberge found 3 discarded Nazi Party badges. If I had taken the trouble, I probably could have found more. After deliberation, Hitler decided the government must remain in Berlin, and there await either a miracle or annihilation, in the words of Hans-Georg von Stutnitz, a despairing official in the German Foreign Ministry. To leave would set a cowardly example for the Berliners the Führer had called upon to resist to the end, nor would there be an evacuation, even of the refugees. After suffering terrible casualties in yesterday's great air attacks, the homeless masses are trapped in the still burning capital and must share whatever new disaster may befall it, Goebbels declared. Should a similar great crisis arise in Germany, say in 150 years' time, Goebbels told the Führer, our grandchildren may look back on us as a heroic example of steadfastness. To this day, there are no reliable figures on the number of Berliners killed on February 3rd. The dead from previous raids were still trapped in the ruins with the victims of the most recent attack. Adding to the confusion, there were perhaps 3 million refugees from the Eastern Reich crammed into the heart of the city, part of one of the greatest human migrations in history. Thousands of them were cremated where they fell, making either identification or reporting of their death impossible. Early estimates by the 8th Air Force and Swedish reporters put the number of dead at around 25,000, while a respected German historian has recently arrived at a much lower figure, approximately 3,000. If correct, even this suspiciously low figure represents the most Berliners killed in a single raid in the entire war, during which the city was bombed 363 times, with a total loss of 50,000 citizens. What is known for certain is that an astounding 120,000 people were made homeless by the February 3rd bombing. The RAF had previously dropped bigger bomb loads on the city, but, as the New York Times reported, never was a target area so saturated. The main targets in the civil and military government area, the Reichskanzlei, built over Hitler's hideaway, the bomb-proof Führer bunker, the Ministry of Propaganda, the Air Ministry, the Foreign Office, Gestapo headquarters, and the despised People's Court, which dealt out retributive justice to Germans who wavered in their support of the regime, were smothered under 18 concentrations of high explosives, the Air Force reported. 2 central railway stations and the enormous Tempelhof marshalling yard took equally heavy hits. Also destroyed or heavily damaged were major electronics, leather, printing, and clothing plants, along with hotels, newspaper offices, department stores, and residential neighborhoods adjacent to the main targets. Yet it could have been worse, perhaps like Hamburg, a complete urban holocaust, had the 8th returned as planned 3 days later. But weather caused the mission to be cancelled. After-action reports verify the oral testimony of airmen that this was a terror raid. Berlin, Saturday. Barrage flak, weakening as each group went over, wrote a Taglier, bomb releaser, on the Fortress Supermouse. No damage to ship. Visual. 5 times 1,000-pounders. Shacked women and children. Some airmen were untroubled by remorse or guilt. The coldly anonymous nature of bomber warfare made it possible for some human beings to deal out death without the slightest sense of personal responsibility. "I never saw any of those people," pilot Lewis Wells said years later. "I never knew any of those people. I came home, had a good meal, crawled in between clean sheets, and went to sleep." Others saw the bombing as justifiable retribution. The German people supported Hitler in his rampage over Europe. He did not do it by himself. Chaplain James Good Brown spoke for the flyers of the 381st Bomb Group he talked to after the raid. For Brown's men, there was little difference between soldiers in uniform and civilians who made the planes, guns, and gas, and supplied the emotional and financial capital that allowed Hitler to continue his orgy of murder and aggression. These were the extreme reactions of airmen: moral indifference and righteous revenge. The dominant response was perhaps that of pilot Harry S. Mitchell, Jr. "It was a terrible thing to see those bombs going right into the heart of the city, but only terrible until I saw the lead ship, about 50 feet away, get a direct burst and break in two," he wrote in his battle diary. "One of the boys that went with that ship had 55 missions. His wife is going to have a baby this month, too." This was a mission that lived for years in the minds of many of the crewmen. "This one bothered me for a long time," said Lewis Wells's radio operator, James Henrietta. "In fact, it still does. I'm thinking we're bombing out a lot of people who maybe were helpless victims." On February 17th, German radio reported that the Wehrmacht was conferring a special decoration upon General Spaatz, the Order of the White Feather. He was receiving it for exceptional cowardice in laying a carpet of bombs across a city crowded with hundreds of thousands of refugees, principally women and children, who had fled before the organized savagery and terrorism of the Bolshevik Communist Red Army. No mention was made of Guernica, Coventry, the rocket assault on London, or the Luftwaffe's bombing of Stalingrad in late August 1942, aerial hammer blows that killed 40,000 Russians, many of them refugees, to the triumphant cheers of German troops positioned on the opposite bank of the River Don. Speaking on BBC radio earlier in the war from his California home in exile, the Nobel Prize-winning novelist Thomas Mann had sent a dark warning to his countrymen. Did Germany believe that she would never have to pay for the atrocities that her leap into barbarism seemed to allow? Dresden. It was planned as a 1-2 punch, a combined RAF 8th Air Force assault on a city whose pre-war population of 600,000 had recently ballooned to nearly 1 million as a result of an influx of refugees from the east. The 8th Air Force was to hit Dresden first, mounting a precision raid on its rail facilities, but inclement weather caused a postponement. That gave bomber Harris the first shot at the city. On the unseasonably pleasant evening of February 13th, 2 waves of Lancasters, over 800 bombers, approached the beautiful river town, known for its chinaware, its spacious parks, and its fanciful architecture. Dresdeners called their city Florence on the Elbe. That was before it was turned into a desert of stone and ash. As at Hamburg in the summer of 1943, a catastrophic combination of explosive and incendiary bombs set off a firestorm, this one incinerating or suffocating at least 35,000 people, about 11,000 fewer than did the Hamburg conflagration. The 8th Air Force flew in that morning and the next, hitting a centrally located marshalling yard and spilling errant explosives into surrounding residential neighborhoods, where thousands of people had gone to escape the fire. Kurt Vonnegut, an American infantryman captured in the Battle of the Bulge, had been moved to Dresden several days before the bombing to be part of a forced work detail. The boxcar doors were opened, and the doorways framed the loveliest city that most of the Americans had ever seen. It looked to Vonnegut like Oz. The prisoners were marched to a slaughterhouse and housed in one of the buildings, a concrete shelter for pigs that were being readied for the butcher's knife. The number over the building was 5. Vonnegut was in the meat locker when the bombs fell. It was a safe place. The prisoners were not permitted to come out of the shelter until noon the next day. Dresden was like the moon now, nothing but minerals. The stones were hot. Everybody else in the neighborhood was dead, Vonnegut later wrote in his novel Slaughterhouse-Five. Vonnegut was lucky to have been herded into a secure shelter. In all of Dresden, there was not a single public air raid bunker of the kind found in other sizable German cities, multi-story buildings or underground compartments constructed of heavy concrete, with gas filters, ventilation, emergency exits, fire prevention, and first aid facilities. Dresdeners were forced to rely on the storage basements of train stations and other large public buildings, and the coal cellars of private houses and apartment buildings. The scandalously corrupt governor of Saxony, Martin Muchmann, had ignored the pleas of city officials for substantial shelters, although he had the SS-built reinforced concrete bunkers beneath his office and in the garden behind his home. Not only was Dresden unprotected, it was defenseless. The local Luftwaffe airfield was lined with newly built fighter planes, but the pilots were under orders not to fly, lest they deplete the fatherland's meager fuel supply, which was being hoarded for a final defense. And the city's flak guns had been moved that winter to the Ruhr and to the Oder front. Dresden was what Bomber Harris called an intact city. In 5 years of war, it had been bombed only twice, both times by the Americans, on October 7, 1944, as a secondary target, and on January 16, 1945. The 8th had hit industrial targets in and around the main marshalling yard near the city center, killing hundreds of workers, but doing no damage to Dresden's jewel-like historic core. We felt safe, remembered Lieselotte Klemmich, a housewife with 3 children. Before the inferno, false rumors were circulating that Churchill had an aging aunt in Dresden, and that this was the reason the city had been spared the fate of Hamburg and Berlin. Gradually, we also began thinking that Dresden would remain intact because of the wonderful art treasures and because the city itself was so beautiful. We had become very careless. Most of the time I didn't even wake my children when there was an alarm. But on this particular evening, when I turned on the radio, around 9:30, I was horrified to hear that large bomber formations were on their way and that we were to take shelter immediately. I woke and dressed my 3 small daughters and helped them into their little rucksacks that contained extra underwear. I took along a briefcase, which held a fireproof box with family documents, all of my jewelry, and a large sum of money. We dashed down into the basement shelter. Most of the others were already there. They had looks of horror on their faces. As people sobbed and prayed, Frau Klemmich clung to her children, thinking, "They will be taken now." She worried as well for the unborn child she was carrying in her womb. From 8 feet underground, the incoming British machines could be heard overhead. It was as if a huge, noisy conveyor belt was rolling over us, a noise punctuated with detonations and tremors, recalled Götz Bergander, the 18-year-old son of the manager of a local distillery. Harris's crews were trained to raise city-consuming fires, but up to now they had been able to start only 3 full-scale urban holocausts, Hamburg, Kassel, and Darmstadt. To create a hurricane-like firestorm, everything had to go horrifyingly right. It did at Dresden. The unopposed Lancasters, flying into a cloudless sky, dropped a lethal mixture of explosives and incendiaries into a city of highly flammable, tightly massed buildings that contained vast stores of winter heating fuel. The high explosives, many of them 4,000-pound air bombs, or cookies, were designed to collapse buildings, sever water mains, and create gaping craters in the streets in order to hinder or trap firefighters and emergency teams. They were also expected to blow out windows and doors to create drafts that would allow smaller fires started by hundreds of thousands of stick incendiaries to spread and merge, producing, in Vonnegut's words, one big flame, a flame that would eat everything organic, everything that would burn. The rain of high explosives had another objective, to intimidate city dwellers, keeping them in their shelters so they could not extinguish with sand or remove with tongs the small, sparkling incendiaries that landed on the roofs of their houses and apartment buildings. When the first attack ended, there was tomb-like silence in Bergander's shelter, a state-of-the-art facility that had been built beneath the Bromsch distillery by his father, a noted engineer. Coming out of the shelter was unforgettable. The night sky was illuminated with pink and red. The houses were silhouettes, and a red cloud of smoke hovered over everything. Bergander was so thunderstruck he forgot his fear and climbed onto the roof of the distillery to take a photograph of the flaming sky. People ran toward us totally distraught, smeared with ash and with wet blankets wrapped around their heads. These Dresdeners were running from the Altstadt, the oldest, most beautifully preserved part of the city, the center of civic life, and the target of the first wave of Lancasters. The firestorm did not reach a crescendo until after the second RAF attack, just after 1 a.m. By then, the thousands of small fires set by the incendiaries had burned their way through roofs and attics and created raging house fires that grew ferociously and merged with fires created by the second torrent of bombs. These bombs fell into areas south of the Altstadt, chiefly the Grossergarten, Dresden's magnificent greensward, where tens of thousands of fear-driven victims had taken refuge. The crews of the second flight of Lancasters had orders to hit the Altmarkt, the historic marketplace in the city center, but seeing that it was already a roiling sea of flames, they made an on-the-spot decision. Flying on, they dropped their tonnage where they saw no fires, burning what had not yet been burned. Every Dresdener heard the thunderous explosions of the air bombs, but people in the shelters failed to pick up a more insidious sound, the slap, slap, slap of 4-pound magnesium canisters dropping on tiled roofs. These thermite-filled incendiaries, which the Germans wrongly called phosphorus bombs, were the great killers of the night, causing over 5 times more damage and death than conventional iron bombs. In no time at all, Dresden was engulfed by a firestorm of biblical proportions, and the city's firefighters were overwhelmed, confined to attacking the smaller fires around the perimeter of the gale and creating avenues of escape for people caught in the maelstrom. Most city center dwellers who tried to ride out the storm in their coal cellars were doomed. Even well-constructed air raid bunkers offered little protection from firestorms. 70% of Dresden's fire victims succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning released by combustion. Many of them died swiftly and painlessly, without a burn on their bodies. Frau Klemmig's shelter was not in the direct path of the firestorm, and she and her children survived both bombing attacks. Anne Valla, living in another part of town, nearly did not. An American-born woman who had married a German officer before the war, she was fighting her way to safety with her 3 small children and their live-in nurse. The heat was almost unbearable, and the sudden gusts of wind made us grab at each other for fear of being blown away. It was almost impossible to see through the sparks that kept whirling around us like a red blizzard, and we kept peering through them for a sign of some kind of shelter. People's shoes melted into the hot asphalt of the streets, and the fire moved so swiftly that many were reduced to atoms before they had time to remove their shoes. The fire melted iron and steel, turned stone into powder, and caused trees to explode from the heat of their own resin. People running from the fire could feel its heat through their backs, burning their lungs. But it was the gale-force wind, not the staggering heat, that made the most frightful impression on the survivors. What appeared to be hurricane-like winds were actually convection whirls, or fire devils, superheated columns of extremely hot air rising from the fire and sent in a rotating, tornado-like motion by cooler, descending air. In this way, by drawing cooler, heavier air into the vacuum left by its escaping hotter, lighter air, a great fire produces its own wind, a whirling wind that throws burning debris far in advance of the main fire, setting new fires. These smaller fires burned together, trapping life between the main fire coming from behind and the new fire racing back toward it. Caught in this pincer-like fire action, many Dresdeners became disoriented and panicked. Anne Valla saw a woman approaching from the opposite direction, pushing a large pram with her 2 children, sitting bolt upright like dolls. Wildly she raced past us, straight into the fire. She and her children instantly disappeared in the flames. Some trapped and despairing souls simply knelt down in the street and awaited their awful end. A little later, Valla and her family spotted a house that was still standing and found shelter in its basement. The next morning they tried to escape the city. The streets were eerily empty, and almost every house they passed was a scorched ruin. Where had everyone gone? Were they all dead or still crouching in cellars? They soon discovered when they neared the Grossergarten, where blackened body parts were hanging from the trees. Walking on, they passed row upon row of corpses set on the clipped lawn like charred logs. These pitiful victims, their facial features melted into a molten mass, their bodies grotesquely shrunk, had rushed from their burning houses in the old city to what they thought was a refuge. The water in the fountain basin still rippled peacefully in the pale sunlight, Anne Valla recalled after the war, when she returned to America. I thought of the children that only yesterday were sailing their boats there. Valla and her family made it out of the city that night and eventually found their way to the home of their nurse's family in the Austrian Alps. But Lieselotte Klemmick and her children were in Dresden the next day, Ash Wednesday, when the 8th Air Force appeared overhead, flying into pillars of smoke that rose to 15,000 feet above the city. 311 fortresses dropped 771 tons of explosives and incendiaries into the suffering city, hitting the Friedrichstadt marshalling yard and passenger station and an industrial neighborhood adjacent to the yard. Also hit were a smaller marshalling yard and at least 3 compact residential areas outside the city center. With the targets obscured by clouds and drifting black haze, most of the squadrons were forced to aim their bombs by radar, and a few made accidental releases. Photo intelligence and after-action reports by radar operators note that the majority of bombs fell into the marshalling yards or heavily built areas of the city, some of them near the yards, others as far as 8 to 10 miles beyond target. The damage would have been greater if all the American bomb groups sent to Dresden had reached their destination. 3 of them became disoriented in a cloud bank over central Germany and, thinking they had hit Dresden, bombed Prague. Götz Bergander's neighborhood was near the Friedrichstadt marshalling yards. Bombs fell all around his residence, but neither he nor anyone else in his shelter was harmed. The family's apartment block was ruined, however, and Götz's mother, only 44 years old, suffered a heart attack. The Berganders and their neighbors moved their beds into the shelter, which became their nighttime abode for the remainder of the war. There were thousands of homeless souls in Bergander's neighborhood when the American bombers had first appeared overhead, people who had escaped from the old city. They really felt as if they were coming in for special persecution on the 14 February noon raid, Bergander said later. The raid had not been planned this insidiously, but to the victims it surely looked like it had. As historian Richard Taylor noted, first the British bombed the Altstadt, then the Grossergarten, where thousands of victims from the Altstadt had fled. Finally, the Americans bombed the untouched areas in the western suburbs. It was as if the enemy had anticipated the Dresdeners' every move and then killed them like cattle cunningly driven into holding pens. Dresdeners, along with a number of historians of the bombing, most prominently the Englishman David Irving, would later claim that P-51 Mustangs of the 20th Fighter Group machine-gunned surviving fire victims on the Elbe meadows and in the area of the Grossergarten, piling one massacre upon another. This could not have happened. The 20th Fighter Group was in Prague that day with the bombers that had flown off course, and neither German nor American records make mention of strafing activities anywhere near the Dresden area on the days of the American bombing raids. Joseph Goebbels, who would have pounced on such information, had nothing to say about low-level fighter attacks on the people of Dresden. On February 15th, over 200 fortresses of the 8th Air Force returned to Dresden, diverted there by foul weather over their primary target, an oil plant near Leipzig. Some damage was done to the industrial suburbs, but not a single bomb fell on the aiming point, the city's marshalling yards. As the Americans flew back to their bases, a Nazi official went on the radio. Not a single detached building remains intact or capable of reconstruction. The town area is devoid of human life. A great city has been wiped from the map of Europe. Wartime German reports listed up to 400,000 dead. New research by Götz Bergander, who has written a scrupulous account of the bombing, puts the number killed between 35,000 and 40,000. But with the city crammed with several 100,000 refugees, who can know how many died? For weeks after the fire raid, Berlin reporter Ursula von Kardorf, who had recently decided to leave her job and home for a safe haven in the countryside, heard dreadful stories of people digging bodies out of Dresden's ruins. The British prided themselves particularly on having killed so many refugees. This barbarity is not much different from our own. It is inhuman for anyone to pour high explosives and phosphorus on refugees, old people, mothers, and children. The fire kept burning for weeks, recalled Lieselotte Klemmich. I wasn't there for the cleaning up of the bodies. We read about that in the newspapers. They swept the bodies together and burned them in the marketplace. Allied POWs worked on the cleanup, pulling shriveled bodies from the ruins. Corpse mining, Kurt Vonnegut called this gruesome duty. POWs used pitchforks to toss the shrunken bodies onto farmers' wagons and carts. They were then piled on iron grates in the city's central market, soaked with benzene and immolated by SS extermination experts brought in from a local concentration camp. The ashes were later buried in mass graves. The vast cremation lasted into March, and for weeks afterward, Allied prisoners who worked in the cleanup were unable to get the smell of burning flesh off their clothing. The idea was to hasten the end of the war, Vonnegut wrote in his novel. Only one person ever got any benefit from the bombing of Dresden, and he is me, Vonnegut said later. I wrote an anti-war novel that made lots of money. 8th Air Force waist gunner John Morris disagreed. I'm not ashamed of having gone to Dresden on February 15th. It was legitimate military strategy, and I'm convinced that it hastened the arrival of VE Day. The Wehrmacht was falling back before the Russian army all along the Eastern Front, but once they reached the sacred soil of the fatherland, they could be expected to regroup and become lethal again for a last-ditch fight. So it was sound strategy to prevent the Wehrmacht from reaching the relative safety of home base. And we did so. We bombed the hell out of the railroad marshalling yards and road hubs along its lines of retreat, all up and down Germany's eastern border, Stettin, Berlin, Frankfurt am Oder, Leipzig, as well as Dresden. I don't rejoice in the 35,000 Germans killed there. Incidentally, I doubt that there were many Jews in that number. The good burghers of Dresden had just recently shipped the last of them off to Auschwitz. That is almost right. Victor Klemperer, a professor at the city's technical university, was one of only 198 registered Jews in Dresden when the first Lancasters came plowing through the cloudless February sky. The rest had either escaped, committed suicide, or been sent to Auschwitz and other murder mills. A decorated World War I veteran and a devoted German patriot, Klemperer had lost his job, his home, and his life savings in the racial hysteria that swept the city after Hitler came to power. He had not been deported, however, because he was married to an Aryan, a racially pure German. This changed on February 13th, when all Jews capable of physical labor were ordered to report 3 days later for transportation to an unknown work camp, an order they regarded as a death sentence. Henny Brenner's father was one of these remaining Dresden Jews. The morning he received the order to report for the transport, he became very depressed, his daughter recalled, and said, "Henny, only a miracle, a bolt from the blue can save us now." As soon as the bombs began falling, Brenner and his family ripped the degrading yellow stars from their clothing and started to make their way out of the stricken city. Among the other escapees were Victor Klemperer and his wife Eva. They spent 3 months on the run before finding safety in a Bavarian village occupied by American troops. Before the elder Brenner left, he insisted on seeing the Gestapo building. "We couldn't get that far," says his daughter, "because everything was burning, but from a distance we saw that it was ablaze. Well, then we felt some satisfaction." Was Dresden a legitimate military target? General Doolittle thought so. Although disturbed by the immensity of the damage caused by the British, he considered Dresden a key transportation center, the junction of 3 important trunk lines of the Reichsbahn. 28 army trains, carrying a total of almost 20,000 soldiers, were passing through the city every day in early February. The Friedrichstadt marshalling yard, the principal target of Doolittle's fortresses, was one of the most important in eastern Germany. The night before the RAF raid, American POWs were being moved through this switching yard. For nearly 12 hours, German troops and equipment rolled into and out of Dresden, recalled one of the prisoners, Colonel Harold E. Cook. "I saw with my own eyes that Dresden was an armed camp, thousands of German troops, tanks, and artillery, and miles of freight cars loaded with supplies supporting and transporting German logistics towards the east to meet the Russians." Germany's 7th largest city, Dresden was a thriving center for the manufacture of gun sights, radar equipment, bomb fuses, electronic components, and poison gas for both the Luftwaffe and the Wehrmacht. In 1945, approximately 50,000 of the city's industrial workers were engaged in war work. Not far from Dresden, there was a work camp called Schlieben, where Jewish inmates produced Panzerfausts, the deadly anti-tank rockets that would become the favorite weapons of the fanatical Hitler Youth in their final suicidal battles against Allied troops. In the early hours of February 14th, the slave laborers of Schlieben watched Dresden burn. "It was like heaven for us," recalled Ben Hafgott, "for we knew that the end of the war must be near, and our salvation was at hand." Half a century later, John Morris was asked why Dresden was bombed so late in the war. "How could we have known then," he replied, "that the war would be over by early May? On Ash Wednesday, the American army was still burying its dead from the Battle of the Bulge." Sir Arthur Harris argues unassailably in his memoirs that the attack on Dresden was at the time considered a military necessity by more important people than myself. But the critical question is not why or when Dresden was bombed, but how it was bombed. Why conduct a city-destroying raid when a selective strike on rail facilities would have more closely fit the purposes of the revised Thunderclap plan? This was entirely Harris's decision. In the absence of vigilant government supervision of Harris's bombing policies, both British and American civilian leaders left operational matters in the hands of their air commanders. Harris had near complete control over the mission. Not surprisingly, Dresden was treated no differently than other German cities he had either eradicated or attempted to eradicate. It was a question of proportion. As Götz Bergander has said, "Even in war, the ends must relate to the means. Here, the means seemed wildly out of proportion to the end. I will not say that Dresden should not have been bombed. It was a rail center and thus an important target. I will not say Dresden was an exceptional case as compared to other German cities, but I do not understand why it had to be done on such a huge scale." Dresden had not been specially marked for immolation. There was nothing exceptional about the raid except the unexpected magnitude of the devastation. Harris planned this mission exactly as he had planned the 38 other city-busting raids his force carried out in the first 3 months of 1945. Dresden was a routine incendiary mission that happened to go exactly right. "From our point of view, it was only a fluke," recalled the eminent physicist Freeman Dyson, who was a civilian scientist working at Bomber Command Headquarters. "We had attacked Berlin 16 times previously, and with the same kind of force that attacked Dresden once. There was nothing special about Dresden, except that for once everything worked as we intended. Dresden was like a hole-in-one in a game of golf. Casualties were appallingly high, but not disproportionate to RAF fire raids on at least 5 other German cities: Pforzheim, Darmstadt, Kassel, Hamburg, and Wuppertal. It was also a routine raid for the 8th Air Force, business as usual. Indeed, no combined air operation better illustrates the differences between the fast converging, though still distinct, late-war bombing policies of the RAF and the 8th Air Force. 2 powerful air forces were sent to the same city within hours of each other, and with the same strategic objective: the interdiction of the Berlin-Leipzig-Dresden rail corridor. But the 2 commanders, Doolittle and Harris, employed different bombing techniques. One air force tried to kill an urban rail system. The other tried to erase an entire city. Both failed to achieve their objective. After the raid, Harris boasted, "Dresden was a mass of munitions works, an intact government center, and a key transportation point to the east. It is now none of those things." That is inaccurate. While the fire raid dealt the city's industries and rail network a staggering blow, the economic disruption would have been far greater had Bomber Command targeted the suburban areas where most of Dresden's manufacturing might was concentrated. The American raid and its follow-up were equally disappointing to Air Force strategic planners. Rail service was partially restored in Dresden within 2 weeks, and military trains soon began passing through the city's marshalling yards. Dresden was finally eliminated as a rail nexus in the same way that German transportation centers in the Ruhr had been eliminated, by repeated attacks, in this case 2 well-executed missions on March 2nd and April 17th. The last blow was decisive. Nearly 600 8th Air Force bombers pulverized the city's marshalling yards, severing the last surviving north-south link in the Reich. At least 500 civilians were killed, but it was as accurate a raid as the Americans were capable of executing against an urban military target. The 8th Air Force was never capable of precisely hitting a marshalling yard obscured by clouds or smoke. Young men died trying, but headquarters was apparently not satisfied with heroic failure. After the war, it cleansed its bombing records. During the war, 8th Air Force's group commanders made no attempt to disguise what they were doing. While the targets might be designated as marshalling yards, the after-action summaries are perfectly clear about what was destroyed. The low squadron pattern hit in the central city area and compact residential district fully built up, reads a typical mission summary, this one from the October 7, 1944 Dresden raid. Yet after the war, when anonymous Air Force historians compiled 2 massive statistical compendiums of American strategic bombing missions, reports still widely used by independent historians, neither volume listed city area as a target category. As Richard Davis, a senior historian with the Air Force History Support Office, wrote, "The unknown hand or hands that put together the reports changed all raids striking city areas to marshalling yards or port or industrial areas. And all raids on central Berlin were changed to a special category expressly reserved for that city, military and civil government area. It is as if the American Air Force in Europe never sent a single sortie against an enemy city." This calculated policy of obfuscation began during the war with the press releases of the Air Force's formidable public relations machine, second to no other in the services, not even that of the Marines. After the Dresden raid, General Frederick Anderson cabled a worried Hap Arnold with this reassuring news: "Public relations officers have been advised to take exceptional care that the military nature of targets attacked in the future be specified and emphasized in all cases. As in the past, the statement that an attack was made on such and such a city will be avoided. Specific targets will be described." The bomb loads carried on urban missions, the ratio of blast bombs to incendiaries, tell the real story. Incendiary bombs have no blast effect, and were, therefore, not generally used against hardened targets, industrial plants, marshalling yards, and heavy military machinery. Their sole purpose was to destroy soft targets, such as houses, barracks, commercial buildings, and government offices. Yet in the 8th Air Force's Dresden mission of February 14th, a marshalling yard raid, the ratio of explosives to incendiaries was 60% to 40%, a lethal cocktail for an area, not a precision, raid. This was not unusual. On radar raids, American strategic bombers regularly used a high percentage of incendiaries on rail targets in other cities. Cologne, 27%, Nuremberg, 30%, Berlin, 37%, and Munich, 41%, although very few firebombs were used in attacks on the French rail system in the run-up to D-Day for fear of killing French civilians. In a follow-up raid on Berlin on February 26, 1945, over 1,000 American bombers, using radar guidance and carrying a bomb load that was 44% incendiaries, knocked out the city's 3 central rail stations and started raging fires that swept through unintended target areas, including residential neighborhoods. 3 weeks later, on March 18th, the 8th mounted its heaviest Berlin mission of the war, dropping over 500,000 incendiaries. Berlin's size, its modern construction, its excellent firefighting force, its formidable flak defenses, and its broad imperial avenues, which acted as fire breaks, made it harder to burn than Dresden. Otherwise, any one of these late-war transportation raids could have ignited a firestorm. The 8th Air Force was not trying to burn Berlin or any other German city. Knowing that it could not hit its central city targets accurately, especially with radar, it had its bombers carry large loads of incendiaries in order to widen the circle of destruction, which increased the chances that the intended target would suffer damage. It also, of course, increased the likelihood that large numbers of non-combatants would die, especially with most American bombing being done by radar in the winter of 1944-45. To compensate for inaccuracy caused by imprecise radar equipment, weather, German resistance, equipment malfunction, and human error by men who were asked to do a precise, high-pressure task while under enemy fire, American bomber crews frequently carpet-bombed, said 15th Air Force radar navigator bombardier Milt Groban. A common intervalometer setting with 500-pound bombs was 400 feet. This meant, Groban explained, that bombs would be released sequentially so as to make a string 4,800 feet long. A typical 4-squadron group of 50 bombers would drop 50 of these approximately mile-long strings through a target. We usually hit something. Frequently a bomb or two hit or damaged the target. To distinguish themselves from the British, the Americans asked to be judged by what they aimed at, not by what they hit. But the alternative to inaccurate bombing was not to bomb at all and risk contributing to the prolongation of Nazi tyranny against, among others, slave laborers, POWs, and concentration camp inmates. The difference between 8th Air Force transportation bombing and RAF area bombing was more clear-cut in cities in which most or all of the major industries were located in the suburbs. On the evening of September 11th to 12th, 1944, Bomber Command set off a firestorm that in less than an hour obliterated the entire urban core of Darmstadt, a residential city with no major rail yards or war industries. Yet the raid was ineffective. With 90% of the city's industries located in the unburned suburbs, Darmstadt's war production was almost fully restored within a month. That December, the 8th Air Force bombed Darmstadt's suburban industries, a large target, easily spotted even by radar. This strategic strike delivered an industrial coup de grace without major loss of life or civilian property in the sections of the city that were spared in the RAF's September Holocaust. The multiple raids on Berlin and Dresden in February and March of 1945 were part of an immense acceleration of the air war. By the end of 1944, almost 4/5 of German towns with over 100,000 inhabitants had already been destroyed, and that was before Allied bombing operations peaked. In the first 4 months of 1945, the Anglo-American air forces dropped over twice the tonnage of bombs on Germany that the RAF had dropped in all of 1943. It is soul-destroying to wait day and night for the inevitable disaster, 68-year-old Mathilda Wolf-Munkeberg wrote to her grown children, who were living outside the Reich. This German matron had refused to leave her poor, burning, destroyed Hamburg when a mass evacuation occurred in the late summer of 1943, one of dozens of wartime evacuations that displaced 10 million people, mostly mothers and their children. Working women without children and most women with older children were forbidden from evacuating. As long as the German government did not seek peace, there was no reason to stop the bombing. It is what was bombed and how it was bombed that is questionable, both morally and militarily. The world's focus on Dresden has obscured equal excesses. Pforzheim was a medium-sized city in southwestern Germany that produced precision instruments and had marginal value to the Wehrmacht as a juncture for military trains. 10 days after the Dresden raid, Harris's crews destroyed over 80% of the town's developed area and wiped out over a quarter of its wartime population, compared to roughly 5% in Dresden. "The whole place has been burned out," Harris reported to his fellow air commanders on March 1st. "This attack," he added with evident satisfaction, "is what is popularly known as a deliberate terror attack." Bomber Command had now destroyed 63 German towns in this fashion, he declared. He was not finished. On the night of March 16th to 17th, his fleets destroyed Würzburg, a historic cathedral and university center in northern Bavaria. Nearly 90% of the city's built-up area was burned out, and 5,000 of its 100,000 inhabitants were killed. This inexcusable, out-of-control bombing of early 1945 should stand as a warning to nations that launch wars of naked aggression. When the people who are the targets of their malice are forced to fight for their very survival, they will, if they are strong enough, fight with unhinged fury, with the aim of completely crushing the enemy. Unlike World War I, this war would end with a surrender, not a peace treaty. In such a fight, the wonder is that moral scruples entered as much into the calculus as they did, wrote historian Richard Cohn. The German people became victims of the hatred their leaders had systematically sown, wrote General Hans Rumpf, former head of the Reich's firefighting service. It was the ordinary men and women and their children who had to pay the bill. But millions of these ordinary Germans, and General Rumpf himself, had backed Hitler's sinister purposes, and in doing so they put themselves, their cities, and their children at terrible risk. Writing half a century after the war, the German novelist W.G. Sebald concluded his controversial book on the air war, On the Natural History of Destruction, with this thought: "The majority of Germans today know, or so at least it is to be hoped, that we actually provoked the annihilation of the cities in which we once lived." Clarion. No German town was safe from attack in early 1945. One of the most controversial air operations of the war, codenamed Clarion, was aimed at undefended or lightly defended targets all over the Reich. First suggested by Arnold and then refined by Spaatz, it called for widespread simultaneous attacks by waves of warplanes, American and British, striking from low altitudes against previously unbombed transportation targets in small towns and villages. Light and heavy bombers, accompanied by fighter planes, would be sent out against these towns with the aim of overwhelming Reichsbahn repair crews and precipitating a crisis among railway workers. As a result of our continued pressure against transportation objectives, morale of railway employees is known to be infirm at best, an Air Force planning document observed, and it may well be that repeated attacks using all forces available will result in mass desertion from work. Another mission objective was to create shock among millions of Germans who had thus far escaped the heavy bombing. With little or no Luftwaffe opposition expected, American air leaders wanted to impress upon these people, as William Tecumseh Sherman's virtually unopposed march to the sea had impressed upon Southerners, the hopelessness of their situation. Clarion created a rift within the American air leadership. Jimmy Doolittle opposed it, and so did Ira Eaker, still head of the Mediterranean Allied Air Forces. Both feared that it would divert attention from the oil campaign. Clarion, moreover, would absolutely convince the Germans that we are the barbarians they say we are, Eaker wrote Spots in a straight-from-the-heart personal letter. For it would be perfectly obvious to them that this is primarily a large-scale attack on civilians. Of all the people killed in this attack, over 95% of them can be expected to be civilians. General Charles Cabell added, "This is the same old baby-killing plan of the psychological boys, dressed up in a new kimono. It is a poor psychological plan and a worse rail plan." Eaker had no moral objections to the incidental killing of German civilians in attacks on strategic objectives, but Clarion, in his view, did not target objectives of major economic or military value. Eaker also worried about the effect the raid would have on the Air Force's wartime legacy. "We should never allow the history of this war to convict us of throwing the strategic bomber at the man in the street," he wrote Spots. This had to have made an impression on Spots, who had used a similar argument against Thunderclap when it was first proposed by the British the previous summer. But feeling pressure from Arnold to end the war quickly, and knowing that both Marshall and Roosevelt wanted Germans everywhere to feel the weight of the war, passing on that terrible experience, in Roosevelt's words, from father to son, hence to grandson, Spots ordered the operation to go forward. Bombardment commanders were warned to take special care in their press releases to dispel the idea that this operation is aimed at civilian populations or intended to terrorize them. But Spots had to know that terror bombing was built into the structure of a low-level raid by thousands of planes. Clarion was launched on February 22nd. For 2 days, over 3,500 bombers and nearly 5,000 fighters roamed over 250,000 square miles of the Reich, bombing and strafing rail yards, passenger stations, bridges, grade crossings, motor vehicles, and canal barges. Among the targets were Heidelberg, a university town, and Baden-Baden, a health resort. There are no records of civilian casualties, and Allied losses were light. The Air Force leaders pronounced Clarion a spectacular success, and a repeat performance was scheduled for March 3rd. But follow-up intelligence indicated mission failure. Repair crews were not overwhelmed, there was no apparent erosion of German morale, high-priority military traffic continued to get through. And one of the towns heavily hit was in Switzerland, the second time Schaffhausen was accidentally bombed by the 8th Air Force. At a press briefing, Air Force officials put a curious spin on the mission, claiming that it was impossible to destroy the morale of a people whose morale had already been destroyed. But Spots canceled the March operation and began concentrating almost exclusively on what had been his 3 salient late-war objectives: destroying Germany's oil industry, dislocating its rail system, and providing support for Eisenhower's armies. Before he could bring down the curtain on his final air campaigns of the war, however, Spots had to deal with the United States Air Force's most embarrassing press relations gaffe of the war. 3 days after the Dresden raid, an Associated Press correspondent named Howard Cowan issued a dispatch that would cause consternation at SHAEF, Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. The Allied air commanders have made the long-awaited decision to adopt deliberate terror bombing of German population centers as a ruthless expedient to hastening Hitler's doom. More raids, such as the British and American heavy bombers carried out recently on the residential sections of Berlin, Dresden, Chemnitz, and Cottbus, are in store for the Reich, and the avowed purpose will be creating more confusion in the German traffic and sapping German morale. Cowan had gotten his information at a press briefing conducted by C.M. Grierson, an RAF intelligence officer on SHAEF's air staff. Dresden had been attacked, Grierson told reporters, to stop the movement of troops and supplies to the Eastern Front, to break up a gathering center for evacuees, and to smash what morale there is left to have any effect on. Grierson never used the term terror bombing. But Cowan, with good reason, interpreted his rare public admission that civilians had been targeted as an official concession by the Allied Air Command that it had begun a policy of slaughter bombing to shorten the war. Cowan must have been convinced of this when a Schaeff censor, improbably and inexplicably, approved his dispatch for public release. Cowan's story became headline news in American papers, causing the American Air Force immense embarrassment. With Hap Arnold still convalescing from his heart attack in Coral Gables, Florida, crisis management was handed over to his deputy commander, General Barney Giles, and to Robert Lovett, who, at George Marshall's insistence, effectively became the air chief. Over Arnold's signature, Air Force headquarters demanded an immediate explanation from Spaatz. Were the Berlin and Dresden raids terror bombing, or were military targets given priority? Spaatz's reply was reassuring. Grierson had exceeded both his knowledge of bombing policy as well as his authority, Spaatz insisted. His views represented those of Bomber Harris, perhaps, but not American air commanders. As Frederick Anderson explained, it was a case of absolute stupidity by an incompetent officer. Both the Berlin and Dresden raids were, he and Spaatz assured headquarters, continuations of previous policy. Cologne, Munster, Frankfurt, and other transportation centers in Western Germany continued to be hit with furious intent, yet these missions were not labeled, as similar raids in Eastern Germany were, as terror attacks against populations. The recent assaults on Eastern German cities signaled a change not in bombing policy, but in bombing locale. The targets were troop and military supply shipments, not refugees. These explanations satisfied Arnold, who, from his sickbed, was eager to push the issue under the rug. They were less satisfactory to Secretary of War Stimson, who had wanted Dresden preserved in order to become the post-war center of a new Germany, which will be less Prussianized and be dedicated to freedom. And they did not sit well with Spaatz's Director of Intelligence, General George MacDonald. In one of the most remarkable internal communications in American Air Force history, MacDonald wrote to General Frederick Anderson on February 21st, vehemently protesting the Bottomley-Spaatz directive, issued in late January, calling for the bombing of transportation targets in Berlin, Leipzig, Dresden, and other Eastern German cities. This directive puts the American Army Air Forces unequivocally into the business of area bombardment of congested civil populations. It was issued at a time, moreover, when no intelligence available to this directorate indicates that destruction of these three cities will decisively affect the enemy's capacity for armed resistance. The destruction of these cities as transport centers might delay but could not critically disrupt essential movement of troops and supplies, MacDonald insisted. Nor can the elusive, if not illusionary, target of morale justify the importance accorded these cities. The desideratum of morale attack is revolt. All authorities are agreed that the German people are powerless, if not actually disinclined, to revolt against present controls. If the 8th Air Force's previous bombardment policy and practice were shown to be ineffective, MacDonald added caustically, we should face the issue squarely and abandon all other target priorities and settle wholeheartedly to the extermination of populations and the razing of cities. If such a practice is sincerely considered the shortest way to victory, it follows as a corollary that our ground forces, similarly, should be directed to kill all civilians and demolish all buildings in the Reich, instead of restricting their energies to the armed enemy. The present bombing directive, MacDonald concluded, repudiates our past purposes and practices, and links us inseparably with a dream and design of aerial warfare limited to indiscriminate homicide and destruction. It is therefore recommended that high authority be requested in the strongest possible terms to review our directive so as to permit the Army Air Forces to continue their own demonstrated methods of making the most effective contribution to the conquest of the enemy. The Cowan affair, the alarming opposition to terror raids in Spaatz's own command, and the diplomatic crisis ignited by the accidental bombing of Swiss territory prompted Spaatz to issue a new bombing directive on March 1st. It restated, in the strongest language yet, that only military objectives were to be attacked. It also put in place strict precautions to prevent another bombing of Switzerland, where there were still American flyers that the Air Force was attempting to repatriate. In March, the military bombing reached a wartime peak. A monthly high of almost 170,000 tons of bombs was dropped on Germany, 102,000 of them by the Americans. That month, the 8th Air Force sent out bombers on 26 days, dispatching 1,000 or more of them on 20 of those missions. Some of the bombing was overkill, but this should hardly be surprising to students of warfare. Wars between powerful nations have a built-in dynamic, a demonic capacity for acceleration and excess, not necessarily by deliberate decision, but by the process of harnessing a people's emotional and material resources to total victory. Then, too, a military enterprise of the vast cost and size of the strategic bombing offensive acquired a momentum of its own when it reached the apex of its destructive capability. Once the planes, bombs, and crews were assembled in overwhelming force, simply letting the aircraft and their valuable freight stand idle on the airfields of eastern England ran counter to any healthy economic instinct, W.G. Sebald argued cuttingly. So, American bomber boys continued to fly and die in excess of the numbers needed to dismantle the enemy's war machine, whereas in the first years of the conflict they had flown and died in numbers insufficient to the task. Still confined to his sickbed in Florida, Arnold received a message from headquarters alerting him to Secretary Stimson's continuing concern that the Dresden bombing may have been both unnecessary and excessive. Across the top of it, Arnold wrote in bold script, "We must not get soft. War must be destructive and to a certain extent inhumane and ruthless." And what was the lingering mood in Dresden? While Gertz Bergander doubts that the bombing shortened the war, he is convinced that the shock of the attack, its suddenness and annihilating fury, contributed in a fundamental way to a change of heart. This expressed itself at that time in the words, "Better an end to terror than terror without end." This was the change of heart Allied air barons had hoped their terror bombing would produce. But as we will see, it came too late in the war to have a direct effect on its outcome, and it exhibited itself in an inward-looking fatalism that made victims of the bombing incapable of openly challenging Nazi rule. Everyone is so overcome by his own personal worries that he no longer cares about the fate of Germany. One woman expressed the prevailing mood. It is far more important that one gets something to eat, that shoes will last a little longer, and above all, whether there will be an air raid. Will we have a roof over our heads tomorrow, or even be alive? In the meantime, all that these victims of the bombing could do was suffer and struggle to survive, wondering, in the words of Mathilde Wolff-Munkerberg, when it will be our turn. This was the exact predicament of the Allied bomber crews. Chapter 16. The Chimneys Hardly Ever Fall Down. Everywhere I looked lay the ruins of the city, heaps of stone and rubbish with only the chimneys sticking out like fingers up into the twilight sky. The chimneys hardly ever fall down. Sibylle Knauth, an American woman living in Leipzig. Dresden, March 2nd, 1945. At 10 o'clock that morning, as the crew of Miss Prudy approached the ruined city for another attack on its marshalling yards, Chuck Alling noticed a few tiny specks on the horizon. Seconds later, a pack of German fighters swooped down on them, rolling as they fired. The attack caught the bomber crews off guard. A deep fuel famine had whittled down to the bone the Luftwaffe's fighter defense, and air-to-air opposition had been feeble in the first 2 months of 1945. The Alling crew was not surprised, however, to see a few sinister-looking Me-262s in the assault force. They had been told to be on the lookout for the Nazi Wonder planes, which had begun to appear again in small numbers that February, 4 months after Major Walter Nowotny's first jet fighter unit had been disbanded. Up to now, few of the enemy's jets had tangled with the tightly massed bomber formations, but this attack by over 100 German fighters, more than a few of them Me-262s, was part of the Luftwaffe's final stand against the American day raiders. The next day, another formation of 8th Air Force bombers encountered the largest jet fighter force to date, losing 6 bombers and 3 Mustangs to about 3 dozen determined Me-262s. During the previous month, jet fighters had attacked sporadically in 2s and 3s, but on this day they flew in unison and with deadly effect. Then, on the morning of March 18th, after a 2-week-long lull due to bad weather, an equal number of German jets, along with conventional piston-engine fighters, lined up across the sky to face a Berlin-bound fleet of 1,329 bombers and over 700 long-range fighters, the heaviest raid of the war against the German capital. It was a battle unlike any the Americans had yet fought, pitting conventional piston-engine planes against aircraft and air-to-air missiles of the next stage of aerial warfare. In this, the most tremendous air battle of 1945, up to 30 jets flashed through the escort screen of Mustangs and destroyed 2 fortresses within a minute, 3 more in the next 3 minutes, and 2 more right after that. A total of 7 kills in 8 minutes, 3 of them bombers from the hard-luck Bloody Hundredth. Then 6 more jets joined the fight. These were the fastest, most powerfully armed planes to appear in the skies over Germany, Me-262s equipped with the newest weapon of the war, the R-4M air-to-air rocket. Each rocket-bearing jet carried 24 of these missiles in wooden racks under its wings. A single hit was capable of bringing down a heavy bomber, but the jet pilots compounded the killing power of their rockets by forming up in phalanxes and firing them simultaneously, creating annihilating lanes of fire through the 8th's tightly grouped defensive formations. The jets launched their high-velocity missiles from close range with pinpoint accuracy. Shattered fuselages, broken-off wings, ripped-out engines, shards of aluminum, and fragments of every size whirled through the air, recalled a German pilot. It looked as if someone had emptied out an ashtray. The 8th lost 6 Mustangs and 13 heavies, while the enemy lost only 3 pilots in an air fight in which they were outnumbered nearly 100 to 1. For the next several weeks, German jets were on the prowl nearly every day. By the end of March, they had destroyed 63 bombers. This was attrition the machine-rich Americans could effortlessly sustain, but General Doolittle feared that the air war had entered a new and ominous phase. Air Force intelligence reports indicated that Albert Speer's bomb-proof underground plants were producing jets at a rate of over 3 dozen a week, and unlike most of the Luftwaffe pilots that the 8th had been encountering that winter, these flyers seemed highly experienced. They never allowed themselves to be caught in a bad position, and it was impossible to catch or climb with them, an American fighter squadron noted in its combat report. The crack German aviators were the core of a freshly formed combat wing of approximately 60 aircraft, Jagdgeschwader 7, JG-7. The unit had become fully operational in late February, when it began to carry the burden of the Luftwaffe's defensive battle. In another surprise, Hitler had recalled Adolf Galland to active duty in January, ordering him to form a second jet unit, Jagdverband 44, JV-44, an elite cadre of 50 pilots. The legendary fighter commander who had started the war as a squadron leader would end his national service as one, piloting the aircraft he had failed to convince Hitler to produce in overmastering numbers. Galland recruited the best of Germany's piston-engine aces, comrades he had flown with and caroused with. Some were coaxed out of their hospital beds and flew with artificial limbs. Others reported for duty without consent of transfer orders. Most had seen action since the first day of the war, Galland would write later, and all of them had been wounded. Coarsened by failure, few of them expected to reverse the course of the war, but all thirsted for the honor and glory of being the first jet boys of the dying Luftwaffe. The magic word jet, said Galland, had brought us together. Stationed near Munich, the squadron of experts ran into trouble even before it first met the enemy in the sky on April 5th. After the Berlin Battle of March 18th, Doolittle ordered pulverizing carpet bombing raids on all jet airfields. And, as in the fall of 1944, American fighter planes began flying standing patrols over the airdromes in the hope of destroying the superior planes when they became easy kills, taking off and landing. Rat catching, the fighter jockeys called it. Even in close combat, American Mustang pilots learned how to fight the jets. Flying a wonderfully maneuverable plane with a superior turning radius, they were able, in groups, rarely singly, as Chuck Yeager had, to get the jump on Me-262s in dogfights, and after bouncing them, killing them. In a man-against-man battle, our pilots had not the least chance against an Me-262, observed Colonel William C. Clark, commander of the American 339th Fighter Group. The aircraft was simply too fast. We countered its superior speed with our numerical superiority. Like the bomber war, it had become a battle of attrition, one the Germans could not win. Despite Speer's prodigious efforts, a jet produced was not necessarily a jet delivered, for Germany's transportation system was virtually destroyed just as the underground plants began to roll out the jets in sizable numbers. By April, fewer than 200 of the more than 1,200 Me-262s available, about 1 in 6, were operating in combat units, and these tiny outfits, stationed at widely dispersed bases, were under harassing fire from Allied planes. Then there was the manpower problem. By early April, barely 2 weeks into the Luftwaffe's final fight with the bombers, Germany had all but run out of skilled pilots. Rank amateurs were asked to attempt the impossible, to skillfully maneuver, in the fury of combat, the fastest, most heavily armed, and most mechanically unreliable aircraft on Earth. They didn't know the aircraft, the enemy, his tactics, our own tactics, or the very refined Reich defense system, and what was more, they were almost all insufficiently trained, recalled one of the few remaining veteran pilots of JG-7. Unable to fly on instruments in wicked weather, alarming numbers of them failed to form up into well-organized strike forces. Attacking singly or in pairs, they suffered unsustainable battle losses. More were lost in air accidents than in combat. By this time, the Luftwaffe's precariously thin defensive force was squeezed into a narrow ribbon of territory in central Germany, running from Berlin to Munich. From bases in this region, the Germans launched a suicidal operation not unlike the kamikaze attacks that were being directed against the American fleet assembled that same month off Okinawa for the final battle of the Pacific War. This all-or-nothing operation was the brainchild of a Luftwaffe bomber ace, Oberst Hayo Hermann. A flaming nationalist, he was convinced that the Me-262 was Germany's only chance to avoid surrender terms more degrading than those of the Treaty of Versailles. But its introduction into service would take time, he later described his thinking, and we desperately needed some means of inflicting an unacceptably high loss rate on one American raiding formation, so that we would gain a breathing space to get the jet fighters into service in large numbers. Hermann's plan was loosely based on the ramming tactics of the old Sturmgruppe units. They had been unsuccessful in their semi-suicidal attacks of the previous year because their ponderous FW-190s, overladen with arms and armor, were easy pickings for American fighter escorts. Only when accompanied by a screen of faster-flying fighters had they been able to inflict losses on the enemy. In a plan submitted to Goering in late 1944, Hermann proposed using a different attack plane, a high-altitude version of the Me-109, stripped of armor and carrying only a single machine gun for self-defense. After assembling 5,000 to 6,000 feet above the bombers, each pilot would pick a target and dive straight down on it and slam into the weakest structural part of a heavy bomber, the section of the fuselage just in front of the tail assembly. A well-placed hit was capable of breaking a bomber in two. The Sturmgruppe pilots had tried to ram the bombers only if they were unable to destroy them at close range with their cannons. Hermann's squads would use ramming as the sole means of attack. But unlike the Japanese kamikazes, German suicide pilots would try to hit the bombers in such a way that they would be able to parachute from their ruined planes and fight another day for the fatherland. Using up to 800 planes flying on fuel husbanded for this climactic mission, Hermann hoped to destroy as many as 400 bombers, with an anticipated loss of 200 heroes of the homeland. Hitler and Goering approved the plan, but warned Hermann not to squander veteran pilots. Only air cadets would be used. In February, a call went out to fighter training schools for volunteers, and Hermann soon had more pilots than he had planes at his makeshift base, a fighter field at Stendal, near the Elbe River. They called themselves the Sonderkommando Elbe, and their operations code name was Werwolf. Training, mostly political indoctrination designed to fuel patriotic fervor, was accelerated with news of the fast-collapsing Western Front. It was in March of 1945 that we broke the back of the German army, recalled Major Chet Hansen, General Bradley's chief of staff. At Cologne, Koblenz, Bonn, and every other point that Allied troops reached the Rhine, the Germans blew the bridges as they retreated eastward. But on March 7th, a task force of the 9th Armored Division captured the Ludendorff Bridge in the town of Remagen, south of Bonn, before the Germans could set off the explosives. This allowed the American First Army to penetrate the Rhineland plain. A weak enemy effort to hurry in reinforcements was thwarted by Allied air power. 20 of the 25 main marshalling yards in the region were disabled, part of what one reporter called the greatest air blitz of the war. In the last week of March, 4 armies, including Patton's Third, crossed the Rhine on barges and on pontoon bridges constructed with breakneck speed by brigades of engineers. German armies in the Ruhr Valley were encircled and captured, leaving the Allies with 325,000 prisoners of the dying Reich. Germany's most valuable industrial section no longer served her war effort. Air Force historians described the enemy's final plight. And behind the Ruhr lay a demoralized population, a stricken industry, a beaten army, and a fading government. On April 2nd, 1 month after capturing Cologne, the third largest city in Germany, American troops celebrated Mass in the city's bomb-battered cathedral. Now Goering was forced to act. At the break of dawn on April 7th, he ordered the unprepared Elbe unit into action against an approaching force of over 1,000 American heavies. As 120 student pilots climbed into the clouds to rendezvous with a supporting force of piston-engine fighters and jets from JG-7, patriotic music was broadcast on their headphones, along with the ringing exhortations of a Nazi matron reminding them of dead wives and children buried in the ruins of our towns. Not all of the suicide fighters were brain-numbed Nazi zealots. Many had volunteered because they saw no future for themselves or their country, no alternative but to fight and die in the absence of promises from the Allies of a non-vindictive peace. There can be no doubt that our propaganda has failed to provide the German soldier with a positive reason for surrender, declared a report prepared by the psychological combat team of the American First Army. Most of the official statements, on the contrary, have made him feel that he can gain nothing from a future that brings defeat. Propaganda playing up a hard but bearable existence for Germany, backed by some kind of official assurances, would give the average German soldier a positive reason to end the fight. As the boys of the Elbe Force gathered in the blue to meet the Americans, they believed, in their clouded despair, that they were fighting to protect Germany from a vindictive peace settlement that would leave it prostrate and forever feeble, with a great part of it under the Bolshevik heel. Draw blood, and lots of it, and the wounded Americans, with a war still to be won in the Pacific, might seek a separate peace. It was a brutal but one-sided fight. 50 German fighter planes, including a dozen jets, broke through the Mustangs and reached the bombers. At least 8 suicide planes rammed American heavies and brought them down, smashing into their nose sections or tearing into their fuselages and using their whirling propellers as buzzsaws. Men died gruesomely in bombers that were cut open like tin cans, their torn bodies swept away by blasting winds. 10 other bombers went down, But some heavies that were rammed miraculously survived, and so did dozens of the pilots of the ramming force. The Luftwaffe paid dearly for its desperation, losing up to 3/4 of the fighters sent on the mission. The first use of our suicide fighters has not produced the success hoped for, Goebbels wrote in his diary, but this is only an initial trial, which is to be repeated in the next few days, hopefully with better results. But Sonderkommando Elbe never flew again. 3 days later, the 8th was sent out to complete the thunderous raids it had launched the previous day on jet fighter bases. Goering put over 50 Me-262s in the air against almost 2,000 Allied aircraft, and the jets had 16 confirmed kills, all but 3 of the heavies the 8th lost that day. It was the jets' most successful single day against the bombers, but the Americans shot down nearly half the assault force. American fighter planes destroyed another 284 German aircraft on the ground, among them at least 25 jets. It was a loss of operational jet aircraft that proved fatal to the Luftwaffe. The defense of Berlin and all of central Germany was abandoned, and the decimated fighter units that remained were transferred to primitive grass airfields in southern Bavaria. In the annals of the 8th Air Force, April 10th is the day of the Great Jet Massacre. On April 19th, 7 days after the death of President Roosevelt, the 8th Air Force had its final fight with the Luftwaffe. The target was the marshalling yard at Auschwitz, Czechoslovakia. It was a tactical operation requested by the Army to prevent supplies from being delivered to German forces holding out against the Russians in the Prague area. Chuck Alling's Miss Prudy led the 34th Bomb Group, and the Americans hit their target dead on. Just as they did, 2 jets streaked past Alling's left window, and seconds later 4 fortresses disappeared. Then the Mustangs entered the fight and destroyed the 2 jets that had ended the lives of 40 American boys in a blink. Before Alling's disoriented gunners could swing their heavy weapons around fast enough to track it, another jet made a swift pass from 8 o'clock and claimed a 5th fortress. This was Dead Man's Hand, piloted by Lieutenant Robert F. Glazener, and flying, as many bombers did at the end of the war, without its usual complement of 2 waist gunners. The aircraft, on its 111th combat mission for the 447th Bomb Group, was the last 8th Air Force heavy bomber lost to enemy fighters in the war. Alling and his men saw no parachutes, but learned later that 7 of the 8 crewmen managed to escape the flaming plane and were later liberated by American troops. After the war, Allied interrogators asked the Luftwaffe's Chief of Staff, Karl Koller, what would have happened if Germany had had jet planes in great numbers earlier in the war. The general answered without hesitation. Had the Luftwaffe been able to put 500 to 600 Me-262s in continuous operation by autumn 1944 at the latest, the American daylight bombing terror would have been broken. This is doubtful. Technical setbacks in the development of the turbojet engine and Hitler's initial insistence that the Me-262 be used as a bomber prevented Germany from winning the technological battle against time that might have blunted the daylight offensive. Even if Germany had had those 500 or so jets that Koller mentioned, it would have been able to stop the bombing terror for only a short time, the time it would have taken the American Air Force to ship to England part of the fast-growing fleet of the B-29 superfortresses it had begun sending to the Central Pacific in mid-1944. A gigantic leap forward in aviation technology, the superfortress was bigger, faster, and more heavily armed than its older brother, the Flying Fortress. Flying at speeds of over 350 miles per hour at altitudes up to 40,000 feet, where the performance of smaller engine planes, including jets, was wildly erratic, and equipped with revolutionary remote-controlled guns, it would have been a formidable aircraft for the first-generation German jets and their pitifully inexperienced pilots to contend with. With their high rates of fuel consumption, these jets, moreover, could operate only within 25 miles of their bases. Even if the Me-262s had been able somehow to prolong the war into the late summer of 1945, Germany, not Japan, would probably have been the target of the first atomic bombs. weapons initially developed for use against the Nazis by scientific teams dominated by Jews. "If the Germans had not surrendered, I would have flown the bomb over there," Enola Gay commander and former 8th Air Force pilot Paul Tibbets said after the war. "I would have taken some satisfaction in that, because they shot me up. My instructions were to create an elite bombing force, with the understanding that, when trained, they would be divided into two groups, one to be sent to Europe and the other to the Pacific. There was no Japanese target priority. All our early planning assumed that we would make almost simultaneous bomb drops on Germany and Japan." Had B-29s been deployed in England, it would have taken only a short time to lengthen runways to accommodate them, and even before the atomic bomb was ready, these long-winged destruction machines, in this emergency situation, would likely have dropped enormous loads of incendiaries on German cities, creating a dozen more Dresden-like conflagrations. Clearly, America was prepared to do this to Germany when, in Hap Arnold's words, the occasion warrants. In 1943, at Dugway Proving Ground, a desolate desert compound in Utah, Hollywood set designers from RKO's Authenticity Division and engineers from Standard Oil, under contract with the Army's Chemical Warfare Service, built two working-class neighborhoods, one German, the other Japanese. These were exact replicas, right down to the furniture and bed coverings, of workers' housing in Tokyo and Berlin. To ensure the authenticity of the German village, the Army recruited the renowned modernist architect Erich Mendelssohn, a recent German Jewish émigré, and he designed 6 brick tenements, the type of closely packed rent barracks in Berlin's suburbs that the 8th Air Force bombed repeatedly in early 1945. Both mock villages in the Saltbrush Desert were firebombed and rebuilt repeatedly, experiments that led to incendiaries capable of penetrating the roofs of German buildings. At Dugway, the Army also performed experiments with M69 napalm, the insidious new weapon of war developed by Standard Oil. "If we are going to have a total war against Germany, we might as well make it as horrible as possible," said Assistant Secretary of War Robert Lovett. In late 1944, Lovett had encouraged the Air Force to begin making plans for massive napalm raids on German troop concentrations and cities. For Germany, a war prolonged by jet fighter resistance would have brought not a more lenient peace, a Nazi pipe dream, but Gomorrah-like extermination, napalm hurricanes followed by atomic typhoons. As it was, the Air Force that began the war as the most feared on earth, the scourge of Guernica, Warsaw, and Rotterdam, met its end at a tiny landing strip in Salzburg, with American Mustangs circling overhead like vultures covering their prey. But the victors did not dive in attack, recalled Adolf Galland, who was standing on the field with his gathering of aces, the lucky few that had survived a savage 6-year air war. They obviously hoped soon to be flying the German jet fighters that had given them so much trouble. As the first column of American tanks rattled onto the airfield, Galland's pilots poured gasoline over their futuristic turbojets and set them on fire. The Strategic Bombing Survey. Even before the air war ended, General Frederick Anderson, Spatz's second-in-command, was anxious to see the results firsthand. In mid-April, the general requisitioned a light plane and a C-47 transport, loaded 2 jeeps on the transport, and set out with a small Air Force team on an 8-day air and land tour of cities and industries the Americans had bombed. In his personal retinue were a photographer, an intelligence officer, and a historian, Dr. Bruce C. Hopper. It was a hair-raising excursion. Anderson, who knew his targets as a boy knows his marbles, flew the tiny plane at treetop level, boring right down into the skeletons of ball-bearing plants, Hopper observed in his log. The main roads were choked with refugees, and the retreating Wehrmacht had heavily mined parts of the Autobahn, but Anderson, driving one of the jeeps airlifted by the C-47, stuck to the twisting back roads, speeding through villages that had yet to be liberated. With all the bridges over the river Main blown out, Anderson confiscated an abandoned wooden boat and he and the intelligence officer, both seasoned fishermen, rowed across the Schweinfurt, battling a heavy current that threatened to carry the party of 4 over a mill dam. A few days later, the men almost met their end as Anderson maneuvered his plane, in stormy weather and without an altimeter, through steep valleys in search of a break in a mountain wall. Later, in Nuremberg, they rode into the center of the recently liberated city with an armed escort of trigger-happy GIs as entire buildings collapsed thunderously into the streets. When their jeep broke down near Schweinfurt, Anderson's entourage rode on the backs of a farmer's cows to a bombed-out ball-bearing plant. Hopper's unpublished field notes read like those of an archaeologist surveying the ruins of a far-distant civilization. Darmstadt, a shambles, seemingly without a roof intact. Frankfurt, looks like Pompeii magnified. Kassel, just miles of rust staring to the sky. Würzburg, a crumpled mass of peanut shells. Leuna, an enormous desert of iron skeletons. Magdeburg, another ghost city. Cologne, indescribable. One gets a feeling of horror. Nothing is left. At several of their stops, Anderson's group dined with American journalists, and all agreed that they were witnessing destruction and chaos in a degree never known before in the world. The cities they had passed through were not living communities, they were wounds in the earth, said correspondent Leonard Mosley. In their entire tour, the only sign of industrial life Anderson's group witnessed was a single moving train. If Anderson needed moral vindication for the desolation his bombers caused, he found it at Buchenwald, where half-burned skeletons still lay on the warm furnace floors and human bones were set in piles taller than any living person. Here is the antidote for qualms about strategic bombing, Hopper wrote in his log. As Anderson's group was completing their on-site survey, the American Air Force was already into the second month of gathering data for a systematic study of the economic and psychological effects of strategic bombing on Germany. The United States Strategic Bombing Survey, European War. Spearhead teams of Army officers had crossed the Rhine in March, on the heels of the Allied armies, and were digging in the ruins of munitions mills and oil refineries in search of documents, traveling in jeeps and weapons carriers, and carrying satchels of chocolate, cigarettes, and soap to encourage local cooperation. They entered some combat zones ahead of American tank columns and came under withering fire. 4 members of the field teams, 2 of them civilians, were killed and 4 others suffered serious wounds. This was one of the most wide-sweeping social research projects ever undertaken, a massive fact-finding effort that yielded over 208 published reports. These volumes make the American air war over the Reich among the most brilliantly illuminated military campaigns of all time. Some of the early discoveries were the result of a mix of luck and excellent detective work. Canvassing the twisted remains of the IG Farben hydrogenation works at Ludwigshafen-Oppau, a field team ran into the plant director, who led them to an air raid bunker containing stacks of statistics on plant damage and casualties. Another team discovered 4 caches of oil industry documents that had been hidden in a string of villages deep in a pine forest, one pile in an abandoned brewery, another in a cattle barn. Other spearhead teams unearthed records in mine shafts, village graveyards, and deep holes dug in forest clearings. Among the finds was 16 barrels of documents on the workings of the German synthetic oil industry, including highly sensitive information about assistance given by the Germans to the Japanese in their less successful attempts to manufacture synthetic fuel. In Cologne, a spearhead group located the Reichsbahn offices on the west bank of the Rhine. As members of the team began searching the building, they came under fire from hostile troops garrisoned just across the river. After calling in 2 American rifle platoons to provide cover, they went on hands and knees and gathered up railroad records that were strewn on the floors of abandoned offices. Other work began in occupied France and Belgium. Under the leadership of Rensis Likert, a noted expert in the measurement of public opinion, The survey's morale division questioned hundreds of former French POWs, Yugoslav refugees, and slave laborers who had escaped from the Nazis. Teams of interrogators then fanned out all over Germany, interviewing almost 4,000 civilians in 34 towns. All the while, members of the survey's economic divisions hunted down and interrogated plant managers and city officials. After the German surrender, a team that included Technical Sergeant Paul Baron, the son of affluent Polish Jews, former OSS operative, and later controversial Marxist economist at Stanford University, was secretly airlifted into Soviet-occupied Berlin to obtain economic statistics from Dr. Rolf Wagenfuhr, the chief statistician of the Speer Ministry, who was reputed to be a roast beef Nazi, brown, Nazi on the outside, red, communist on the inside. Locating Wagenfuhr's whereabouts from a Berliner that Baron had met at Harvard before the war, Baron arranged a meeting. Wagenfuhr surrendered to Baron a copy of a manuscript he had just completed, The Rise and Fall of the German War Economy. When Baron asked Wagenfuhr to accompany the team back to Western Germany, he refused, saying he had already cast his lot with the Russians. That night, Paul Baron led a posse into the Soviet sector and, said one team member, quite literally lifted Wagenfuhr out of bed from beside his wife. The statistician was flown back to Western Germany and not returned, despite heavy pressure from the Red Army, until he had given Air Force researchers the information they needed. Later that summer, Baron interrogated a German steel tycoon. Taking notice of Baron's ill-fitting uniform, wildly disheveled hair, and pronounced Jewish features, the insolent German informed him that he was accustomed to speaking only with leaders of industry. "Who are you?" Baron replied that his position invested him with authority to keep the German mogul in prison for 1 day for each question he refused to answer. The answers thereafter were fast and full. Baron had been brought into the survey by his former Harvard colleague John Kenneth Galbraith, later a renowned economist and public intellectual, and, under President John F. Kennedy, ambassador to India. A witty and polished liberal iconoclast, forever challenging the conventional wisdom, a phrase the notoriously immodest economist claimed to have invented, Galbraith had been recruited by George Ball, a future Undersecretary of State and ambassador to the United Nations. The two men had worked together briefly in Washington in the early war years and were equally skeptical of the ability of bombing to win wars. Galbraith's feelings ran deeper. He considered bomber warfare a hideous thing. When Ball approached him, the Canadian-born Galbraith was a senior editor at Fortune magazine, having recently left a top position with President Roosevelt's Office of Price Administration. Although hesitant to leave Fortune, he thought his skepticism about bombing would provide a needed corrective to the runaway enthusiasm of the bomber chiefs. He finally signed on when Ball, joined by Paul Nitze, a young government economist and future Pentagon official, convinced him that the survey would be a civilian-run operation, independent of the Air Force, although advised and supported by it. Arnold and Carl Spaatz had wanted it that way. The idea for the survey was theirs. It could furnish important data for the bombing of Japan and lay the foundation for future air power doctrine. To give the survey wide autonomy, Arnold convinced Roosevelt to make it a blue-ribbon presidential commission. Air Force leaders were confident that an unbiased investigation would come to the conclusion that air power had been instrumental in the defeat of Germany, a position they believed in, Galbraith observed, as others believed in the Holy Spirit. An endorsement of air power's indispensability by an independent presidential committee would also aid the Air Force in its upcoming fight for autonomy. For this reason, Arnold resisted offers by the Royal Air Force to conduct a joint Anglo-American survey. The British produced a separate and less inclusive study, which was not released for general publication until 1998. Failing to land the prominent, impartial public figure he hoped to head the survey, Arnold had to settle for Franklin Dollier, the president of the Prudential Life Insurance Company and a former World War I artillery captain. Active direction of the survey, however, soon passed to Henry Alexander, a New York lawyer and J.P. Morgan partner. Other top positions went to fixtures of American business and the bar, men from old New England families and storied banking firms. But the real power lay in the heads of the directorates, or working committees. They were called divisions, and a separate division was established for every major target or objective of the bomber war: oil, transportation, morale, and so forth. The divisions were headed and staffed by men of rising reputation and clear competence: engineers, scientists, economists, lawyers, psychologists, statisticians, and managers. George Ball was put in charge of the Transportation Division, and Galbraith headed a committee that looked into the overall economic effects of bombing on German mobilization. Galbraith's staff of economic warriors were, he wrote later, a roster of the famous of the next economic generation. Besides Barron, the group included Burton H. Klein, Galbraith's chief assistant and later a leading economics theorist, Nicholas, later Lord Caldor, a Cambridge University luminary, E. F. Schumacher, later the author of the groundbreaking environmental book Small is Beautiful, and G. Griffith Johnson, a future Assistant Secretary of State. They were joined by a handful of unlikely warriors, among them the British poet W. H. Auden and the composer Nicholas Nabokov, appointments that left Hap Arnold dumbstruck. Only one prominent Air Force general was given a position of influence on the committee, and that was entirely advisory. He was Orville A. Anderson, Jimmy Doolittle's former deputy commander of operations, the only one in the leadership thoroughly versed in Air Force bombing procedures. The survey's directors were faced with an unprecedented task. As Hanson Baldwin of the New York Times observed, probably for the first time in history, a military campaign is undergoing a minute examination and critique from an official but predominantly civilian board. Looking on with concern, Army and Navy leaders wondered what had possessed Hap Arnold to create such a dangerous threat to the military's prerogatives. The idea does not appeal to them, Baldwin wrote. They fear the committee may set a precedent for similar review and critiques of ground and naval campaigns. An overseas office was set up in London, in Eisenhower's old headquarters on Grosvenor Square, and after the Army consolidated control of the Rhineland, forward headquarters was established at the Park Hotel in Bad Nauheim, a luxurious health spa near Frankfurt. Galbraith and Ball arrived there in mid-April. When not in the field interrogating Nazis, they assembled their staffs in the hotel's leather and wood wine bar for lively debates about the impact of strategic bombing, which Galbraith was determined to prove was minimal. As he told friends, by the time he joined the bombing survey, he had mastered the first principle of warfare: naturally suspect what air generals tell you. Galbraith's disdain for the military extended, apparently, to ordinary GIs. On a flight back to the States in the summer of 1945, a much-decorated sergeant shared a seat with me and asked if I would like to hear of his war adventures, Galbraith related in his memoirs. I told him I would not. He made several attempts at conversation, which I rejected. Finally, he asked me who I thought would win the World Series. I asked him what leagues were playing that year. Did strategic bombing work? By early April, there was little left to bomb in Germany. The oil war had been won. Synthetic plants were down to 6% of normal output, and production of aviation gasoline had stopped altogether. The oil campaign clipped the wings of the Luftwaffe and impaired the Wehrmacht's mobility, preventing it from protecting coal resources that powered the synthetic plants. In February 1945, the Wehrmacht had amassed up to 1,500 tanks to stop the Red Army's drive into the Upper Silesian coalfields, but could not properly deploy them because of fuel shortages. By then, the German Army was operating under a self-imposed speed limit of 17 miles per hour and under a standing order that anyone using fuel for purposes other than the immediate conduct of operation will be considered a saboteur and court-martialed without mercy. In the last year of the war, Speer's deputy, Edmund Geilenberg, had been put in charge of an emergency program to build 7 underground hydrogenation plants. Unlike the aircraft industry, synthetic oil production was too large and complex an operation to put below ground quickly, and none of the plants was completed. It could have been different. Early in the war, oil engineers had proposed moving production underground, but were told by Nazi officials that the war would be won before such plants could be completed. Instead of being rewarded for their initiative, the engineers were warned by the Gestapo that if they continued to press for such a program, they would be shipped off to a concentration camp for questioning the Reich's impregnability. If the underground program had been started in 1942 and well-ventilated plants had been built close to coal supplies with a network of secure pipelines to transport the oil, the German oil industry might have been relatively safe from bombings, in the opinion of American oil experts recruited by the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey. But it was a case of too little too late. 1 year after taking on the Herculean task of putting German oil production underground, Edmund Geilenberg was found running a small bicycle repair shop in northern Germany. By early April 1945, the Allied Air Force's transportation campaign had also achieved its major objectives. Germany's river and canal network had been disabled, and its rail system was in ruins, and with it the coal industry that powered the economy. While there is still debate over whether Allied bombers should have focused on cutting rail lines at bridges, underpasses, tunnels, and viaducts instead of smashing marshalling yards where repair crews were stationed to quickly mend the damage, Allied air power's slow strangulation of rail and river systems was probably the greatest single cause of Germany's economic collapse. No nation today can prevail in a total war without an industrial economy, and Germany did not have one in early 1945. It had almost no oil, and although it had plenty of coal, Allied air power made it impossible for Germany to move it. Even a first-class military power, rugged and resilient as Germany was, cannot live long under the full-scale and free exploitation of air weapons over the heart of its territory, the framers of the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey report would conclude. For the first time in modern history, the economy of a world power had been utterly destroyed, and along with it, all of that country's major cities. To regard the hundreds of fuel-starved factories that remained undamaged as industry, war correspondent Julian Bach observed, is to mistake the carcass for the beast. Although the economy did not completely collapse until Allied armies were on German soil, prepared to deliver the death blow, unrecoverable disruptions had begun much earlier, and Eisenhower's armies would not have been on Germany's doorstep without air power. This is not the impression most people have of the outcome of the Allied bombing campaign. Moral outrage over terror bombing. The British historian J.F.C. Fuller has argued that Bomber Harris's appalling slaughterings would have disgraced Attila the Hun, and the enormous expenses of bomber operations, money, critics charge, that could have been used more productively in other facets of the Allied war effort, have led to assessments of strategic bombing that undervalue its impact on the German war effort. Prominent journalists and historians have insisted that strategic bombing failed to curtail German production, and that urban bombing actually strengthened the will of the German people to resist. And these critics cite the findings of the United States Strategic Bombing Survey as support for their conclusions. It is one thing to challenge the Air Force's claims about strategic bombing, and quite another to argue that the bombing survey says what it decidedly does not say. How that survey's conclusions came to be widely misrepresented is one of the puzzles of modern military scholarship. John Kenneth Galbraith is a major contributor to the confusion. In his Vietnam-era writings, he called the air war against Germany a disastrous failure, leaving unsuspecting readers to assume that he had arrived at this conclusion in 1945. In his understandable opposition to President Lyndon Johnson's first large-scale bombing of North Vietnam, Operation Rolling Thunder, Galbraith insisted that strategic bombing had never worked, not in Vietnam, not in Korea, not even in World War II. Galbraith's biographer, Richard Parker, argues the point even more insistently than his subject. The U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey found that strategic bombing hadn't in fact succeeded in destroying or even in seriously hindering the Germans' war production capacities. Even the special targeting of oil and rail facilities after D-Day did little more than slow the German Army and Air Force, rather than cripple them. This is a misrepresentation of both Galbraith's conclusions and those of the survey's summary report. The real story is different, complex, and intellectually intriguing. In the late summer of 1945, the bomb survey completed its fieldwork, and its division heads returned to London and Washington to write their reports. Galbraith based his division's study of the overall effects of bombing on German war production on information provided mainly by two sources, Rolf Wagenfuhr and Albert Speer. Wagenfuhr provided invaluable statistics on German wartime production, but Speer gave Galbraith much more, inside information about Nazi war planning and policy. On the day after the German surrender, two members of Galbraith's spearhead team, Lieutenant George Sklars and Technical Sergeant Harold Fosberg, found Speer quite by accident in an office building in Flensburg, the resort town on the Danish border where Admiral Karl Dönitz, Hitler's anointed successor, had established a rump government. At the time, this was the only part of Germany that had not been occupied by the Allies, and Speer was living in a 16th-century castle surrounded by a lake-sized moat and guarded by SS troops. When Galbraith flew to Flensburg with George Ball, Paul Nitze, Burton Klein, and a bevy of interpreters, he and his party were driven to Speer's retreat, where they were greeted by the courtly Nazi minister, tall and erect, and dressed in a smartly tailored brown uniform. Speer was the person Galbraith and Ball had most wanted to see, the miracle man, who possessed unsurpassed information about the inner workings of the military economy he had run with near-dictatorial powers in the final years of the war. Meeting him, said George Ball, was like stumbling on the page of answers after one had worked on a puzzle for months. Realizing the game was up, Speer agreed to what amounted to 7 days of exhaustive interviews, our bombing high school, the Reich Minister called their marathon sessions. Before his arrest 7 days later by British troops, Speer was pleasingly eager to provide information. When the Americans met him on their second day in Flensburg, he was dressed in a plain business suit, which made him look like a youthful college professor, and like most professors, he delighted in being the center of attention. With charm and apparently spontaneous candor, he evoked in us a sympathy of which we were all secretly ashamed, Ball admitted later. What had he then known of the Holocaust? Fearing, perhaps, that it might break the mood of leisurely affability, no one dared ask. Seated on a small sofa with his hands folded over his knees, rocking slowly back and forth as he spoke, Speer told the astonishing story of how he had turned a wastefully inefficient war economy into a focused production machine. From fragments of these interviews and from Wagenfuhr's statistical tables, Galbraith and his economic warriors fashioned an arresting theory about German economic performance, one that found its way into the strategic bombing surveys of both the United States and Britain and shaped the post-war work of leading historians and economists, among them Burton Klein, Galbraith's future thesis student at Harvard and author of the seminal work, Germany's Economic Preparations for War. This is the theory of the Blitzkrieg economy, which purports to dispel one of the most popular conceptions about the Nazis, that from the opening months of the war they had ruthlessly mobilized the resources of the German state for total war. German war management was for a long time half-hearted and incompetent, Speer told Galbraith's team. Nazi Germany had initially mobilized at a level sufficient only to support a series of cheap and easy victories over its European neighbors. These were blitzkrieg wars, later proponents of the theory called them, wars won by lightning-quick ground and air assaults, and they were supported by the blitzkrieg economy, a production system mobilized only for the short term. It was a guns-and-butter economy that did not compel the civilian population to make deep sacrifices, for Hitler feared that a program of radical home front austerity might trigger social discontent that would undermine the war effort, just as such measures had done in World War I Germany. After Germany defeated France faster than even Hitler envisioned, weapons production was intentionally run down, Galbraith would argue after examining Rolf Wagenfuhr's economic figures. Even on the eve of Soviet invasion, no preparation had been made to obtain a genuinely large-scale increase of armament production. Russian resistance would collapse in a matter of months, Hitler was convinced. So most German factory hands continued to work only one shift, and women were not recruited into the industrial labor force. Germany's failure to prepare for a prolonged war finally backfired when the Wehrmacht was stopped in front of Moscow in the winter of 1941-42, short of clothing and equipment for the brutal winter campaign. That February, Speer was appointed Minister for Armaments and Munitions and inaugurated a program of all-out mobilization. The American Air Force's failure to appreciate the true character of the Nazi war economy was one of the greatest, perhaps the greatest, miscalculation of the war, Galbraith was convinced after speaking with Speer. It led to 2 years of appallingly ineffective bombing, culminating in the great 1943 raids against the ball bearing factories of Schweinfurt, operations that Galbraith considered the most disastrous in the history of aerial warfare. When the 8th Air Force arrived in England, its bomber commanders assumed they were attacking a fully mobilized economy, an industrial system that was a tightly stretched drum, one that had no slack, no reserves of plant, labor, and materials that could be moved from the peacetime to the wartime economy to replace what was lost through bombing. But the Hermann Göring-led economy was as fat and incompetent as its leader, Speer informed Galbraith and other American interrogators. Göring and other leading Nazis lived in astonishing luxury and practiced unlimited graft. That Speer said this in the drawing room of a sumptuous seaside estate he had appropriated for his own pleasure was an irony that Galbraith chose to ignore in his published accounts of the interrogation. When Speer and his technocrats were given virtually full direction of the war economy a year after Speer became Minister of Armaments, they reduced the influence of both the military and the party in decision-making and began the move from craft to mass production in pivotal industries, using the principles of Henry Ford to standardize and simplify factory practices. After the Americans began bombing aircraft and munitions plants, Speer decentralized the control of manufacturing and moved much of the production system underground. For almost 2 years, this still undermobilized economy was resistant to a knockout blow from the air. With plenty of slack available, Speer was able to move ball-bearing operations to other sites and shift workers in the consumer goods sector of the economy that were put out of jobs by Bomber Harris's city-busting raids, clerks, salesmen, and waiters, to better use in war plants. These measures allowed Speer to increase production of tanks and planes into the late summer of 1944. According to Wagenfuhr's statistics, munitions production at that time was more than 3 times what it had been before heavy bombing began. This is a compelling theory, the story of how an uncorrupted production genius almost single-handedly frustrated and defeated for over 2 years the combined efforts of the 2 greatest bomber forces in existence. Recently, however, the foundations of the blitzkrieg theory have been shaken. Modern scholars, among them the military historians Richard Overy and Williamson Murray, and economic historian Werner Abelshauser, see 1, not 2, wartime Germanys, a nation that had begun preparing in the mid-1930s for a global war of racial conquest and that followed a path of ever-strengthening mobilization into the 1940s. Beginning as early as 1939, there were severe cutbacks in consumer production and steadily rising rates of military spending, which rose nearly 400% just before Speer's ascendancy. By then, most consumer goods industries were being forced to devote over half their output to the military, and Germany had mobilized a much greater part of its female workforce than Great Britain. Although it intended to, Germany could not rearm in depth in the late 1930s and early 1940s, Williamson Murray argued, because it suffered from a shortage of almost every strategic raw material essential for war-making except coal. In addition to oil, it had to import iron ore, copper, lead, zinc, bauxite, and the non-ferrous metals used to make high-grade steel, nickel, manganese, tungsten, vanadium, and molybdenum. Germany had a shortage of skilled and unskilled labor as well. Another problem for Hitler, Aubery points out, was that his economic preparations for war were out of step with diplomatic realities. Germany's invasion of Poland incited the full-scale continental war that Hitler had not planned to launch until the mid-1940s, after he had consolidated Germany's power in Central Europe. When total war came unexpectedly, the economy lacked strong strategic guidance and administration. It was, as Speer correctly told Galbraith, incompetently run. But Speer's production miracle was not achieved by converting a blitzkrieg economy into a total war economy. Speer simply used more efficiently, and with less military interference, resources already being committed to all-out war. He and his teams of industrialists and engineers brought to peak performance a war economy that had already begun to be rationalized in 1941 by his predecessor as munitions overlord, Fritz Todt, who was killed in a plane crash in February 1942. And now, with Hitler's vast European conquests, Speer had virtually the entire continent to draw upon for his shortages of labor and raw materials: oil from Ploiești, coal from Silesia, copper, lead, zinc, and bauxite from the Balkans, and iron ore from Sweden, a compliant neutral country. Speer's economic empire included aircraft, munitions, and electronics factories in Holland, France, and Czechoslovakia, and these countries and others supplied Germany with slave laborers, prisoners of war, and contract laborers, in all almost 8 million foreign workers, nearly 3 million of them from Poland and Russia. The tremendous expansion in production that Speer oversaw from 1942 to mid-1944 did not depend to any great extent on the supposed slack within the pre-war economy, Murray pointed out in his important book, The Change in the European Balance of Power, 1938-39. Rather, it occurred because the Germans were able to exploit ruthlessly the resources of the occupied and neutral countries within their sphere of control. Speer admitted this to Allied interrogators in 1945 in testimony that directly contradicts Dr. Wagenfuhr, a statistician who was not actually privy to military and economic policy making. As historian Sebastian Cox pointed out, it was only much later, when he was preparing his memoirs, that Speer came to accept much of the Wagenfuhr thesis, probably because it made his own achievements as the Reich Armaments Minister appear even more substantial than they really were, and showed him to be a realist and a pragmatist surrounded by fantasists with little real understanding of the problems. What significance does this new interpretation of the German war economy have for understanding the bomber war? If mobilization already was in full swing in 1942, then Spaatz and Tedder were at least partially right. Although Germany's entire economic fabric was not stretched tight by 1944, at least two vital areas were: oil and transportation. This made them perfect target systems when they were finally hit, Germany having no reserves of either gasoline or rolling stock to replace what was lost to the bombers. In Galbraith's report for the bombing survey, he writes that prior to the summer of 1944, Allied bombing had no appreciable effect either on German munitions production or on the national output in general. While this seems to support the idea that strategic bombing failed, Galbraith goes on to argue in his report that the oil and transportation campaigns eventually conjoined to deliver unrecoverable damage to the economy, dramatically reducing steel, oil, and aircraft production. He even concedes that bombing conducted prior to the summer of 1944 had placed a ceiling on Germany's production of combat aircraft, that it was possible that production would have been 15 to 20% higher in the absence of bombing. Evidence unavailable to Galbraith's economic team indicates that the ceiling was considerably lower. In January 1945, German officials from Speer's Ministry of Armaments assessed what might have been produced the previous year without Allied bombing. They concluded that German industry had made roughly 36% fewer tanks, 31% fewer military aircraft, and 42% fewer trucks. These unrealized gains helped prevent wartime Germany from becoming an economic superpower. At Flensburg, Albert Speer argued that World War II was preeminently an economic war, a war between rival production systems, and that it was decided through attacks from the air, beginning with Spatz's oil raids in May 1944. This testimony is absent from Galbraith's published reminiscences about his meeting with Speer. The losses inflicted by the American and British air fleets, Speer said, constituted for Germany the greatest lost battle of the war, and it was the Americans, he emphasized, who delivered the most telling blows. There is good reason to question Speer's testimony to American Air Force interrogators. Knowing he would soon be tried as a war criminal, he was surely tempted to tell them what they wanted to hear, that American economic bombing was more effective than British area bombing. But Speer told British interrogators exactly the same thing. The American attacks, which followed a definite system of assault on industrial targets, were by far the most dangerous. It was in fact these attacks which caused the breakdown of the German armaments industry. In the words of Field Marshal Erhard Milch, Deputy Armaments Minister under Speer, the British inflicted grievous and bloody injuries upon us, but the Americans stabbed us to the heart. Historical debates about the economic impact of bombing tend to ignore one of bombing's signal contributions to victory, its impact on the land war. Both critics and defenders of the Anglo-American bombing campaign tend to fall into the error of segmented thinking, considering the contributions of the ground and air forces in mutual isolation. This is not how the war in Europe was fought. Like Trident, Poseidon's weapon, the three sharp prongs of Allied war-making power, the air, sea, and ground forces, operated in tandem, as did the Allies' strategic and tactical air forces when under Eisenhower's control. The armies of democracy that marched to the Elbe could not have landed in northern France without domination of the air and sea lanes to Hitler's fortress Europe. This oceanic and aerial supremacy was achieved through the defeat of both Goering's fighter forces and Dönitz's U-boats. While American fighter boys did most of the damage in the aerial victories that made D-Day possible, the Luftwaffe would not have come up to fight had the bombers not been there, attacking targets the Germans had to defend and taking sufficient losses. And the infantry breakout from Normandy would have been nearly impossible without tactical air support and attacks by both fighters and bombers on the French transportation system, continuous and devastating raids that isolated the battlefield and prevented the enemy from bringing up deciding numbers of reinforcements. Bombing attacks on the German transportation system began too late to prevent the Wehrmacht from conducting a tenacious holding action on the Western Front in late 1944 and a punishing counteroffensive in the Ardennes. But by the early winter of 1945, Allied bombing had destroyed Germany's rail and water transportation systems and caused severe production losses in the coal-starved armaments industry. Even the weapons and ammunition that continued to be produced in greatly reduced quantity could not get through to the troops. This prevented the Wehrmacht from mounting, on Hitler's orders, a final, fanatical defense on Germany's frontiers, a Gotterdammerung that would have lengthened the war at a frightful cost in lives. Even Galbraith admitted this in a little-noticed section of his report for the Strategic Bombing Survey. If Germany had somehow been able to extend the war into the late spring and early summer of 1945, the double-barreled bombing assault on transportation and oil would have brought armaments production to a complete standstill, he wrote, and German armies, completely bereft of ammunition and motive power, would almost certainly have had to cease fighting. America's strategic bombing commanders were not enthusiastic proponents of inter-service cooperation. It was Admiral Ernest King's unrelenting pressure that led to the effective deployment of B-24 Liberators against German U-boats, and Eisenhower's authority as Supreme Commander that forced Karl Spaatz to divert bombers to tactical operations that helped turn the course of the war in Europe. In the real war, as opposed to the paper war fought in the classrooms at Maxwell Field in the 1930s, the idea that air power alone could defeat an industrialized and highly militarized nation died as fast as the concept of the self-defending bomber. The World War II record of the 8th Air Force is mixed. Early in the war, its target planning was abysmal. It bombed U-boat pens that were indestructible and ball-bearing factories whose machine tools it was incapable of destroying with undersized 500-pound bombs. The deep penetration raids against Schweinfurt's ball-bearing complex should not have been mounted until a larger bomber force was assembled and protected by long-range fighters. In miscalculating the ability of the unfortunately named Fortress to stand up to the Luftwaffe, American air planners needlessly sacrificed the lives of young men who were unable to fully appreciate the desperate nature of their missions. Through a policy of trial and error, the 8th Air Force eventually found the right targets, but it ignored one of extreme importance, Germany's electric power network. Dismantling the enemy's highly vulnerable power and switching stations would have undermined its oil industry, which relied heavily on electric power. Pre-war American air planners, led by Haywood Hansel, had designated the destruction of the German electric power system as a primary objective of the strategic bombing offensive, but Spaatz failed to attack it for the same reason he had originally hesitated to hit the German rail net. The system seemed too large and spread out to effectively disable. But by early 1944, Germany's electric power system was as overextended as its rail system, taut and vulnerable and open to attack, in General Hansel's post-war assessment. Had the largest electric power plants been hit in that year, all evidence indicates that the destruction would have had a catastrophic effect on Germany's war production, the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey concluded. The Allied bombing effort in World War II has been more closely scrutinized than any other military operation in history, but almost none of its critics points out one of its most dangerous shortcomings: the failure to place air operations, what to bomb, how to bomb, and when to bomb, under closer civilian scrutiny. The Allies had air commanders of surpassing ability, but they were given too loose a leash. Yet these air commanders and their valiant crews conducted a determined campaign, the war's longest continuous battle, that was as critical to securing victory in Europe as the Battle of the Atlantic. After years of frustration and appalling losses, the combined bomber offensive finally began delivering lethal blows to the German war machine in the winter and spring of 1944. From that point on, it was second in strategic importance only to the Red Army's defeat of the Wehrmacht and the Great Western Invasion of 1944, an operation that could not have gone forward without Allied air superiority. Along with the authors of the United States Strategic Bombing Survey, Germany's most distinguished historian of the air war, Horst Bock, has argued that the Anglo-American air offensive was decisive in the war. From the early summer of 1944, it brought about a lethal invasion of the German machinery of war, without which the war might have continued as an unending horror for an unforeseeable time, at least until the use of the first atom bomb. The Inner Front. Once the Anglo-American air forces reached full strength, a total of 28,000 combat aircraft, they were democracy's terrible swift sword. Gathering in their immensity over the North Sea and the Southern Alps, these air armadas released over 2 million tons of bombs on the Reich. The cost in lives lost was appalling. The 8th Air Force, the largest aerial striking force in the war, sustained between 26,000 and 28,000 fatalities, roughly 1/10 of the Americans killed in World War II. Taking the lower number, this was 12.3% of the 210,000 8th Air Force crewmen who flew in combat. Of all branches of the American armed forces, only submarine crews in the Pacific had a higher fatality rate, almost 23%. In addition, an estimated 28,000 8th Air Force crew members were shot out of the sky and became prisoners of war. If they and the estimated 18,000 men who were wounded are added to the casualty list, the number of those lost in operations, not including untold numbers of psychological casualties, is at least 72,000, over 34% of those who experienced combat. This is the highest casualty rate in the American armed forces in World War II. For much of the war, both Bomber Command and the 8th Air Force ran a casualty rate in excess of 50% of crew force. In the 8th Air Force, the pioneers of 1942 to 43 paid the heaviest cost. Only 1 in 5 of these flyers completed their tours of duty. Of the 110,000 air crew in Bomber Command, 56,000 were killed, a loss rate of 51%, the highest casualty rate of any of the Commonwealth's armed forces in the war. German losses were also staggering. Over the course of the war, roughly 70,000 air crew were killed in action and another 25,000 wounded. Luftwaffe loss rates were exceeded only by U-boat crews, and, by some estimates, were higher. The biggest losses were on the ground. 5 years of bombing inflicted wholesale damage on over 61 German cities with a population exceeding 100,000. In most of these places, half or more of their built-up areas were burned and exploded out of existence, 128 square miles of thickly settled urban space. Many of these cities had been reduced to suburban rings surrounding destroyed cores. A total of 25 million Germans, almost a third of the nation's wartime population and nearly half its industrial workforce, was bombed heavily. And somewhere between 500,000 and 600,000 non-combatants residing in the Reich, free and unfree, perished under the bombs. This is roughly twice the number of combat fatalities sustained by American air forces in combat in Europe and the Pacific. Of the 405,399 members of the armed forces who died in the war, 291,557 were killed in combat operations. At least 800,000 other non-combatants were seriously injured. The overwhelming majority of those killed and maimed were women, the elderly, and children under 5 years of age. Most children over that age had been evacuated to the countryside. Most of these victims were part of the 96% of German urban dwellers who could not find space in the limited number of fortress-like government bunkers. At least 3 million dwelling units were destroyed, 20% of the housing in the country, and probably another 3 million were heavily damaged. By some estimates, 20 million people, 500,000 of them in Hamburg alone, were made homeless. Berlin, the victim of 310 raids, was 70% destroyed. Cologne's suffering was proportionally greater. It was 80% destroyed. It is almost implausible to suggest that destruction and death on this scale bolstered morale, which can be loosely defined as a people's support for the war and confidence in victory, attitudes exhibited in such areas as work attendance, compliance with wartime restrictions, and faith in wartime leaders. In interrogations conducted after the war, German military and government leaders insisted that the spirit of the German people remained unbroken throughout the war. "You underestimated the powers of resistance of the German people," Albert Speer told RAF interrogators. "Other peoples, as perhaps the Italians, would have certainly collapsed under a similar series of night attacks and would have been unable to undertake further war production. But not the iron-willed Teutonic people," he insisted. Even after the heaviest attack, it was normally possible to get over 90% of the workers back to the plant the next day to clean up the debris and to carry on production whenever possible. Robert Ley, chief of the Nazi German Labor Front, told Allied intelligence. This, he stressed, was done on the basis of voluntary appeals, not orders to the workers. More than a half a century after the war, the former Bomber Command advisor Freeman Dyson remained convinced that there is overwhelming evidence that the bombing of cities strengthened rather than weakened the determination of the Germans to fight the war to the bitter end. The notion that bombing would cause a breakdown of civilian morale turned out to be fantasy. The United States Strategic Bombing Survey, the most comprehensive study of German wartime morale, came to a markedly different conclusion, one that has been buttressed by recent research in German archives. Bombing seriously depressed the morale of German civilians, the survey's morale division stated in its final report. Its psychological effects were defeatism, fear, hopelessness, fatalism, and apathy. War weariness, willingness to surrender, loss of hope in a German victory, distrust of leaders, feelings of disunity, and demoralizing fear were all more common among bombed than among unbombed people. The assertion that bombing bolstered morale is an invention of Nazi propaganda, which has been absorbed uncritically by subsequent scholars, argued historian Neil Gregor. But even though German morale did eventually collapse, wartime proponents of morale bombing badly misjudged the nature and political impact of that collapse. This makes their decision to conduct terror bombing highly questionable. German civilian morale fluctuated wildly in the first years of the war, rising when national armies were triumphantly on the move and the home front was relatively secure, and falling in the wake of shocking setbacks, such as the firebombing of Hamburg and the defeat at Stalingrad. Once massive urban bombing began in 1943 and accelerated after D-Day, morale fell steadily by gradients that roughly coincided with the number of bombs that were dropped. We know this because historians have uncovered mood reports prepared by local officials of the Nazi Party Security Service, Sicherheitsdienst, SD. These intelligence reports on popular opinion gave a different picture of morale in bombed cities like Nuremberg and Schweinfurt than the national reports prepared by senior officials in the SD. The latter reports play into one of the staples of Goebbels' propaganda machine, the idea of the Schicksalgemeinschaft, or community of fate. This is a group spirit that reputedly united the people on the home front with the soldiers on the battlefield in a common patriotic cause, to unquestioningly and forever support the regime. SS Chief Heinrich Himmler gave expression to this community of fate idea as early as 1937. In the coming war, we shall fight not only on the land, on the sea, and in the air. There will be a fourth theater of operations, the inner front. That front will decide on the continued existence or the irrevocable death of the German nation. Early in the war, the party was successful in sustaining local morale after bombing raids, less with patriotic rhetoric than with generous, personalized assistance to suffering people. The organizations for bomb damage worked wonders, recalled Christina Knauth, a young American interned with her mother and two sisters in heavily bombed Leipzig. It was all in the hands of the party, and the work of these organizations won the party a lot of prestige. People were taken care of, right away, even if it was only with tents and field kitchens. In Leipzig and other German cities, the party worked closely with local support groups to provide bomb victims temporary shelter, meals at communal kitchens, medical attention, and ration cards to purchase clothing and pay emergency boarding expenses. The party also took care of all hospital bills and burial expenses. Within a month, a typical family that had lost its home could be expected to be relocated in permanent quarters in another part of the city. There, family members were visited by local party officials who helped them complete claims for damage reimbursement. In their moment of greatest need, the party was there for them and was continuously supportive. This disaster, which hits Nazis and anti-Nazis alike, is welding the people together, Hitler hater Ursula von Kardorff wrote of the pre-D-Day bombing. After every raid, special rations are issued, cigarettes, coffee, meat. As Dostoevsky's Grand Inquisitor said, "Give them bread, and they will back you up." If the British think that they are going to undermine our morale, they are barking up the wrong tree. Neighbors also helped one another. In Leipzig, the early raids changed the moral character of the city, as one of the Knauth sisters observed. The most immediate thing was that everybody became talkative and friendly and companionable. Leipzigers were never that before, but they were now. Everyone helped everybody else. They had to, of course, but somehow they seemed to want to draw closer to their neighbors so that they would have company and not feel alone. That's the way people get when they come to the edge of the grave and still are alive. This was in February 1944. Heavier bombing brought great changes. although the Knauth family did not experience them. They were released by German authorities and made their way back to the United States. Beginning in the summer of 1944, when bombing became the common experience of German people living in cities, the party's relief organizations were swamped by the scale of the devastation, and party propaganda began to fall on unreceptive ears. People began to openly resist evacuation, not wanting to break up their families, and families sent to other regions were often coolly received by people with clashing religious and cultural backgrounds. The old dislike between Prussians and Bavarians got worse when Berliners were evacuated to Munich, reported one of the Knauth sisters. Growing numbers of evacuees decided that the daily danger they faced in their home cities was more bearable than the hell in the homes of their hosts, reported a government official. Defying orders straight from the Führer, thousands of them headed home. With the Luftwaffe conspicuously absent from the skies and Allied armies closing in on them, only the most die-hard Germans held out hope for victory. Signs of demoralization, defeatism, and social disintegration abounded. There was ugly competition for space in public shelters, and shelters themselves, with people penned more closely together than animals in a stable, became breeding grounds for disaffection and unpatriotic gossip, much of it directed at local party officials who had their own private bunkers. When the air raid sirens stopped wailing, people emerged from their holes, wrapped wet clothing around their faces to allow themselves to breathe in the swirling hot dust and dirt, and began looking for their homes. Without streets or buildings to guide them, some disoriented families had to rely on the sun to get their bearings. In heavily bombed areas, the rubble was piled higher than some standing buildings, and people were without water, heat, electricity, telephone service, and public transportation, often for weeks. Workers whose houses had been bombed left their jobs for long, unexcused periods, and the morale of workers who did show up at the plants was at a low ebb, the Berlin Chamber of Commerce reported in the winter of 1945. Ursula von Kardorf and her friends noticed that increasing numbers of Berliners who had suffered under the bombs failed to report for work regularly, and that those who showed up every day were in a high state of anxiety. Sickness also cut into job performance. In cities without sufficient power or fuel, there were epidemics of respiratory diseases. Women suffering from nervous tension stopped menstruating, or, in their despair, stopped wanting to have children, and doctors reported increases in the number of patients suffering from coronary disease. Fatal heart attacks acquired a new name. They were called shelter deaths. It was the truly innocent, not the soldiers of production, that suffered most terribly. Terrified children screamed uncontrollably in dark cellars and bunkers, and children pulled from the smoking wreckage of their homes went into prolonged periods of shock, assaulted by dreadful nightmares. A Berlin woman watched a young girl standing on a pile of broken bricks, picking up and dusting off each brick before she threw it away. Her entire family was buried under the bricks, and she had gone mad. Bombing inflicted deep psychological wounds on people of all ages. How could it not have? Sleep-deprived people were pressed together underground day after day, wondering when it was their turn to be torn beyond recognition and carried away by the authorities, after they used bolt cutters to remove the victim's jewelry. Medical research teams of the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey noted that more than one-third of the people who experienced a major air raid suffered relatively permanent psychological effects. That is, the terror transcends the immediate raid to such an extent that it is reinstated by the next alert. Today we call this post-traumatic stress disorder, a condition that was also prevalent among the crews who delivered the bombs. After the war, Yale University psychologist Irving Janis led a wide-ranging investigation of the psychological effects of urban bombing and reached the same conclusions as American Air Force doctors who had treated distressed bomber boys at clinics in England. People on the front lines do not adapt or become habituated to life-threatening conditions. There is no such thing as getting used to it. Chronic tension and anxiety only increase with further exposure to anxiety-inducing situations. Both the bomber boys and the people they bombed lived in constant fear of the dreaded direct hit. "I never became accustomed to the raid and bombing," a German respondent told an American bombing study worker. "I don't think anybody did. I was always afraid and shaking and nervous." 91% of Germans interviewed by bomb survey investigators said that the bombing was the greatest hardship of the war for them. Bombing confused its victims. After a while, they did not know whom to blame. Earlier in the war, the tendency was to excoriate the British and scream for reprisals. But when the bombing accelerated and German bombers and vengeance rockets failed to bring down equal suffering on the English, the Nazi government began to be singled out for censure. By 1945, the party and its supreme leader became the principal targets of public frustration. "We have the Führer to thank for this," a man from bomb-ravaged Dusseldorf had the guts to say in front of an SS soldier. In early 1945, increasing numbers of provincial investigators working for the SD began to report a general refusal in heavily bombed areas to give the Hitler salute, and more than a few vocal housewives saw the raids as divine revenge for the atrocities committed against the Jews. One prophetic woman blurted out in public that this war was easy for the Führer. He doesn't have to look after a family. If worst comes to the worst in the war, he'll leave us all in the mess and put a bullet through his head. Berliners joked that the explosive effects of American bombs were so great that portraits of the Führer flew out of the windows, and written on posters inscribed with the slogan, "The Führer is always right," were pleas to put an end to the war. Hitler's failure to visit the ruins, as Churchill so famously had, strained the credulity of Nazi officials who tried to comfort bombed-out people by telling them that the Führer had inquired after their fate by telephone. The annihilation of Dresden was one of the final blows to national morale. People fleeing the city spread stories of ruin and despair, feeding hyperinflated fears that this was the fate that awaited all German cities. When this catastrophe became known to the whole of Germany, morale disintegrated everywhere, observed one German officer. Well before this, many Germans had reached the point where they were almost beyond caring. Traumatized by repeated bombing, they resigned themselves to their fate, not to death, but to defeat and persistent suffering. In Berlin, people's fatalism was expressed in the mordant comment, "Enjoy the war while you can, folks, because the peace will be terrible." This was not behavior that nurtured revolt. Passivity produced a malleable urban citizenry, people who might have lost their patriotic passion, yet continued to follow orders. Many find themselves in a condition of absolute fatalism. One cannot change what's going on, therefore there is no point in worrying about it. They leave everything up to the leadership, observed a party official. Untold numbers of people who ceased to believe in the righteousness of the Nazi war continued to support the regime, fearing that defeat would be calamitous. Party officials began to complain that the people were so ground down and apathetic that it was almost impossible to carry on organized political activities. Not surprisingly, attendance at party meetings declined. People no longer cared about politics. The essentials, food and housing, were their consuming concern. But for party leaders there was a salubrious side effect. Citizens overwhelmed by the elementary problems of existence do not have the time or the energy to engage in preparation for revolution, reads a provincial SD report. Ursula von Kardorf saw her friends, bright, engaged people, most of them committed opponents of the regime, retreating into their private lives. Everyone is concerned with his own affairs. Is my house still standing? Where can I get a few tiles for the roof or some cardboard for the windows? Where is the safest shelter? Coping was the ruling concern. Our life in Berlin, a housewife wrote in her diary, has now sunk to a mere animal fight for existence. People meeting in the streets greeted each other with a new expression, "Be you," short for Bleib übrig, literally meaning be a survivor. Some people were unable to bear their pain stoically. Worn and haggard, they sat listlessly in their battered homes, sobbing quietly, but occasionally breaking apart completely, hysterically screaming and weeping, or trembling violently. In Berlin, broken people staggered like sleepwalkers through the streets, clinging to some object, the only thing saved from their goods and chattels, a vase, a pan, or some other useless thing seized at random. Such public displays of grief or pain were frowned upon, for almost everyone in a heavily bombed city was a victim. Most people understood that they should suffer silently and privately. Passivity and perpetual listlessness were the prevailing psychological symptoms of those broken by the bombing. Those who lost their families, their homes, their all, were generally too disheartened to respond to consolation. They became indifferent and so utterly apathetic as not even to hate the flyers who had destroyed their homes. Lethargy, pessimism, and the retreat from social activity, clear signs of mental depression, became so prevalent that wartime German doctors described the last stages of the conflict as the war of the vegetative neurosis. Stoicism had its limits. When the bombing accelerated tremendously in early 1945 and the Soviet army, the Red Genghis Khan, began its final drive to Berlin, a threat feared even more than the bombing, some of the strongest-willed people began to crack. Ursula von Kardorff, who had vowed that the bombing would never break her morale and that of her fellow Berliners, wrote that she and her friends were now in a state of hysterics. Crisis continued to draw people together, but these were spiritless gatherings. People are herding together like deer in a storm, von Kardorff wrote in her diary. Government mood reports from the winter of 1944 to 45 catch the deepening discontent, the product of three converging calamities: bombing, the approach of the Allied armies, and the collapse of the economy. Newspaper articles, in which the people are told that the days of the air terror are numbered, have exactly the opposite effect of what they had been intended for. If, subsequently, another raid occurs, the depression of the people is all the worse. The faith in our leading men, including the Führer, is rapidly disappearing. They are thoroughly fed up with Goebbels's articles and speeches, and say that he has lied to the German people and talked too big. According to historian Gerald Kerwin, Allied bombing did irreparable harm to the prestige of the Nazi media. Why does nobody go crazy? Von Kardorff asked herself after the thunderous American raid of February 3rd. Why does nobody go out in the street and shout, "I've had enough"? Why is there not a revolution? Yet she herself knew the answer. One can only beat this regime with its own weapons, with brutality, treachery, and murder. She quoted a friend in her diary, and we are not able to use those weapons. This was the problem with terror bombing. It was a blunt instrument designed to crush the morale of German workers to the point where they either rose up against their government or dropped their tools in order to protect their homes and families, but it did neither. Terror bombing was founded on a flawed understanding of how people react to crushing catastrophes, and on an impossibly optimistic view of the German people's opportunities to revolt. The fantasy of terror bombing was not, as Freeman Dyson claimed, that it depressed morale. The fantasy was that depressed morale would have war-ending consequences. In assessing the impact of bombing on German morale, a distinction must be made between attitude, Stimmung in German, and behavior, Haltung, with the understanding that attitude does not invariably or predictably affect behavior. Thousands of workers did stay away from their jobs when their homes were bombed or breakdowns in public transportation made it impossible for them to get to work. But even emotionally defeated people continued to report for work right up to the surrender. This was not a manifestation of Aryan toughness or unflagging support for cause and country, as Speer alleged. It was a symptom of a sad state of affairs in which there were few realistic alternatives but to remain on the factory treadmill. With the Nazi relief system depleted, work was the only way to put food on the family table, and in a time of crisis and chaos, the orderly routines of work provided some people with a measure of emotional stability. A German coal miner commented, "As long as I am at work, I don't remember, but when I get home, I'm afraid." As the country neared collapse, some discouraged workers became, in their fear and helplessness, more dependent on authority, that of the factory boss as well as the local Nazi hierarchy. This was, after all, a society that prized obedience and discipline, character traits that helped prevent dissatisfaction from escalating into public dissent and absenteeism from rising to levels where it would have had a severe impact on war production. When crisis and character failed to sustain work discipline, the state stepped in. The SS and the Gestapo infiltrated stool pigeons into factories, and Hitler Youth fanatics turned in their own parents for speaking out against the regime. Police hunted down absentee workers, and discipline was so rigid in some munitions mills that if word reached workers on the factory floor that their neighborhood was being bombed, they were not permitted to leave until the end of their shift. If a loved one was killed, survivors were forbidden to wear traditional mourning dress. The Gestapo ensured compliance. French slave laborers who worked side by side with Germans told American interrogators that their co-workers had been more afraid of the police than the bombs. Then there were those, we'll never know how many, who continued to support Hitler and his war in the hope of a last-minute miracle. Morale bombing failed to achieve both its aims. In a police state that prized industriousness and obedience, discouraged workers remained on the whole productive workers, if only out of fear or habit, and dissidence, when it appeared, became little more than powerless rage. What did the air barons who advocated morale bombing think the German people would do if and when their morale collapsed? Clearly they had no idea. Germans of conscience, as well as those who came to their senses toward the end and admitted the futility of continuing the war, lived in a society in which complaining people were hanged from lampposts by Nazi vigilantes for the crime of defeatism. As one worker said, "Rather than let them string me up, I'll be glad to believe in victory." Even Arthur Harris was dubious about morale bombing, a strategic objective he inherited when he took over Bomber Command in 1942. He called it a council of despair, and doubted that any meaningful result would accrue even if demoralization did occur, with the concentration camp around the corner. As we have seen, he bombed German cities to kill German workers, not morale. In killing workers, he shattered the infrastructure that sustained their lives: urban power stations, water supplies, streetcar lines, and most importantly, housing, the billets of the citizen soldiers of production. As he famously told his crews before sending them to Berlin, "Tonight you go to the big city. You have an opportunity to light a fire in the belly of the enemy and burn his black heart out." While the oceans of fire he created in German cities were far less damaging to Nazi war production than raids on transportation and oil refineries, area bombing at least had a clearer rationale than the terror bombing that the American air leaders, in their despair and frustration, ordered their crews to carry out at the end of the war. It would be wrong, however, to criminalize the behavior of Karl Spaatz and Frederick Andersen. If these commanders are guilty of anything, it is of misjudging the depths of Nazi unreason. In the last months of the war, an already defeated enemy insanely fought on, as historian Richard Bessel argued, because all Nazism had to offer was war and destruction, war without end, or an end through war. The 8th Air Force engaged in terror bombing for 4 weeks. The RAF conducted terror raids for 3 years. But in fairness to Britain's Bomber Command, all area bombing was not morale bombing, and all British bombing was not area bombing. Even though Arthur Harris had to be pressured, Bomber Command did hit synthetic oil plants and marshalling yards, and Harris was eager to destroy Germany's aircraft and tank industries. His area raids, while not nearly as militarily effective as the Americans' so-called precision raids, did hurt the German war effort. RAF urban raids killed untold numbers of German skilled workers, and the damage these wasting raids caused to infrastructure and utilities curtailed the economic performance of urban-based war industries. But area bombing's most important contributions were indirect. British urban raids provoked Hitler to demand immediate retaliation against English cities. In late 1943, Goering told his staff that all they, the German people, wished to hear when a hospital or children's home in Germany is destroyed is that we have destroyed the same thing in England. Then they are satisfied. The U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey estimated that the resources used on vengeance weapons would have enabled Germany to produce an additional 24,000 fighter planes and perhaps develop an effective ground-to-air missile. Area bombing, along with American raids, caused other diversions of Germany's war resources. Beginning with Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union, Stalin had been pressing Churchill and Roosevelt for a second front in northwestern Europe. In 1943, Allied bombing became that second front, a continuous air invasion that brought Germany a burden it could not bear. To defend the homeland in 1944, the Luftwaffe was forced to call upon over two-thirds of its fighter force, aircraft that were urgently needed on the Eastern Front. 800,000 military personnel were mobilized for air defense work, more soldiers than the Wehrmacht had in Italy. Fully one-third of German artillery production was devoted to anti-aircraft guns, and 50% of electrotechnical production to radar and signals equipment for the anti-aircraft effort. And up to 1.5 million laborers, free and enslaved, were employed in air raid damage work. In 1944, the German air defense system called on the services of 4.5 million workers and consumed a third of the nation's total war resources. Digging shelters and distributing gas masks, cleaning up bomb debris and pulling the dead from battered buildings, working as fire wardens and firefighters, nurses' aides and social workers, airplane spotters and emergency ambulance drivers, millions of German civilians were enlisted in the bomber war, acting as a home front army. Arms and men used in one place cannot be used somewhere else simultaneously. Without Allied bombing, up to 250,000 German men and 7,500 heavy guns employed for air defense could have been sent to the Eastern Front in 1943, where they would have been deployed against Red Army tanks. This would not have secured a German victory, but it might have delayed a Soviet counteroffensive. There is even evidence that urban bombing eroded troop morale. In letters from home, the families of German soldiers described the bombing in most lurid or poignant terms. American bombing survey teams discovered after examining thousands of pieces of captured mail. Soldiers returning from leave described these scenes of devastation to their comrades. One soldier reported how he saw his native city turned into a sea of flames and smoke. Others returned home and were unable to find loved ones who had been lost in the ruins or evacuated to other towns. General Alfred Jodl, one of Hitler's closest military advisers, told Allied investigators that the bombing had a profound psychological effect on Wehrmacht troops. While previously the soldier believed that by fighting at the front he was protecting his native land, his wife and his children, this factor was completely eliminated and replaced by the realization, what am I fighting for? I can be as courageous as possible, and still at home everything is smashed to bits. This mirrored the mood of rebel soldiers in the trenches that encircled Richmond in the fading months of the American Civil War. These pinned-down Confederates, tens of thousands of them from the Deep South, were ordered to stay at their posts while William Tecumseh Sherman destroyed their homes and towns and turned their wives and children into refugees. Wehrmacht troops fought well, and the number of deserters was always very small, but they were no longer as enthusiastic as before, and were less willing to resist the enemy, Jodl claimed. The combined bomber offensive also delivered emotional shocks that helped to change German attitudes that needed to be changed, not to win the war, but to secure the peace. The final months of Ursula von Kardorff's war experience illustrate this point. After her Berlin flat was destroyed by Allied bombs in the late winter of 1944, von Kardorff quit her job and left the city for a secluded village in rural Swabia, where life was like something in a picture. Then in April, the new masters arrived, their Sherman tanks rumbling down the main street of the village, their fortresses roaring overhead in brilliant precision, just as though they were flying over their own country. Men in khaki were everywhere, and for Ursula, they brought with them the promise of freedom, freedom from the ever-looming threat of arrest, torture, and death. When she heard reports on British radio of the shattering discoveries the Allies had made at German concentration camps, she shared the shocking news with her new rural neighbors, most of them party fellow travelers. They answered with looks of cold disapproval. "It's all a pack of lies." Passing through villages in Swabia and other provinces, Allied soldiers and war correspondents encountered a citizenry broken by war and eager to surrender, but without remorse or deep feelings of accountability. The photojournalist Lee Miller, the only woman to accompany the American army from the beaches of Normandy to Hitler's eagle's nest at Berchtesgaden, found Germans repugnant in their hypocrisy. No one in Germany has ever heard of a concentration camp. No one had ever been a Nazi, and no Germans, unless they are underground resistance workers or concentration camp inmates, find that Hitler did anything wrong except lose. To Miller and fellow reporters like Martha Gellhorn, Germany gave no evidence of knowing it was sick, even in the hour of its death. The bombing appeared to have changed few people's minds about the Jews, or even about Germany's right to seize the land and wealth of its European neighbors, conquests that were provoked by its encirclement by enemies that meant it harm, Germans told New York Times reporter Raymond Daniel. But as in Japan, the bombing did discredit the old leadership, weakening its emotional hold on the people, the first and essential step in the long process of eradicating fascism and militarism. It was the shocking experience of becoming the world's vastest ruin, not a repudiation of the propelling impulses of National Socialism, that initially broke the link between the party and the people, smoothing the way for the slow transition to a society pledged to peace and democracy. The U.S. bombing survey concluded that the morale effects of bombing were more important for the denazification of Germany than for hastening military defeat. Bombing brought home to the German people the full impact of modern war with all its suffering. The imprint on the German nation will be lasting. Then and now. The American Air Force entered World War II with the fantastic notion that aerial warfare could be waged at minimal cost to enemy noncombatants, that destruction and death could be contained by new aiming instruments. But bomber warfare brought the battlefront to the home front with a wanton destructiveness that would have outraged even General William Tecumseh Sherman. Approximately 1.5 million people, more than one-half of them women, were killed by bombs in World War II, as opposed to roughly 3,000 in World War I, a 500-fold increase in civilian mortality. Yet American air leaders in Europe never publicly admitted that they were waging what the New York Times reporter Percy Knauth called total air war, the kind of total war that Germany fought, although with less effective means. The American air chiefs knew what they were doing, Knauth argued, but were afraid to admit it, for fear that the truth might split public opinion at home. They need not have worried. The American people solidly supported the combined bomber offensive, as they would the dropping of atomic bombs on Japan. In early 1944, when the British pacifist Vera Brittain published a scorching indictment of RAF terror bombing, massacre by bombing, in Fellowship, the organ of the Pacifist Fellowship of Reconciliation, the prominent journalist William Scherer accused her of being a dupe for Joseph Goebbels's propaganda machine. That February, the New York Times reported that its mailing was running 50-1 against Britain's essay, which supported the war but urged that it be conducted humanely. The editorial position of the Times was not unlike the opinion of George Orwell, who, in his own answer to Vera Brittain in the London press, wrote that there is something very distasteful in accepting war as an instrument and at the same time wanting to dodge responsibility for its more obviously barbarous features. Before Pearl Harbor, Percy Knauth believed, with Vera Brittain, that the bombing of non-combatants should be made an international war crime. What he saw in the war convinced him that he had been naive. We did not realize that war knows nothing of humanitarianism. We did not realize that the bombing of military and so-called civilian targets together is the only way in which air warfare can be waged effectively, that it is impossible to separate the two. But neither Knauth nor any other reporter who covered the war believed that bombing killed more civilians than ground warfare. As Orwell wrote in 1944, "Heaven knows how many people our air blitz on Germany and the occupied countries has killed and will kill, but you can be quite certain it will never come anywhere near the slaughter that has happened on the Russian front." Orwell, like Knauth, was sensitive to the killing of another group of innocents, besides women, children, and the elderly. Normal or legitimate warfare picks out and slaughters all the healthiest and bravest of the young male population. The same humanitarians who screamed with horror at the bombing of German towns, Orwell noted, applauded every time a German U-boat went to the bottom with 50 and more brave young men dying horribly by suffocation. That is just one of the ways in which war is inherently barbarous, and therefore to be avoided if the cause is not right. And here is where World War II holds a lesson for humanity. The Nazis did not think of themselves as savages, and that made them irredeemable. But, as Orwell wrote, if we see ourselves as the savages we are, some improvement is possible, or at least thinkable. The war shattered another of Percy Knauth's notions, the idea that there was a clear distinction between American and British bombing policies. In the spring of 1945, he visited an aircraft plant near Nuremberg that had been precision-bombed by the 8th Air Force. Outside the plant, there was a housing development for the workers. The Germans could have moved the workers out of these cottages, far from harm's way, but they did not. So when the Americans destroyed the factory, they also destroyed the workers' homes. In some of them, a few people were still living, women and children of the workers' families. They were wild-eyed, dirty, and half-starved. By night they barricaded themselves in the cave-like ruins of their homes, fearing rape by passing refugees or soldiers. Their clothes were in rags. In some ways they looked almost as bad as the prisoners of Buchenwald. After the war, navigator Paul Slaughter of the 493rd Bomb Group, an aspiring writer, read Percy Knauth's powerful book, Germany in Defeat. What he said about there being no distinction between our bombing and that of the British got me thinking about an encounter I had with an RAF bomber pilot in a London pub sometime in the fall of 1944, just before I completed my tour of duty. He said in an interview, "He was a big guy, a Scotsman, and a terrific talker. At one point he looked at me and said, 'You know, we do the same thing, although you chaps won't admit it. We do area raids on area targets, and you Yanks do area raids on pinpoint targets.' That got a laugh out of me," Slaughter recalled. "I didn't want to argue with the guy. I was tired and homesick and didn't want to talk about the war. And anyway, he was right. Our bombing was pretty messy." Long afterward, I revisited that conversation in my mind and thought I had missed an opportunity. I should have told him, "We are different than you. Not better, just different. It has nothing to do with courage or concern for women and children or anything like that. It's the job we are given, the orders we carry out, that make us different. Our commanders have a better idea how to beat the enemy, by destroying his industries, not his cities, and by trying to do this as accurately as possible. Yes, we miss a lot, can't be helped, but in warfare or anything else, intent surely matters." "But remember," Paul Slaughter said, I wasn't there in the closing months of the war when we joined the British in dumping bombs in the middle of cities in the crazy belief that this would stop the Germans from fighting and working. Chapter 17. A Pageant of Misery. Our airmen who were prisoners of the Germans are special. They were there in the belly of the beast. They saw and experienced the tyranny that other airmen knew only from afar. Robert Rosie Rosenthal, 100th Bomb Group. London, March 28, 1945. That morning Winston Churchill sent a note to Charles Portal, head of the Royal Air Force. It seems to me that the moment has come when the question of bombing of German cities simply for the sake of increasing the terror, though under other pretexts, should be reviewed. Otherwise we shall come into control of an utterly ruined land. The destruction of Dresden remains a serious query against the conduct of Allied bombing. I feel the need for more precise concentration upon military objectives, such as oil and communications, behind the immediate battle zone, rather than on mere acts of terror and wanton destruction, however impressive. Portal was indignant. Although unsuccessful in pressuring Arthur Harris to concentrate on the military targets the Prime Minister now seemed to favor exclusively, he resented the implication that Bomber Command had become solely a terror force. It had played an instrumental role in both the oil and transportation campaigns, and that January it was Churchill who had pressed the RAF to begin basting the cities of eastern Germany. Was he now trying to bring down the blame for Dresden entirely on Bomber Command? Portal thought so. Shown a copy of the Prime Minister's note, Arthur Harris branded it an insult both to the bombing policy of the Air Ministry and to the manner in which that policy has been executed by Bomber Command. Unlike Portal, however, he believed that area bombing should continue. I do not personally regard the whole of the remaining cities of Germany as worth the bones of one British grenadier. He fumed. When Portal suggested that Churchill withdraw his minute, the Prime Minister wisely agreed and drafted a milder one. A week later, the British discontinued their area offensive and began discussions with the Americans to end the entire strategic air campaign. Both air forces had run out of strategic targets to bomb. On April 16th, Karl Spaatz sent a directive to his two European bombardment commanders, Jimmy Doolittle in England and Nathan Twining in Italy. The advances of the ground forces have brought to a close the strategic air war waged by the United States Strategic Air Forces and the Royal Air Force Bomber Command. It has been won with a decisiveness becoming increasingly evident as our armies overrun Germany. From now on, our strategic air forces must operate with our tactical air forces in close cooperation with our armies. 9 days later, the 8th Air Force flew its final heavy bombing mission of the European War, a series of raids on the sprawling Skoda works at Pilsen, Czechoslovakia, and smaller targets in Austria. It was a tactical mission requested by the ground forces, not a strategic raid. The Czech munitions mill was believed to be supplying tanks and heavy guns to German forces in that area of the collapsing Reich, and there were railroad centers in and around Salzburg that were still moving enemy troops and supplies. Part of the Pilsen force, the 384th Bomb Group, took off from Grafton Underwood in the English Midlands, the same airfield from which the 8th Air Force mounted its first heavy bombing mission of the war on August 17, 1942. On that short run to Rouen, there had been no losses. On April 25, 1945, heavy bombing mission number 968, 6 bombers succumbed to withering flak fire over the Skoda works. The 42 crewmen missing in action were the last combat casualties sustained by the 8th Air Force. The next day, Soviet and American armies met at the Elbe River, and Nazi Germany was cut in half. The wheel of history turned. One of the flyers who made it back from Pilsen defined the uncrushable spirit of the Air Force that helped bring Germany to ruin. 27-year-old Lieutenant Colonel Emmanuel Manny Klett, son of a Lutheran minister who had emigrated from Germany, had arrived in England in early 1943, when an American bomber crewman's average life expectancy was 15 missions. He flew against the toughest targets, Saint-Nazaire, Fegesack, and Schweinfurt, and was wounded by flak on one mission and sustained 5 fractures in a crash landing in England. When he regained the use of his legs, he joined the 91st Bomb Group at Bassingbourn and took command of one of its radar-equipped Pathfinder squadrons. Although not required to fly, he led his men on every difficult mission, including the big one to Berlin on February 3, 1945. "I asked him to stay on the ground more," said his commanding officer, "but he still continued to go. I got my dander up and ordered him only to go when his turn to lead came up. He still went. What the hell are you going to do with a man like that?" Manny Klett's trip to Pilsen on April 25th was his 91st bombardment raid of the war, a record for the European theater. Another kind of Air Force. The last cargo dropped by the 8th Air Force was food for starving people. In late April, the Germans still held an iron grip on great parts of the Netherlands. To blunt the Allied advance and punish persistent Dutch resistance, the fanatical Nazi commanders had cut off food supplies to the people and opened the dikes, flooding much of the country's low-lying farmland. By the spring of 1945, over 12,000 Dutch had died of starvation, and another 4.5 million were suffering from malnutrition, reduced to eating tulip bulbs when stocks of vile-tasting sugar beets ran out. "Unless a gift comes from heaven," a Dutch woman wrote her brother in England, "we will soon die." In the last week of April, with the die-hard Nazi garrison still refusing to surrender, General Eisenhower pressured German civil authorities in the Netherlands to agree to a ceasefire that would allow British and American bombers to airdrop food supplies. If they did anything to disrupt the food drop, Eisenhower warned them, the Allies would treat every officer and man responsible for such interference as violators of the laws of war. The airlift was a lifesaver for the Dutch and a greatly needed psychological lift for American bomber boys, some of whom were having trouble dealing with their jobs as state-sanctioned destroyers. In long, late-night talks, we wondered what was happening to us. Were we machines? Were we Avengers? Recalled Harry Crosby, the former bombardier with the Bloody 100th, who was now an operations officer. On May 1st, the day the world learned of Adolf Hitler's suicide, the 8th became, in Crosby's words, another kind of Air Force. Not strategic or tactical, but humanitarian, part of a mission the British called Operation Manna, the Americans, less reverentially, Operation Chowhound. By agreement with the Germans, only skeleton crews without gunners, were authorized to fly, but that order was almost universally disregarded. Everyone wanted to fly, Crosby recalled. Even maintenance men and chaplains boarded the heavies after loading the bomb bays with boxes of army rations and sacks of potatoes donated by British farmers. The bombers entered Dutch airspace in single file as low as 200 feet and released their cargo in open areas marked with huge red crosses. It was a free drop. No parachutes were attached to the food cartons, but servicemen had made their own small parachutes out of handkerchiefs and scraps of cloth, filled them with candy, cigarettes, and food from home, and dropped them randomly. Resistance fighters who had hidden the parachutes of downed Allied flyers they had saved from the Gestapo retrieved them from haystacks and storage cellars, painted them vivid colors, and fashioned them into happiness clothes, hats, scarves, and skirts. They joined tens of thousands of their grateful countrymen who crowded the drop zones, in defiance of Nazi orders, and waved small British and American flags they had saved for the hour of their liberation. On the outskirts of Amsterdam, Chuck Alling's fortress passed over fields of brilliantly colored tulips. In one of them, the heads of the flowers had been clipped to say, "Many thanks, Yanks." I felt better about Manna Chowhound than I did about Operation Clarion. said Harry Crosby. While Chowhound was in full swing, General Doolittle authorized 30,000 8th Air Force ground personnel to make aerial tours of Germany to see with their own eyes what they had helped to bring about. Mechanics, bomb loaders, cooks, truck drivers, control tower operators, and typists were taken on low-level aerial sweeps of bomb-blasted German cities. Trolley missions, the men called them. One city was like another, gray, flattened, and dead, a member of the 100th Bomb Group scribbled in his diary. "There will never be a new Germany," said Danny Roy Moore of Homer, Louisiana. "They can never rebuild. No way." Even the men who had wrought this destruction could hardly believe the magnitude of it. 8th Air Force pilot Kenneth Deacon Jones flew a trolley mission on May 3, 1945, and recorded his impressions in a pocket-sized notebook. Jones had eagerly awaited the day he could fly over Germany without fear, yet looking down at a ruined land, he felt only emptiness. The powerhouse industries of the Rhine Valley had been smashed to splinters, but so too had homes and hospitals, schools and social halls, and great parts of the cathedrals of Lübeck, Mainz, Munster, and Cologne. European mankind must blush with shame, Joseph Goebbels had declared, to think that a 20-year-old American, Canadian, or Australian terror pilot can and is allowed to destroy a painting by Albrecht Dürer or Titian and commit sacrilege against the most venerable names of mankind. But Deacon Jones never doubted that the bombs he dropped on Germany were punishment to fit the crime. Jones's trolley tour was different from that of most others. His commanding officer wanted the men to walk the streets of a city that Allied bombs had silenced, to see and smell the wastage of total war. Landing in an airbase on the border between Holland and Germany, the men boarded army trucks that took them to Cologne, the turbulent river port of nearly 1 million people that had been turned into a mausoleum by 33 months of bombing, most of it by the British. Many of the 40,000 people who remained in Cologne had become cave dwellers, troglodytes sharing candle-lit coal cellars with disease-carrying rats and flies. Insolent and fat, the rats lived on the decaying corpses that had not been removed from the wreckage. As Jones walked through this ghost-like place, its streets lined with gaunt, smokeless chimneys, the rubble stacked up to form hills 100 feet high, he felt like he was visiting the lowest depths of hell. The airmen were told that the Nazis had fled Cologne in panic, taking with them virtually every man and woman who might have helped alleviate the suffering of those left behind. There were no city officials, no doctors or nurses, no police or social workers, and Cologne's hearty lovers of Rhine wine and potato dumplings were reduced to an animal-like existence, digging for food in rank-smelling piles of broken brick and iron. Yet in this city that had almost ceased to exist, Deacon Jones saw frail German women sweeping and washing what remained of their sidewalks and streets. It did not seem to bother them that the rubble-strewn streets they were cleaning were fantastically impassable. Jones understood. In this unearthly place, it was important to reaffirm that life must go on. But most of Cologne's survivors, he noticed, remained out of sight, holed up in their subterranean haunts as if they did not want to take in what had been done to them. As the GI trucks rumbled down the streets, Jones could see the cold fury in the faces of the rubble women they passed. Here were the air gangsters who had brought this great sorrow down on them. Hours before, their incoming B-24s had thundered overhead so low that their bomb bays were clearly visible from the ground, reigniting people's memories of the rocking explosions that had shattered their lives, the hammering of the sky upon the earth. The trucks stopped in the center of Cologne, and the men piled out for a walk through the city. Stopping for a moment to make an entry in his diary, Jones wondered how anyone could proclaim, "We won," after seeing these ruins. Yet winning, he knew, had been tremendously necessary. Back at the airstrip, as he fired up the engines of his bomber, He had only one thought, a deep desire never to come this way again for any reason. Never had untouched America appealed to him more urgently. As he crossed the North Sea under a low canopy of clouds, he felt a door closing on his youth. I was 20 years old and felt ancient. The Blizzard March. The 8th Air Force had one more mission. Allied prisoners of war had to be brought out of southern Germany and Austria to transit camps in northern France, where they would be fed, reclothed, and given medical care before being sent home. Revival missions, they were called. Rosie Rosenthal, back at Thorpe Abbotts and fully recovered from wounds suffered on the Berlin raid of February 3rd, was one of the first to volunteer. I had rejoined the 100th too late to get another crack at the Germans, but this was a mission I really wanted to fly. It was a mercy run to Linz, Austria, and the liberated prisoners were French POWs. After that, I wanted to fly down to southern Germany to pick up our own liberated airmen, but that was not a mission assigned to the 100th. We were waiting to be picked up at a place called Moosburg, near Munich, an enormous prison camp where General Patton had liberated us, recalled Lieutenant Lulovsky. It was like a bolt from the blue. One day we were slaves, the next day we were free. On the day we were liberated, a lot of the men broke down and cried. I didn't. I willed myself not to cry. I thought I was dreaming, and that if I cried I would wake up and still be a prisoner. None of these airmen had begun his imprisonment at Moosburg. The Allied flyers had arrived there at the very end of the war, after long forced marches from camps along Germany's eastern front. For 3 months they had been lost to the world outside their confinement. Even the Red Cross had been unable to track them. They had traveled by foot and rail through the spreading chaos of the dying Reich, witnesses to both the suffering they had caused with their bombs and the barbarism they had risked their lives to eradicate. What many of us saw and experienced, no one at home would have believed, said the Bloody Hundredth's Gail Cleven. It is a story that begins on January 27, 1945, and has no end, for no airman on the march outlived the burden of his experience. On that day, with the Russians closing in on Posen and Breslau, approximately 80 miles north and south of Zagan, Hitler ordered the Luftwaffe to move the prisoners of Stalag Luft III to camps west of Berlin. Additional orders went out to evacuate other stalags in the path of the Russian stampede. Among the hundreds of thousands of prisoners held by the Germans were 95,000 Americans, 38,000 of them airmen, bomber crewmen and fighter pilots from outfits all over Europe. Hitler had wanted these flyers kept as hostages for any eventuality. One of his twisted ideas was to billet them in towns heavily bombed by the Anglo-Americans. Another was to execute them if the bombing continued. On the evening of January 27th, the prisoners in South Compound of Stalag Luft III were being treated to a Kriegi production of the popular Broadway comedy You Can't Take It With You. Midway through the first act, the doors burst open and Colonel Charles Goodrich, senior officer of the compound, stormed down the center aisle, leaped onto the stage, and held out his arms to call for silence. The goons have given us 30 minutes to be at the front gate. Get your stuff together and line up. Messengers raced through the compounds to spread the word, and men started packing emergency rations they had stowed away: chocolate, sugar, dried fruit, and cheese. Like most other prisoners, David Westheimer thought he was prepared for the cold. He wore 2 pairs of socks, wool long johns, a wool shirt and pants, a sweater, a battle dress jacket, a stocking cap, a muffler, a greatcoat, and 2 pairs of gloves. It had been snowing all day, and by nightfall, as the men lined up in threes outside their barracks, the snow was heavy on the ground, and the wind was blowing fiercely from the west, the direction in which they would be marching. Waiting in the dark for the order to march, the men of South Compound stomped their feet in the soft snow to try to keep them warm. Some men started to shake, terrified at moving out into an unknown future. Prison life wasn't a picnic, said Gail Clevin, but it was relatively safe. Outside the wire, who knows what awaited us? The 2,000 prisoners of South Compound were the first to leave Stalag Luft 3. The men of West Compound followed, led by Colonel Dare Alkire, the first commander of the 100th Bomb Group. John Egan and Buck Clevin, who had lived together in the Stalag, fell in line behind Alkire. Colonel Delmar Spivey's center compound was the last to leave, at around 3 a.m. At the head of that trailing column was General Arthur Vanneman, limping noticeably from wounds suffered when he had parachuted into Germany and become the highest-ranking officer in enemy hands. As the prisoners marched past the camp warehouse, each man was handed a Red Cross box weighing about 11 pounds. These suitcases were too heavy to carry, so the men tore them open and stuffed their favorite items into their overcoat pockets and knapsacks: chocolate D-bars, prunes, and cigarettes. Camp guards were waiting for them outside the gate, their snarling sentry dogs pulling menacingly at their leashes, their machine guns mounted on horse-drawn wagons. A few Hitler Youth had joined the guards, as had some big-bellied members of the Volkssturm, Hitler's ragtag home guard. Anyone attempting to escape would be shot, the goons announced. So off we went, recalled Lulovsky. Destination unknown. As Lieutenant A. Edwin Stern of the Bloody 100th marched into the silent pine forest outside the darkened camp, a terrible thought ran through his mind. The previous spring, when he was captured near Berlin, a woman jumped out of the unruly crowd that surrounded him and spat in his face, and a group of hard-faced Nazi youth threw stones at him. Now he was going out among these people he had bombed, German settlers who had been transplanted to Silesia, to Lebensraum created by Hitler's quick conquest of Poland. What would the reception be like? But most of the prisoners were in high spirits when they began the march. There was lots of joking and friendly banter about Uncle Joe's boys overtaking us and freeing us in a day or so, said Clevin. 6 or 7 hours later, no one was laughing. Nearly everyone had fallen into a despairing silence, each man folded into his own thoughts, fighting a private battle against the cold. Marching into the teeth of the worst European blizzard in decades, some prisoners were temporarily blinded by the lacerating snow. Heads bowed, shoulders hunched against the winds, men slept as they walked. When a defeated man staggered to his knees from exhaustion and exposure, his buddies would pull him up and slip cubes of sugar into his mouth. The cold blurred lines of authority and created a community of misery among the prisoners and their guards. Middle-aged guards who were too exhausted to tote their rifles handed them to prisoners to carry. Alles ist kaputt, they would mutter sourly. At one point, Lieutenant Stern lifted his gaze and through the swirling snow spotted 2 Americans helping one of the older guards, who could go no further. 2 days into the march, 2 guards and 4 Americans died. There was talk of escape, even mutiny, but the American commanders ordered their men to stay together and orderly. They were deep inside the Reich, and all that was out there beyond the frozen road was the killing cold. Better to face it together than alone. The Germans gave them no food or water, and at night the prisoners were billeted in barns, churches, chicken houses, and abandoned concentration camps. One evening, Dar Alkire's group slept in a pottery factory worked by Polish and French slave laborers from a local prison camp. Some of the women offered their bodies for American cigarettes, chocolate bars, and soap, but most of the sex-starved men were too exhausted to oblige. Clevin and Egan sprawled out on the concrete floor, blessedly heated by giant kilns in the basement. It was hard to get any shut-eye, says Clevin. Men were screaming in their sleep that they couldn't march another step. After a long rest, they reached another village. By this time, their guards barely paid attention to them. The Germans were caught up in their own battles for survival. Only the sentry dogs, released from their leashes, stalked the edges of the column. The line of prisoners extended for almost 30 miles along the route Napoleon had taken back from Moscow, and the narrow road was jammed with refugees fleeing the oncoming Russians. Their sorrowful caravan was part of the greatest panic migration in European history. In that week, there were over 7 million people, most of them from Silesia, Pomerania, and East Prussia, heading back to the fatherland. By the end of January, nearly 50,000 refugees were pouring into Berlin every day, part of the stream of displaced humanity that would be targeted at train stations by American bombers on February 3rd. We pass silent, deserted towns where refugees line the roads in horse and cattle-drawn carts, waiting to move out. The former New York journalist Eugene Halmos wrote in his secret diary. Little kids peek out, red-faced with the cold, from under huge piles of household goods. Enormous hay wagons, pulled by starving horses, their bones showing through their shanks, rattled past them on the road. Stone-faced patriarchs rode up front and watched impassively as the prisoners offered small pieces of chocolate to the children huddled in the backs of the wagons. Occasionally, a ragged Wehrmacht regiment passed them on the road, heading in the opposite direction, toward the westward-moving Russians. These were not the goose-stepping conquerors that the men had seen in the newsreels back home. They looked impossibly young and tremendously afraid, and some of them asked the prisoners for food. On February 1st, the first waves of prisoners arrived in the garrison town of Spremberg, where the Germans finally issued them food, bowls of diluted barley gruel and black bread. Alkir's group had walked over 60 miles in 5 days. After devouring their food, they walked the final mile to the railroad station, where they were pushed into closed cattle cars. The cars had no markings identifying them as carriers of POWs, and this alarmed the men. They knew American fighter planes would be stalking the rail lines. "Where are we going?" one of the prisoners asked a guard. "Another camp," came the unwelcome reply. "You will not like it." A few days later, General Vanneman's group stumbled into Spremberg. There, Spivey learned from the guards that his men would be shipped by rail to where the prisoners of South Compound had just been sent, a large camp in the town of Moosburg in eastern Bavaria. He and Vanneman would not be accompanying them. They were to be taken to Berlin on a secret mission and then repatriated to Switzerland, their reward for getting their men to Spremberg in good order. Spivey protested. He wanted to stay with his men, and he didn't want them to think that he and Vanneman had worked out a private deal for their own release. But the guards were adamant. As Spivey stood on the sidewalk and watched his 2,000 men march down the street toward the rail station, he shouted to them to keep their chins up. Conditions inside the boxcars were unspeakably hideous. Navigator Frank Murphy of the 100th Bomb Group wrote in his account of the march, "We could not lie down. We either stood or sat on blankets on the hard floor, packed together with our knees drawn up tightly under our chins. Many men passed out from the cold and lack of food. Others were so ill they vomited or lost control of their bowels, and we had no way to clean ourselves. Some men were so miserable they cried." 2 days later, toward midnight, Frank Murphy's group arrived at a railroad siding in Moosburg. When the train stopped, men started screaming for the doors of the cattle cars to be opened. They wanted fresh air, food, and water, but they were left in the locked cars for the entire night. When the doors were opened just after dawn, most of the prisoners were too weak to move. The guards had to climb into the cars and shove them out. Their clothes soiled by vomit and feces, the men were marched to the gates of Stalag 7A, a catch basin for every segment of humanity the Nazis had warred on. This vermin-infested pigsty would be their home for the remainder of the war. Limbo. A week earlier, Dar Alkir's group had arrived at an equally abysmal camp on the outskirts of Nuremberg, about 80 miles north of Moosburg. 8th Air Force pilot William H. Wheeler, a prisoner for 18 months after being shot down on the Regensburg-Schweinfurt raid, was with them. When the guards pulled open the door of his boxcar, Wheeler saw that they were in a large marshalling yard, and noticed that the Luftwaffe guards were backed by black-uniformed SS troops. The Germans were prepared for trouble. The anger and rage of the POWs was close to being suicidal, Wheeler recalled. They shouted curses in German and appeared ready to riot. Then word came through the ranks from Al-Qair to calm down so they could get to the camp, where there was food and water. Stalag 13D had no heat or beds and was located only 2 miles from a freight yard that was a favorite target of Allied bombers. Here, the airmen got a taste of their own poison, as the 8th Air Force and Bomber Command pounded the city day and night. The men took cover in shallow slit trenches they dug outside their barracks, holding blankets and coats over their heads to protect themselves from showers of spent shrapnel from enemy anti-aircraft guns. The British dropped bombs the size of small trucks, and some of them fell close to the camp, sending shock waves across the ground capable of breaking bones. I prayed, not just for myself, recalled an 8th Air Force flyer, but mainly that no American city would ever see anything like it. Colonel Al-Qair went to the commandant in a rage and demanded that his men be moved to another camp. There were no other places to put them, he was told. Would they rather be placed inside burning Nuremberg? The men learned to live with the bombs. Hunger was the greater enemy. Within a week after the prisoners arrived at Nuremberg, the Germans ran out of barley soup and potatoes and began serving dehydrated vegetables infested with weevils and worms. Some prisoners sorted out the bugs, others devoured them and discouraged weaker men from eating their food so they could have it. On the 1st of April, prisoners heard on their hidden radios that the American 7th Army was advancing directly toward Nuremberg. 2 days later, over 15,000 emaciated POWs were formed into columns and put on the road to Munich. This was a hot zone, and they were in daily danger from friendly air fire. Passing a marshalling yard, they saw a squadron of Thunderbolts diving straight at them with guns blazing. 3 airmen were killed and 3 others wounded. The next day, the men put a huge replica of an American Air Corps insignia on the road, with an arrow pointing in the direction of the march. This ended the bombing of the column, said the group's medic, Sergeant Gordon K. Butts. The march had begun under bright skies, but by the first afternoon a cold rain began to fall, and it tracked the airmen for days. To maintain order, Al-Qair had to have more food. He wanted Red Cross parcels immediately, he told the German captain in charge of the march. If any of his men died, he would hold him personally responsible. Unknown to Al-Qair, General Vanneman and Colonel Spivey had already taken care of this. After being brought to Berlin, they met with representatives of SS Lieutenant General Gottlob Berger, who was still in charge of Air Force prison camps. Working through the Swiss government, Berger made arrangements for Red Cross supplies to be delivered from Geneva to Allied prisoners of war who were being moved from the Eastern Front. Like his earlier effort to prevent his own SS from taking over control of the Luftcamps after the Great Escape, this was a calculated effort by Berger to appease the approaching Western Allies. The Americans and the British provided a fleet of 200 trucks and 2 special trains, and the Germans guaranteed their safe passage under an emergency relief agreement engineered by Eisenhower. Prodded by Churchill, who feared that Hitler planned to murder some or all of the prisoners, Eisenhower also sent a pointed message to the combined chiefs of staff in Washington. Acts of violence may be perpetrated against prisoners of war, and massacres might be instigated by SS troops or the Gestapo under cover of the general disorder. Preparations were then made to send special forces units from the advancing Allied armies to liberate camps close to the front lines, and airborne troops began training in England to mount rescue missions to prison camps farther behind German lines, paratrooper raids similar to those carried out by General Douglas MacArthur's forces in the Philippines. The war ended, however, before any rescue efforts were attempted. After arranging for Red Cross food relief, Berger summoned Vanneman and Spivey to his heavily guarded headquarters. He wanted Vanneman to take a message to Eisenhower conveying his desire to negotiate. by secret radio codes, a separate peace with the Western Allies. This would allow a reinvigorated Wehrmacht to push the Russians back to the Oder. High-ranking army officers would then murder Hitler and Himmler, who were madmen, Berker said, and arrange an orderly and correct surrender of the country to the Western Allies. Berker would do this, he told Spivey and Vanneman, to save his country from the Bolshevik beasts. He also claimed that he wanted to save the lives of Allied POWs, whom Hitler was threatening to kill as payback for Dresden. Vanneman agreed to work with Berker, but only after Berker promised to stop the forced POW marches and speed up the delivery of food to the men. He and Spivey were then smuggled into neutral Switzerland. From there, Vanneman was flown to France to meet with General Spaatz. Spaatz was incredulous when he heard Berker's peace proposal. "Somebody sure pulled your leg," he told Vanneman. He then sent Vanneman to Washington to get rid of him. The general made a full report to the War Department, which was conspicuously ignored. No one in the Allied command structure would have agreed to this craven deal with a man Vanneman and Spivey considered, in their equal abhorrence of the Communists, a great German. The United States would be in a much better position today, an unchanged Vanneman said in an interview in 1967, if we had done just what Berger wanted us to do, negotiate a peace with the Western Allies. The Russians had long supply lines, and I think the Wehrmacht could have driven them back to the borders of Germany. After the war, Spivey visited Berker frequently and invited him to POW gatherings in the United States, where he honored him as the man who saved Americans from starvation and mass murder. According to Berker, in the early spring of 1945, Hitler had ordered all Allied airmen held by the Germans to be taken to his mountaintop fortress and retreat at Berchtesgaden in the Bavarian Alps south of Munich. They were to be held there as hostages while he tried to negotiate a favorable truce with the Western Allies. If Roosevelt and Churchill were uncooperative, the 35,000 airmen would be executed. Eva Braun, Hitler's mistress, reputedly opposed the order on moral grounds, and knowing that Berker did as well, arranged for Hitler to give the signed order to him. Through a clever bureaucratic ruse, Berker made sure it was never executed. Berker claimed this happened on April 22nd, although there are no witnesses or documents to support his story. On that day, Hitler had decided to stay and die in his Berlin bunker. Having made that decision, why would he have given an order to move POWs to his Alpine redoubt? If Berker didn't save Allied POWs from a death sentence, he did try unsuccessfully to stop the POW marches, and he was able to hasten the delivery of Red Cross parcels to prisoners on the move. Several days after his final meeting with Vanneman and Spivey, a convoy of Red Cross trucks from Switzerland located Dar al-Khair's column and delivered 4,000 packages of food. While the Kriegies sat in an open field eating chocolate bars and downing cans of condensed milk, they learned from the BBC that other American airmen, mostly sergeants, were on forced marches in other parts of Germany. The Red Cross was trying to monitor these marches, but with Germany in chaos, it was unable to find out how many men there were, where they were, or where they were headed. Red Cross representatives did inform London and Washington that sources inside Germany indicated that these men were in grave danger. Family and friends of the prisoners must be ready for bad news, a representative of the American Red Cross announced. The Gunners. The prisoners in danger were from Stalag Luft 4 in Pomerania, some of them still recovering from puncture wounds suffered on the Heidekrug Run. They had been evacuated in late January as the Russians approached their camp. Some were sent to other camps further west, but 6,000 of them, mostly Americans, were split into two columns and were marching westward along a narrow corridor bordering the Baltic Sea, just north of the main Russian drive on Berlin. The guards told them it would be a 3-day hike to their next destination, but many of the men would still be on the road, walking aimlessly, when the Germans surrendered in early May. No one will ever know how many men died on this starvation march, but surely hundreds did, in what was for the American airmen the European equivalent of the Bataan Death March of April 1942. Dr. Leslie Kaplan, the chief medical officer at Stalag Luft 4, remained in the rear of the column, picking up the sick and the dying as they fell behind in mounting numbers, suffering from diphtheria, pneumonia, tuberculosis, dysentery, and frostbite. Kaplan did what he could for them with his small staff of volunteer medics, who performed minor surgery in barnyard filth, lancing infected ulcers on men's feet with scalpels fashioned from safety razors tied to twigs. Sick prisoners seeking shelter for the night were denied access to barns because farmers complained they were too lice-ridden to sleep with their livestock. It was obvious, Kaplan later told investigators, that the welfare of German cattle was placed above our welfare. The worst trial occurred on February 14th, when the prisoners were forced to march 35 kilometers. Men had rampaging dysentery, and they weren't even allowed to stop and relieve themselves, said Sergeant George Gooderly. We'd march through a town, and the men would slow down a bit, drop their drawers, and let fly. With the Russians only 15 to 20 miles behind us, we weren't even allowed to stop for a drink of water, so men, without looking, would reach down and scoop up handfuls of snow and put them in their mouths. But the khaki-colored snow was full of urine and bloody feces, and these men were ingesting hepatitis and yellow jaundice. That night the snow gave way to a cold, driving rain, and the spiritless men slept on soggy ground, littered by the feces of dysenteric prisoners who were marching ahead of them, and they drank from ditches that had been used as latrines. Men who were certain they would not make it to morning said their farewells to friends before nodding off. It was the worst night of my life, Gooderly, the tough Chicagoan, remembered. It was worse than bailing out of a burning bomber. Some men survived the march by being selfish, hoarding and hiding food and firewood, but most of them formed combines, groups of 2 or 3 prisoners who searched for food and firewood together and shared everything, even their body heat. The buddy system saved lives. Day 35 was my day of reckoning, Sergeant Joseph O'Donnell recalled. On that day, the scrawny ball turret gunner from Riverside, New Jersey, almost gave up. Collapsing beside the road in his soaking wet clothing, he stared at his reflection in a cold pool of water. It was the first time he had seen his face since he left the camp. I saw a harried, starved, unshaven skeleton, he wrote days later in his logbook. Convinced he had no chance of surviving, O'Donnell decided he would die right there, sitting like a beggar by the road. But my top turret gunner picked me up, carried me to a barn, covered me with straw, and by morning I felt a little better. On March 28th, when they reached a town just west of the Elbe River, the prisoners were loaded into boxcars and taken to Stalag 11B at Fallingbostel, 30 miles away, a collection pen for tens of thousands of prisoners of all nationalities. We wanted to get back in prison, where there was food and shelter, Gooderly recalled, but we quickly found out that this vile pit was worse than Luft 4. A week later, O'Donnell's column was gathered together and put on another forced march. This time the guards directed them eastward to escape the oncoming Anglo-American armies. They doubled back and covered much of the same territory they had traversed the previous month. As they marched in warmer weather, eating the flesh of horses killed by American fighter planes, they heard the rumble of friendly artillery in the distance. This raised hopes, but by the 20th day, some men wondered if they had sufficient strength to hold on. Traveling through rural Germany, the sergeant gunners of Stalag Luft 4 did not encounter pathetic processions of refugees or pass towns flattened by Allied bombs, and the only barbarity they experienced was inflicted on them. Another group of marching prisoners saw the deepest depths of Nazi depravity. They were from Stalag 17B, a prison containing over 4,200 non-commissioned officers of the American Air Force, as well as 26,000 POWs from France, Russia, Italy, and smaller nations. On April 8th, the American POWs, marching in 8 separate groups, evacuated their camp near Krems, Austria, as the Red Army began its encirclement of Vienna, only 50 miles away. No reason was given for moving only the Americans, but the Germans were probably hoping to use them as bargaining chips in any negotiations they might enter into with the U.S. Army. Several days later, as the prisoners approached the city of Linz, Sergeant Richard H. Hoffman, a B-24 tail gunner, saw German soldiers herding hundreds of people onto the road. As the column of humanity came closer, one of the Kriegis cried out, "Who are these people?" "Untermenschen," replied a guard. Subhumans. They were walking skeletons with sunken chests and mouths without teeth, and they had a scary, far-away look in their eyes. Ignoring orders not to speak to them, a number of POWs called out in several languages, asking them who they were. They were Jews and political prisoners, mostly Hungarians, and they were from a camp called Mauthausen. They were being marched to the front to build gun emplacements for their enslavers. Then a shot rang out, and one of the wretched souls, seated on the ground, fell over on his side, a geyser of blood spurting from his head. An SS officer holstered his pistol and approached another man sitting on the road. He gave him a good kick and ordered him to get up. The man tried, but couldn't. In an instant, the German pulled out his pistol and shot him in the forehead. As the airmen moved down the road in shocked silence, many of them felt a commingling of revulsion and fear, hatred for the Germans, and the terrifying realization that this might happen to them. "I wanted to charge into the Germans and kill them all, but dear God, I was afraid," Hoffman recalled. On the streets of the town of Mauthausen, Sergeant Hoffman's group saw more bullet-marked bodies lying in spreading puddles of their own blood. When Allied prisoners stopped to rest, hardly anyone spoke. Close to Linz, a Nazi stronghold, nearly every town they passed through had been heavily bombed. Citizens, mostly women, children, and old people, were sitting on piles of bricks and debris, shocked into silence and staring at the ruins, Hoffman recalls. But after what they had just seen, the men found it hard to summon up compassion for the people of these wasted towns. Crossing the Danube, the airmen marched in the direction of Braunau am Inn, Hitler's birthplace. On April 18th, they came to a hastily built camp in a pine forest by the river Inn. There they met up with POWs from Stalag 17A, who had arrived just before them and built crude huts inside a barbed wire enclosure. There was only a light guard detachment, but the other prisoners warned the new men not to try to escape. The American army was on the opposite bank of the river, where white sheets could be seen hanging from the upper windows of nearly every house. Liberation. Less than 100 miles to the west, the main body of Dar al-Khair's column had just reached Moosburg's Stalag 7A. Gale Kleven was no longer with them. He had escaped the evening the marchers reached the Danube, after telling al-Khair that he was convinced the Germans planned to fall back into the Alps and stage a desperate stand, using American airmen as negotiating pawns. His friend John Egan agreed with him, but had to stay behind. Al-Khair had put him in charge of security operations on the march. That night, Kleven and 2 other men had crawled through an open stockade filled with manure, with Egan providing cover by priming a rusty old pump, the squealing and scraping drawing the attention of the guards. But it was the manure that saved them. "It was Chanel No. 5, Kleven said later. "It took the dogs off our scent. Once out of the stockade, we took off through muddy fields and slept that evening in a grove of willows. We had no map, no compass, but we figured if we kept moving west and traveled by night, we'd soon run into our boys." By now, the prison population at Moosburg had ballooned to over 100,000, slave laborers, freshly transferred concentration camp inmates, and POWs like Lulovsky, who had been there for weeks. On Sunday morning, April 29th, bullets began to whistle through the camp, and heavy arms fire erupted all around it. Finding cover, John Egan scrawled in his notebook, "Right now, a fair-sized war is going on all around us." It was a battle between advance elements of Patton's Third Army and SS troops for control of the town of Moosburg. Looking around, Egan noticed that the camp guards were gone. They had been ordered to reinforce the SS. 12:30 April 29th. The fighting has moved away, I hope, and you can see Old Glory flying from the steeple of the village church. The town has been taken. My first glimpse of the red, white, and blue in 19 months, Egan wrote from the now quiet camp. Thousands of American prisoners, tears streaming down their cheeks, stood at attention, saluting the flag. Then a Sherman tank smashed through the main gate, and the men rushed toward it, patting and kissing it, and holding out their hands to touch their emancipators as they popped up out of their hatches. A captain climbed out of the tank and announced that he had come for his brother. Seconds later, a prisoner ran toward the Sherman, and the brothers embraced. Another tanker freed his son, a lieutenant in the American Air Force. "For us, the war is over," Eugene Halmos wrote in his diary. It was 10 months to the day since he had been shot down over Holland. Someone lowered the Nazi swastika and ran the stars and stripes up the camp flagpole. Then up went the other flags the men had hidden in anticipation of this day, the Union Jack, the Red Star of Russia, the French tricolors, and the flags of nearly every other Allied nation. The prisoners went wild. "We cheered even louder," said Airman Roger Burwell, "when a truckload of bread showed up. It was real white bread, which tastes like cake to us." That night, Al Kyer informed his men that they would be flown to France in 7 to 10 days. On May 1st, George Patton arrived at Moosburg in a long Packard touring car, accompanied by an entourage of reporters and newsreel cameramen. Striding through the camp like a conquering king, his ivory-handled pistols bouncing on his hips, he stopped suddenly to examine the pale, shrunken bodies of Frank Murphy and his Zagan buddies. "I'm going to kill these sons of bitches for this," he muttered in a low, cold voice. That night, freed prisoners from every nation in Europe paraded in the streets of Moosburg, showing off the booty they had liberated from German homes and stores, cases of cognac and wine, pigs and lambs, crossbows and sabers, top hats and hunting rifles. American POWs snaked through the crowds in stolen German bicycles, motorcycles, and command cars, throwing flowers and flashing victory signs. All the while, Sherman tanks pushed through this madcap scene, followed by long lines of stone-eyed soldiers. Patton's men were marching south to stamp out the dying embers of Nazi resistance. The next morning, at a forest camp near Braunau, Sergeant Richard Hoffman went down to the River Inn for a drink of water. On his way back, he spotted a car climbing the mountain road. It was the camp commandant's staff car, and when it came to a stop in the compound, the German got out, walked stiffly around the back of the car, and opened the other door. Out stepped an American Army captain wearing a steel helmet. "I figured the poor bastard had gotten captured," Hoffman recalled. But Hoffman noticed that the American was carrying an automatic pistol. "Prisoners don't carry .45s. I ran toward the car and let out a rebel yell." As he did, POWs rushed toward the American officer, their arms waving wildly. The captain stepped on a tree stump, raised his hands for silence, and announced, "Men, you are back under the control of the United States Army. Your German camp commandant came into Braunau several hours ago and surrendered to our forces." 2 days later, Joe O'Donnell, Leslie Kaplan, and hundreds of other haggard prisoners stumbled into spearheads of the British Eighth Army near the city of Hanover. It was the 26th day of their second forced march, and for O'Donnell, his 86th day on the road since he had left Poland. George Gooderley would have been with them, but he had not made the second march. With the help of a sympathetic German guard, He had hidden out in the Russian compound at Fallingbostel to avoid going on the road again. 2 weeks later, the camp was liberated by a British tank column. A walking skeleton, O'Donnell was flown to an army hospital in England. John Carson and other airmen who were not gravely ill were flown to Camp Lucky Strike, a tent city near the port of Le Havre that held nearly 50,000 liberated prisoners. There they were fed, deloused, and given toilet kits, new uniforms, and stacks of French currency. On May 6th, when word spread through the camp that the Germans were about to surrender, the ex-Creakies began preparing for a celebration. VE Day. At 2:41 a.m. on May 7th, at Eisenhower's headquarters in the cathedral city of Reims, Colonel General Alfred Jodl signed the documents of the Act of Military Surrender. Under the terms, the unconditional surrender of Germany was to take effect at 1 minute before midnight on May 8, 1945, VE Day. But when Stalin protested that the war was not officially over until the Germans ratified the treaty in the presence of Marshal Zhukov, the conqueror of Berlin, Eisenhower was directed to withhold news of the first signing until the second could be accomplished. A large delegation of dignitaries and reporters, led by Air Chief Marshal Tedder, flew to Berlin on May 7th to meet Marshal Zhukov and a German delegation headed by Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, head of the German Armed Forces High Command, OKW, and, with Jodl, one of Hitler's servile sycophants. Nodding donkeys, Albert Speer called them. General Karl Spaatz, who had witnessed the first surrender at SHAEF headquarters at Reims, accompanied Tedder as the American representative. The surrender talks were held at a military engineering college in a small suburb called Karlshorst. After 12 hours of wrangling over the exact wording of the instrument of surrender, the Allied representatives, along with a noisy retinue of reporters and photographers, gathered in a long, austere conference room. General Zhukov sat at the head of a plain wooden table, with Tedder on his right and Spaatz on his left. A Russian guard brought in the German delegation, headed by Field Marshal Keitel. Staring straight ahead, Keitel raised his marshal's baton in salute, sat down at the table, and surveyed the room as he might have looked over the terrain of a battlefield, observed Captain Harry Butcher, Eisenhower's aide. Here was the Prussian and Nazi arrogance which I, and all the others who saw, will forever carry in our minds. After the last Nazi put his signature on the document, Zhukov rose and asked the Germans to leave the hall. When the door closed behind them, the Russian officers rose as one man and let out a thunderous cheer and began bear-hugging one another. It was well past midnight, but servants suddenly appeared and set up a brilliant banquet, with bottles of wine, champagne, vodka, and brandy set beside every plate. The Russians broke into song, and Marshal Zhukov himself danced the Russkaya to loud cheers from his generals. The celebration lasted far into the morning, and at least 3 generals had to be carried out of the room. I was glad to note, said Tedder, that none of them was British. The next morning, Tedder and Spaatz asked to be taken through the heart of Berlin on their way to Tempelhof Airport, south of the city. "This is a city of the dead," wrote correspondent Harold King, who toured the Nazi capital with them. "I have seen Stalingrad. I have lived through the entire London Blitz, but the scene of utter destruction, desolation, and death which meets the eye in Berlin, as far as the eye can rove in all directions, is something that almost baffles description. The town is literally unrecognizable. From the still-standing Brandenburg Gate, everything within a radius of from 2 to 5 miles is destroyed." What bombs had left intact, Russian artillery had finished off. The wreckage was not unlike that of Cologne. Only in Berlin, one had the sense that not just a city, but a nation, and with it, an ugly idea, had come to ruin. The German surrender, said Churchill, was the signal for the greatest outburst of joy in the history of mankind. London was the epicenter of that celebration, and the Prime Minister got caught in it on his way to the House of Commons to make the victory announcement. Instantly, he was surrounded by people running, standing on tiptoe, holding up babies so that they could be told later they had seen him, and shouting affectionately the absurd little nursery-maid name, Winnie, Winnie, wrote London diarist Molly Panter Downs. London simply went crazy, recalled Lieutenant Rosie Rosenthal, who was on leave in the city when the news broke at 3 p.m. on Tuesday, May 8th. I'd be walking through a throng of people with a pretty girl on my arm, and all of a sudden she was gone, replaced by another one. It was a madhouse, a beautiful, beautiful madhouse. We had an airman with us who had taken the pledge. He'd never had a drink. We lost him for an hour or so, and then found him dead drunk in the gutter. Piccadilly Circus attracted the most boisterous crowds. At Rainbow Corner, the Red Cross put on a tremendous party. Swing bands played continuously, and soldiers and laughing girls formed a conga line down the middle of Piccadilly. That night, the twin brothers John and Jean Carson had a long-awaited reunion. After being discharged from Camp Lucky Strike, John Carson had crossed the Channel in an English ship and gone to Rainbow Corner to look for Wingding. He ran into Adela Stair, who still worked at the club as a volunteer, and she told him she knew his brother and would arrange for him to be at the club on the evening of May 8th, not knowing that this would be VE Day. "I can still see my brother coming down the left side of the hall to greet me," John recalled. It was the night of their young lives. Wingding showed his brother around London, taught him how to drink heavy English beer, and took him to the Windmill Theatre, his favorite burlesque club. After the show, John met a member of the cast, a busty blonde dancer who was about 18 years old. 50 years later, he could still remember her address. Out in East Anglia, at the air bases and in the villages, the celebration was less boisterous. The Japanese were fighting on furiously, and thousands of men from East Anglia were serving with the British Armed Forces in the Pacific. Word had already come back to many a country cottage that a husband or a son was in an enemy prison compound. "My main feeling on V-Day was an intense loneliness," said a Norwich woman. "A day like that seems so unreal without one's husband." American airmen missed their wives and sweethearts, and they also had their minds on the Pacific as they awaited orders to be moved to that other war that they had had little time to think about until now. Still, it was excellent to end this one. That night bonfires burned in village squares, and the East Anglian sky was turned into a fairyland of color by homemade rockets and fireworks and flares shot from Air Force Berry pistols. "Spirits did not flag until midnight," reported a local writer. The parties lasted longer at the American air stations, where there was free whiskey and beer. Ground crew personnel, who were most familiar with the locals, streamed out of the gates and packed their favorite pubs, their English girlfriends on their arms. But at Mendlesham, home of the 34th Bomb Group, the commanding officer ordered the men confined to the base. "As odd as it may seem, most of us didn't want to go anyway," says Chuck Alling. "They wanted to celebrate as a unit, and in their own way. Religious services were held in the chapel every hour, and all the crews attended at least once, ending each service with the Battle Hymn of the Republic, the men's voices rising to the line, 'Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.' That night, the bar at the Mendlesham Officers' Club was 3 deep with airmen lifting their glasses in salute to fallen friends. "It is midnight," Ursula von Kardorff wrote in her diary from the German village she had escaped to. "Unconditional surrender comes into effect from this moment. All over the world they are singing hymns of victory and the bells are ringing out. And what about us? We have lost the war, but if we had won it, everything would have been still more horrible than it is." On May 8th, liberated POW Richard Hoffman of Stalag 17A was in a transition camp near Nancy, where he was reunited with his crew. That morning, the crew had gotten word that they would be shipped home the following day. To celebrate, they walked into the city, taking with them more wine than they could handle. Still physically weak and dehydrated, They were all deliriously drunk after a few swallows. Suddenly, horns, church bells, and sirens cut loose, Hoffman recalled. Frenchmen came running out of their houses and flooded the streets, embracing one another and shedding tears of joy. That night Hoffman clung to his mattress as the room spun around and around until he mercifully passed out. The next morning, as his boat nudged out of Le Havre's war-wrecked harbor, music was piped in over the loudspeaker system. The first song was "Don't Fence Me In." May 8th was Gail Kleven's last night at Thorpe Abbott's. Using the North Star and a homemade compass, he and his companion George Ehring had made it back from Moosburg. On their first night as evaders, they had gotten separated from Kleven's best friend from college, George Nighthammer, who had been a prisoner with him at Zagan. When an American Piper Cub flew overhead, they figured it was safe to walk by daylight, and with the help of friendly German farmers they ran into remnants of the American 45th Division. "I was so skinny," Kleven recalled, "that if I stood just right, I didn't have a shadow." Within a week, Kleven was reunited with his old outfit, just days before the end of the war. The fabulous Kleven was back, and everyone wanted to meet him, recalled a veteran of the 100th. Kleven sat around the officers' club talking to the men, his cap tilted back in the same old careless way, his right leg swung lazily over the arm of a chair, turning the clock back 19 months. But he soon tired of this. "I begged to fly just one last time, for the Germans had rather upset me, but they wouldn't let me. They told me our war, the bomber war, was over. So I said, the hell with it, send me home. I've got a girl I want to marry." Home was Hobbs, New Mexico, where his father had been transferred from Wyoming and where Gale had met his fiancée before going off to war. He left Thorpe Abbott's on VE Day, shedding tears when the men of his old squadron presented him with an engraved English silver set and a watch. "I'm just a baby," he said, and stumbled out of the barracks and into the soggy night without his raincoat. Then he was gone for good, and without a goodbye. Arriving at the front door of his home in New Mexico, he got the bad news. The next day he was on the road, thumbing a ride to Casper, Wyoming, to serve as a pallbearer for George Nighthammer. His friend had been caught somewhere in Germany and shot. When John Egan arrived in Hobbs to be the best man at his friend's wedding, he was carrying a silk parachute. The bride's mother knew at once what it was for, and in a day and night fashioned it into a wedding dress. As the bride walked down the aisle with her father, Egan leaned in toward Kleven and whispered, "Where's the ripcord?" The House That Flack Built. The last American airmen to be liberated were the ones the American High Command had hoped to get out first. Stalag Luft 1 was a camp of air aces, prize hostages, it was feared, for Nazi diehards. This was Zemke's Stalag. When Hubert Hub Zemke arrived at Barth on the Baltic with a special escort in December 1944, he became, by rank, the senior Allied officer, in charge of almost 7,000 men. For almost 2 years, German pilots had been hunting him hard, and his luck finally ran out on his final scheduled mission, when his Mustang lost a wing in a thunderstorm and he was forced to parachute into the hands of the enemy. 5 other American aces were with Zemke, among them Lieutenant Colonel Francis "Gabby" Gabreski, holder of the 8th Air Force record of 28 enemy fighters destroyed in aerial combat, and Major Gerald Johnson, with 18 kills to his credit. Gabreski and Johnson had served under Zemke in his famed Hun-hating Thunderbolt outfit, the 56th Fighter Group, before Zemke was transferred to a Mustang squadron in the spring of 1944. Gabreski, too, had gone down on the last mission he was to have flown. On July 20th, 1944, he crash-landed on a strafing operation against a German airfield. Other Air Corps heroes at Stalag Luft 1 were Lieutenant Colonel Charles Ross Greening, a flight leader on General Jimmy Doolittle's Tokyo raid before he was moved to the European theater of operations, and fortress pilot John "Red" Morgan, awarded the Medal of Honor in 1943 and shot down over Berlin on March 6, 1944. As Lowell Bennett, editor of Powwow, the camp's underground newspaper, noted, for many of its guests, life had been much more difficult before reaching the house that Flack built. Bennett's story was even more fantastic than Morgan's. After Germany invaded Poland in September 1939, he left Montclair State Teachers College in New Jersey and went to Finland to fight the invading Russians. When Finland succumbed, he joined the French Foreign Legion in North Africa and later became an American volunteer ambulance corps driver in France, where he was captured by the Germans. He escaped from a prison camp and wrote a book about the North African campaign. After that, he signed on as a war correspondent on the London staff of the International News Service. In December 1943, he and 2 other reporters were shot down while covering an RAF night raid on the German capital. Of the 4 reporters who flew with Bomber Command to watch Berlin burn, only Edward R. Murrow returned. Parachuting into Berlin from his stricken bomber, Bennett again became a prisoner of the Nazis. His editors first heard from him when he filed a dispatch from somewhere inside Nazi Germany, saying he had eluded his captors and was writing a book of his experiences in longhand. In May, his editors heard from him. He was in the clink again, he said, charged with espionage and sentenced to solitary confinement for the duration of the war. Bennett escaped 2 more times before being sent to Stalag Luft I. While Richard Hoffman and other liberated airmen celebrated VE Day in France, the men of Stalag Luft I were still behind barbed wire, prisoners, not of the Germans, but of their own commanders. The Luftwaffe had left and was replaced by Colonel Zemke's security police, who imposed a discipline at least equally that under the Germans, Bennett observed. Guards were posted at the gates, and men were warned that they would be court-martialed after the war if they were caught attempting to escape. Zemke had made arrangements to have his men flown out by the 8th Air Force, but a Red Army commander, who had recently arrived at Bart, insisted that an agreement signed at Yalta by Churchill and Roosevelt prohibited Anglo-Americans from flying over Russian-held territory. "We are technically free, but I am worried," B-17 co-pilot Alan Newcomb wrote in his prison logbook, which he kept on scraps of toilet paper. "I get frequent dizzy spells, my heart seems to pound at an alarming rate, and I am filled with a vague, threatening fear of everything and everybody." Newcomb, who had recently graduated from Ohio Wesleyan University, felt he was about to go crazy. The chaos and terrifying uncertainty had begun on the afternoon of April 28th, when the prisoners first learned that the Red Army was less than 25 miles away and driving furiously toward them. The commandant, Oberst von Farnstadt, called in Zemke, the son of German immigrants, and informed him that he had orders to evacuate the camp immediately and march the prisoners to an undisclosed location near Hamburg, 150 miles away. If he tried to do that, Zemke warned him, the prison's secretly trained commando forces would rush the guards and take over the stalag. Zemke persuaded the commandant that it would be in his best interest to turn the camp over to him and flee from the Russians with his staff. The next morning, American Air Force personnel were manning the guard towers, and Old Glory was flying from the compound flagpole. Later that day, Zemke sent out reconnaissance patrols to make contact with the Red Army. After locating the Russians, a small party, including Zemke, Bennett, and a translator, drove out to their headquarters. After a breakfast of champagne, vodka, and fried eggs, the Americans returned to the camp. On their way back, they passed detachments of the Red Army advancing toward Berlin with terrible purpose. There were hay wagons loaded with crates, bundles, and drunken women, and beside them, marching in disorganized columns, were Siberian, Mongolian, and Ukrainian soldiers, red-faced and wild-looking from a brutal winter campaign. The troops were singing folk songs, drinking vodka straight from the bottle, and spitting curses at the shuttered windows of the German houses they passed. Occasionally, a soldier would leave the line to chase a chicken in a farmyard and snap its neck when he caught it. When Zemke's party stopped to speak to a Russian lieutenant, a barking dog interrupted them. The Russian nonchalantly shot it. Bennett could see trouble ahead. The next day, a drunken Cossack soldier rode into camp on a white farm horse. "Why are these men still behind wire?" he wanted to know. "Tear down the fences. Go home. You're free," he shouted to the Americans in Zemke's compound, and shot his long-barreled pistol in the air for emphasis. When Zemke tried to quiet him, the sodden Russian put a gun to the colonel's head and cocked the hammer. At that point, "The camp went stark raving mad," said one prisoner. Men that had begun to feel that they were prisoners again under Zemke's iron rule tore down the fences, and hundreds of them fled, either to join the Russians and freed slave laborers in looting and burning the town of Bart, or to the west to hook up with the Allied armies. The following morning, almost 24 German women were found strangled or shot in the vicinity of the camp. Every morning after that, terrified women and children from Bart came out to the American camp and begged to be let in, some young women offering their bodies in exchange for sanctuary. The supplicants stayed into the night and slept in fields underneath the high watchtowers for safety. "This is something we never expected to see," said Airman Forrest Howell, "the Germans seeking protection with us." Fearing anarchy, Zemke issued an order that only his men were permitted to enter and leave the camp, but he was unable to keep out armed and inebriated Red Army soldiers or control their behavior in or outside the camp. "Hundreds of Jerrys have been shot or have committed suicide," wrote Newcomb. 3 women shot themselves about 100 yards from my barracks, and we sent out a detail to bury them. The mayor of Barth killed himself, and rape cases from 6 to 60 are brought to our doctors by the Jerrys. Desperate German fathers invited Americans into their homes to sleep with their daughters in order to keep the Russians away. One American airman saw a dozen or more Russian soldiers, in their high black boots, lined up outside a cottage, waiting for their turn to violate a German girl. The next day, a Russian colonel drove a herd of confiscated cattle into the American camp and killed them with a machine gun. Prisoners who had been butchers in peacetime cut up the beef, and that night the men of Zemke's stalag had steak and schnapps for dinner. Later, drunken Americans stole horses and carriages, rigged them like Roman chariots, and raced through the narrow streets of the town, firing revolvers in the air and yelling "Tovarich" to startled Russians. "But most of us obeyed Zemke's orders and stayed in the camp," recalled Bombardier Oscar G. Richard III, a sweet-natured kid from Sunshine, Louisiana. "I believe that Colonel Zemke was the main reason we eventually got out of Barth without losing many men." When the main body of the Russian force arrived, the officers cooperated with Zemke in keeping the men in camp. They clamped a curfew on the town and sent the Americans they found in Barth, some of them in the beds of Frauleins, back to the American stalag, where the barbed wire fence had been repaired. Zemke's commandos found a small concentration camp near Barth, and several of the camp doctors went out to treat the liberated inmates, Jews and political prisoners who had been slave laborers in a local aircraft factory. Lowell Bennett accompanied them. The SS guards had fled weeks before, leaving the already enfeebled prisoners to starve. Nearly 300 had already succumbed. Allied doctors commandeered burial parties from among the people of Barth. The Germans who dug mass graves for the dead were initially uncertain whether the trenches were for themselves or the prisoners, Bennett wrote later. Walking away from the camp, Gabby Gabreski noticed something strange. Bodies were hanging from the fences at the far end of the main compound. In a final act of chilling barbarity, the fleeing SS had locked the gates and, unknown to the prisoners, had charged the electric fence. Dead victims, their eyes frozen open in looks of astonishment, were clasping the wire. "This validated the war for me as no propaganda campaign ever could have," said Gabreski. Nerves were stretched dangerously tight in Zemke's stalag. The swing music that blared over the camp loudspeakers was making the men desperately homesick, and Alan Newcomb wasn't the only one feeling that he was about to go insane. In despair, more than 300 impatient men escaped on German bicycles and horses and in stolen cars and carriages. Lowell Bennett and 3 of his friends joined the exodus. They confiscated a tiny 2-cylinder car from the camp motor pool, loaded it with Red Cross parcels, and glued a paper to the windshield that said, in Russian, "Press, pass freely." They were off on a 400-mile journey to the American lines. Complete, indescribable chaos existed everywhere, Bennett wrote in his published account of the trip. Bennett had seen the remains of an army's defeat in France in 1940, but this was 1,000 times worse. Mile after mile of burned-out tanks, planes, and artillery pieces, and roadside ditches piled high with the bloated corpses of Wehrmacht soldiers. Standing forlorn by the road were parentless children with their names pinned to their sweaters. This was liberated, lawless Germany. Could it ever be put back together again? Bennett wondered. After crossing into the American zone, Bennett's group caught a plane to Paris, where they celebrated VE Day in a hotel in the center of the city. The men in Zemke's stalag spent VE Day listening to confiscated German radios for news about their rescue. On May 12th, they finally received word that a fleet of flying fortresses would be landing at the local airstrip that afternoon. In secret negotiations at the Elbe River, the Russians had agreed to an airlift on the condition that the Americans surrender a Nazi prisoner the Russians wanted very badly. Former Red Army commander Andrei Vlasov had been captured by the Germans and had formed, with their help, an army of Russian prisoners of war to liberate the motherland from Stalinism. Now he would be returned to the country he had betrayed. Late that afternoon, a roar went up from Zemke's stalag. Overhead was a wing of silver bombers circling in the sky. The time was 2:30 p.m. At that moment, Colonel Andrei Vlasov was being handed over to the Russians. This was the prearranged signal for the bombers to land. By Zemke's orders, the British went first, since they had been in captivity longer. The American airmen left the next morning, marching out of camp in a long column, 6,250 freedom-starved men. The fortresses roared in 1 minute apart and left their propellers spinning. 20 to 30 men were packed into each plane. No one had a parachute, and no one cared. Heading toward Le Havre, the bombers descended to 500 feet to give the airmen a close-up view of some of the cities they had wrecked. "I grabbed a spot near one of the waste windows so I could see Germany once more from the air," recalled Oscar Richard. Passing over the corpse of a German city, Richard remarked to the men sitting next to him, "That could be us. That could be America. Nobody said we had to win this war." The forts landed near Rouen, where the men boarded a train for Camp Lucky Strike. From there, Richard hitchhiked a ride back to England with an aircrew from his bomb group, the 384th. They had flown to France to search for some of their squadron mates, and were happy to meet up with one of their unit's pioneer flyers. When they landed at Grafton-Underwood, the field from which the 8th Air Force had begun the American Air War, Oscar Richard felt like a stranger. "The only personnel I knew were a few of the ground officers, and the airmen I saw looked a lot younger than the men I had flown with." The briefing room still had a huge map of Western Europe hanging from the wall, and the equipment room was stacked high with combat gear, but the smell of fear and cigarette smoke was gone. That night, Lieutenant Richard walked to his Nissen hut and slipped into his bunk. As he lay there, his thoughts went back to the day he first arrived in England, in the winter of 1943, when the 8th Air Force was taking a pounding from the Luftwaffe and the arithmetic of survival was running hard against the bomber crews. Then, through an open window, he thought he heard the wheezing and coughing of Wright Cyclone engines and the shouts of crew chiefs preparing the big-ass birds for the next day's run. A familiar fear ran through his body, and then he was asleep. They left in a hurry, sometimes before people who had grown fond of them had a chance to say goodbye. 9-year-old Frank Patton lived near an airfield at Eye, home of the 490th Bomb Group. His mother did the men's laundry, and he ferried it back and forth to them on his bicycle. They rewarded him with candy bars and coffee, and soon he was bringing them baskets of fresh farmers' eggs. The ground crews got to like him and let him hang out in their tents by the hard stands. They taught him how to smoke cigars and to swear with proper vehemence. On a drizzly day in August, after the fighting had stopped, Frank Patton cycled to the base and found the gates unguarded. The huts were empty and the planes were gone. "It was the saddest day of my life," he said 50 years later. At Horsham St. Faith there was a proper farewell. 100 or so local folk, dressed in their Sunday finest, gathered on the field and waved farewell to a liberator of the 458th Bomb Group as it taxied down the runway. Alice Bingham was in her nightgown when she took a photograph of one of the last of the group's liberators flying directly over her home on Pinewood Close. Looking up at it, she remembered how one of these long-winged beauties had once crashed through her garden and flattened a neighbor's cottage. In those days we had coal fires, and the undercarriage wheels used to cut through the smoke as they flew low over our roofs. "I still remember the Yanks," recalled a Suffolk woman, "almost more than I remember the war itself." Leaving was easy, because at the end of the journey was home. But men could not forget friends who were left behind. Before leaving England, Eugene Wingding Carson visited the American cemetery at Mattingly, on a hill outside Cambridge. He went to say goodbye to his crewmate Mike Chaklos, who was killed on a mission in early 1944. "As I walked among the markers, I silently cried my heart out," Carson recalled. Decades later, when the pull of the past proved too strong to resist, Carson wrote his own story of the war. He closed it with a poem from the hand of an anonymous author. "Oh, do not let the Dead March play, or these at Mattingly do stay, for they were young and old-style gay. Play their music of the day, tunes of Dorsey, songs of Byng, let them hear Glenn Miller's swing, then too the crosses well may sway, with those at Mattingly do stay." Epilogue. The 8th Air Force began its great movement back to the United States on May 19, 1945. The bomber boys flew their own planes. The ground echelons and fighter pilots went by sea. Those who made the ocean crossing were first taken on Liberty trucks to the local English train station, where many of the men were met by their new brides. "War is very screwy," wrote a reporter from Stars and Stripes. "The husbands now go home and sweat out their English wives." For over 7 months there was not enough shipping for the 45,000 or so British women who had married American servicemen. They had to wait until U.S. soldiers and sailors from all over the globe were brought home. Most of the war brides were either pregnant or with 1 or 2 small children when they finally received word in late December that immigration restrictions had been waived for them and ships were available to bring them to their new homes and husbands. Operation Diaper Run, as the press dubbed it, was launched from Southampton Harbor on January 26, 1946. On board the SS Argentina were 452 war brides, 173 small children, and 1 war bridegroom. His wife, a Woman's Air Corps volunteer in England, had already been sent back to New York. As we sailed from Southampton, we ran into a British troop ship of returning souls who booed us out of sight, recalled one of the departing brides. At New York City and Newport News, Virginia, the 2 entry ports, it was not always a joyous reunion. Some wives had known their husbands for only a few weeks and had forgotten what they looked like. One London woman spotted a man dressed like a pimp walking up the gangplank. "Oh God," she thought, "hope mine doesn't look like that." Dozens of husbands had changed their minds and didn't show up. Others wished they hadn't. Some women were caught sleeping with the sailors while aboard ship, war bride Ann Holmes related. When their husbands met them in New York, they were given the opportunity to refuse these women, and many of them did. The women were sent back. Countless wives arrived in port to learn that their husbands, who had been sent to the Pacific for a double dose of war, had not yet returned. After leaving England, the 8th Air Force was redeployed to recently conquered Okinawa under Jimmy Doolittle, who had led the first American air raid on Japan in 1942. Carl Spaatz was given command of the U.S. Strategic Air Forces in the Pacific, with headquarters on Guam. On August 6th, after receiving authority from Washington, Spaatz ordered his former 8th Air Force pilot Paul Tibbets to drop a uranium bomb on Hiroshima. 3 days later, a more powerful plutonium bomb obliterated over half the city of Nagasaki. Spaatz then told Doolittle that if he wanted to get his 8th Air Force in combat with the Japanese, he had better organize an operation for the next day, for the war would soon be over. Doolittle had been assigned 720 B-29s, and many of them were war-ready, but he stood them down. "If the war's over," he told Spaatz, "I will not risk one airplane, nor a single bomber crew member, just to be able to say the 8th Air Force had operated against the Japanese in the Pacific." After Europe, his boys had nothing to prove. 3 weeks later, Carl Spaatz was on the deck of the battleship Missouri for the Japanese surrender, making him the only person to witness all 3 major Axis capitulations. After the war, he succeeded the gravely ill Hap Arnold as commanding general of the U.S. Army Air Forces. He was at the helm on September 17, 1947, when the Air Force finally won its release from the Army and became an independent branch of the American military. Fittingly, Carl Spaatz became the first Chief of Staff. From across the grave, Billy Mitchell must have smiled. Robert Rosie Rosenthal was in B-29 training in Florida when the Japanese surrendered. On returning from England, he had gone straight to Washington, right to Arnold's office, and lobbied for a combat command in the Pacific. General Orville Anderson had tried to change his mind. "You've had enough, let others go." But Rosenthal had been adamant. With the war over, he was still not through. Back home in Brooklyn, working for his old Manhattan law firm, he found himself in an unsettled state. "Throughout my war service, I had been tightly disciplined. I put a brake on my emotions and probably held too much inside me. Now I began to unravel. I couldn't concentrate, couldn't focus on my work. We were working on some important law cases, but the work seemed humdrum compared to what I had just been through." Rosenthal had been closely following the news of the Nuremberg War Crimes Tribunal, which had convened in November 1945, and felt he ought to be there. On trial were the monsters he had gone to war to destroy. "When I heard that the Army was searching for prosecutors for the smaller trials that were to follow the showcase trials, I took the train to Washington and got a position on the staff." On the ship that took him back to Europe in July 1946, he met Phyllis Heller, a Navy lawyer who would also be joining the American legal staff in Nuremberg. He and the radiant girl with the oddly spelled first name fell in love instantly and were engaged 10 days later. "We wanted to get married right away, but Phyllis told me she had promised to ask her father's permission," Rosenthal recalled. "I thought that was great. I was marrying an old-fashioned girl. I wrote her father a long letter, and he wrote back saying, 'Robert, you 2 young people are making a big mistake. Come home at once.' I told Phyllis, 'I guess that's it.' And she said, 'What are you talking about?' I said I had to ask his permission. We did. Now we can get married." I knew then I was in trouble. I was taking a lawyer for my wife." On September 14, 1946, the couple exchanged vows in Nuremberg, the city the U.S. Army had pronounced 91% dead. They lived in a bomb-damaged, miserably heated flat not far from the Palace of Justice. Although they were too busy to mingle with their neighbors, The German people they did meet were unwilling to talk about the bombing. People walked silently through the ruins, not even turning to look at them, Rosie observed later. It was as if these enormous pyramids of rubble didn't exist, and they were still living in the lovely pre-war city. The bombing had ruined the people as well as the city. They were in desperate straits that winter. Women's clothes were unkempt, old men were unshaven, and there were hardly any young people to be seen. Families didn't have enough food, and there was no economy, only a thriving black market. One evening Phyllis and I were walking alone by the river, and we sensed that someone was following us. When we stopped, he stopped. Phyllis was smoking a cigarette, and when she tossed it in the gutter, this man rushed up, picked it up, and disappeared into the shadows. Cigarettes, even butts, were valuable items on the black market, and we assumed he planned to trade it. That's what people of the 1,000-Year Reich had been reduced to. You had to feel sorry for them, yet I refused to believe that the German people were not responsible for Hitler, especially here in Nuremberg, the city where the Nazis held their Roman-like rallies and where adoring women had thrown flowers on Hitler's motorcade. There was no need for a campaign of retribution against these ordinary people who had supported Hitler. They had suffered enough. Let them live with what they had done, and what had been done to them. That would be punishment enough. But the Nazi leaders and their criminal henchmen had to be treated differently. The leading Nazis, Goering, Speer, Dönitz, and others, were still being tried that September. But the Rosenthals began preparing cases against additional war criminals, Wehrmacht officers, Nazi functionaries, and German industrialists who had worked closely with the party. These cases were to be brought before U.S. military tribunals, also held at Nuremberg, beginning in late November 1946. Phyllis Rosenthal investigated I.G. Farben, the Nazi-controlled chemical conglomerate that had used concentration camp labor. Her husband's job was to investigate the racial crimes committed by those who served under Goering, Jodl, and Keitel. I interrogated all three of them. Goering was arrogant and unrepentant, but the army generals talked to me in a grandfatherly way, claiming, with quiet indignation, that they had nothing to do with the Nazi atrocities. Keitel was especially insistent that he had adhered to the German military's code of honor. They lied, of course. Seeing these strutting conquerors after they were sentenced, powerless, pathetic, and preparing for the hangman, was the closure I needed. Justice had overtaken evil. My war was over. This concludes the reading of Masters of the Air, America's Bomber Boys Who Fought the Air War Against Nazi Germany, by Donald L. Miller. Copyright 2006 by Donald L. Miller. This book was read by Robertson Dean. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Gina Maccabee Literary Agency and was produced in 2011 by Blackstone Audio Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.blackstoneaudio.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed.